Chapter 721. Advancing to a strong divine force rank god. Chapter 721. Advancing to a strong divine force rank god. Translator. Zayamoj. Yang Feng looked at the black ray, that is ruler of the night Moganot, shuttling within the range of thousands of meters, took a deep breath, clenched shoot the heavens bow, and extracted world force from the 9 small worlds inside him via world ring. An arrow containing fearsome world force condensed on shoot the heavens bow. Don't! When Moganot saw the arrow that contains fearsome world force, fear flashed in his eyes, and he screamed. In an instant, the arrow containing fearsome world force shot towards Moganot. Damn it! Block it! Moganot roared, madly burned divine force, and waved his hands, and the strong divine force grade god armament shield of the night suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him. A vortex of night seemingly capable of devouring everything emerged from shield of the night and rotated frantically. Containing the world force of 9 small worlds, shoot the heavens bow arrow hit the vortex of night, and then stabbed into the vortex of night little by little. In an empty space, the main artillery of a blazing sun battlestar flashed, and a bright beam instantly blasted into Moganot. Moganot collapsed and disappeared before quickly reforming in a tract of night thousands of meters away. Moganot has just reformed his body, when a pitch-black fallen angel sword pierced into his chest, and fallen angel fire burned his flesh and soul. Damn it! If it was outside, even if you join hands, you wouldn't be able to kill me. Moganot let out a roar of unwillingness. Along with a scarlet flash, Yang Feng's kindred avatar severed his head with a sword strike. Shield of the night fell to the ground at once, and shoot the heavens bow arrow turned into a stream of light and pierced into Moganot. At this moment, Moganot's believers lost contact with him, and his idols fractured. Night divine country began to collapse, and then a huge hole filled with astral aura appeared and swallowed the huge night divine country. Outside of Yang Feng's divine country, there are dozens of warships suspended in the air. Divine Legion soldiers subordinated to Xalia Pantheon's gods poured out from their warships and madly bombard the barrier of Yang Feng's divine country. Titan Pantheon's god of Thunder Gaba loftily standing atop a battleship watched indifferently Xalia Pantheon's gods and Divine Legion soldiers attack the barrier around Yang Feng's divine country. Radiant primary god Prados enveloped with sacred light stood in front of Gaba and said solemnly, "Gaba, please help me. Let us join forces to break through the barrier of Yang Feng's divine country." Gaba sneered, "Prados, it's just a feeble divine force rank small fry. Your Xalia Pantheon can't even break through the divine country of a small fry? What a letdown. Xalia Pantheon and Titan Pantheon are the true hegemons of Feisuo Plane. Elven Pantheon, Beastman Pantheon, and other pantheons need to unite to be able to compete with them. In the battle of the gods tens of thousands of years ago, the gods of Xalia Pantheon and Titan Pantheon forged countless feuds. Even though they all signed the Treaty of the Gods that stipulates that they are to maintain peace in Feisuo Plane and turn to other planes for development. But in the past tens of thousands of years, they have been fighting openly and covertly in the mortal world non-stop. The relation between the two parties is naturally extremely bad. Prados said, "Weak divine force rank small fry?" The amount of divine force crystals he spent to strengthen his divine country has already surpassed that of ordinary strong divine force rank gods. Yang Feng got a large number of divine force crystals from the treasury of the 2 kindred Grand Dukes he killed in God Blood Plane. Additionally, he got a large number of divine force crystals from the treasuries of warlock groups in Li Gui Province, Yu Province, and Bright Moon Province. As such, the number of divine force crystals in his possession is no less than that of a force such as Feisuo Plane's Elven Pantheon. Unless a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse steps in, it is impossible to break the barrier of Yang Feng's divine country within a short period of time. Gaba asked, "Why should I help you?" Prados responded, "We can establish a peace treaty for 10,000 years. Moreover, as long as you help me rescue Thames, I promise you that I will do my best to help you out with one thing, while ensuring my own safety. We can do a Styx oath." Gaba couldn't help but feel a little moved. With Prados's power, as long as the two gods join forces, there is almost nothing they can't accomplish in Feisuo Plane. Gaba responded decisively, "Okay, I agree." There was a flash of joy on Prados's, and then he looked into the distance with an enraged expression. In the vast starry sky, he saw a star burning with seemingly endless flames suddenly appear and shine brightly. Then a huge astral hole appeared behind the star and swallowed it. God of Fire Tames has died. How fearsome! For strong divine force rank gods have died just like that. Terrifying. Yang Feng's divine country is really terrifying. For strong divine force rank gods have died, which means that 4 strong divine force grade godheads have fallen into Yang Feng's hands. It seems that Yang Feng will soon be able to create an astonishing human pantheon. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. Neutral gods hidden in different places watch Tame's divine country being swallowed by the astral hole in the distance with complicated emotions. The barrier enveloping Yang Feng's divine country also suddenly opened and revealed a battlefield full of pits and holes, and all kinds of debris scattered everywhere. When the barrier opened, the gods of Xalia Pantheon and Titan Pantheon gazed at Yang Feng's divine country helplessly. No one dared to enter it. At this moment, Yang Feng's divine country emitted vast divine force aura along with traces of strong divine force rank fluctuations. This is the sign that someone is promoting to a strong divine force rank god. It's Yang Feng. These are Yang Feng's divine force fluctuations. He is promoting to a strong divine force rank god. Now no one can stop him from advancing to a strong divine force rank god. When the neutral gods felt the aura released by Yang Feng, enigmatic gleams shimmered in their eyes. Strong divine force rank gods are fearsome existences at the top of Feisuo Plane. If they burn divine force like crazy, a strong divine force rank god can even withstand the siege of 4 infinity warlock rank powerhouses. A strong divine force rank god can even break into the divine country of a weak divine force rank god alone and kill the opponent with absolute power. In the Battle of the Gods, there has been a strong divine force rank god who broke into the divine country of an intermediate divine force rank god and paid a huge price to slay the opponent. That elven pantheon only has the protection of 1 strong divine force rank god, and this has already allowed the elves to become one of Feisuo Plane's 4 major races. Virtually all neutral gods in Feisuo Plane are eager to promote to a strong divine force rank god, but there are very few that can accomplish it. At this moment, the mist that shrouded Yang Feng's divine country suddenly dispelled, and everyone could clearly see Yang Feng loftily sitting on a throne in the center of the divine country. Abstruse runes are rising in his eyes, and traces of strong divine force rank fluctuations of power are spreading from him. Alexia, equipped with fallen angel armor and fallen angel sword, is standing in front of Yang Feng and looking into the distance with a lofty expression. Prados's eyes are tranquil. A trace of anger appeared on his face, and he said coldly, "What arrogance! He's inviting us in to fight him." At this time, Yang Feng chose to promote to a strong divine force rank god. If the gods of Xalia Pantheon and Titan Pantheon don't want to see him advance to a strong divine force rank god, they can only enter his divine country and fight him. However, for strong divine force rank gods have already died in Yang Feng's divine country. Although Prados and Gaba are far more powerful than ordinary strong divine force rank gods, but they don't dare enter rashly and fight Yang Feng to the death. Gaba sighed regretfully. Interesting. Unfortunately, this is his divine country, or else I would really like to go in and fight him to the death. The divine country of any god is an extremely dangerous place. Without an absolute advantage in strength, very few gods would step into the divine country of another god to fight. The 4 strong divine force rank gods were almost invincible in Feisuo Plane. Even if they encountered a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, the 4 of them could join forces to fight the opponent. And even if they lost, they could still retreat. Yet these 4 strong divine force rank gods died within Yang Feng's divine country, which proves that it must be an exceedingly dangerous place. Prados uttered, "Yang Feng, return Tame's godhead. Otherwise there will be an irreconcilable enmity between our Xalia Pantheon and you." Sitting inside his divine country, Yang Feng replied coldly, "Since Tame's godhead has fallen into my hands, I can't give it back. If your Xalia pantheon wants to see me as a mortal enemy, then you shall all die. In this way, we can easily sever the chains of hatred. Chapter 722, Eve of Holy War. Chapter 722, Eve of Holy War. Translator, Xayamoj. God of Thunder Gaba took a deep look at Yang Feng, then his figure shook slightly, and he came to a thunder warship. Along with flashes of light, the thunder warship flew towards the Titan Pantheon's divine country Myriad Gods Mountain. If there were still 2 strong divine force rank gods resisting inside Yang Feng's divine country, Gaba would be willing to enter Yang Feng's divine country and fight Yang Feng to the death. However, Yang Feng's divine country is calm at this time. The divine legions have already been quelled. That kind of terrifying combat power made Gaba apprehensive. The most up-to-date noves are published on freoubinovel.co. Radiant Primary God Prados said coldly, "Very well, Yang Feng. I will remember your words. You human warlocks will meet your end in Feisuo Plane just like the human warlocks before you did. Our Feisuo Plane will never be conquered. The one who will meet their end is you, Prados." With that, Yang Feng's clone closed his eyes, frantically absorbed the divine force crystals around him that refined his god blood and god body, and comprehended the laws inside the God of Massacre's godhead. For gods, to advance to the strong divine force realm is both difficult and easy. Ordinary intermediate divine force rank gods may not be able to promote to strong divine force rank gods even after 100,000 years of seeking enlightenment. However, as long as they have a strong divine force grade godhead, enough divine force crystals and sufficient believers, then even a feeble divine force rank god can easily advance to a strong divine force rank god. But to get a strong divine force grade godhead, you must kill a strong divine force rank god. This is something extremely difficult to accomplish. Therefore, no matter which plane it is, a strong divine force grade godhead are an invaluable commodity that can cause countless powerful existences to fight over it. Yang Feng possesses strong divine force grade godheads as well as a large amount of divine force crystals he got as spoils of war. This is the reason why he can promote to a strong divine force rank god so smoothly. Prados stared at Yang Feng from outside the divine country before his figure fluttered, and he boarded his warship and flew towards his divine country. The gods can only watch helplessly as Yang Feng's god clone is growing stronger and evolving towards a strong divine force rank god. Those who dare to interfere with Yang Feng's promotion to a strong divine force rank god will be eliminated. Unless all the gods join hands, no pantheon in Feisuo Plane can suppress Yang Feng and his party alone. In the numerous temples of Morin's empire, loud bells rang, and the temples performed miracles. Holy war. Our Lord has issued a divine decree. A holy war has officially begun. Holy war. The enemy of our Lord are the heretics in Red Earth Wasteland. Inside the temples, archbishops with solemn expressions announced the divine decree issued by the gods. Following the divine decree, Morin's empire, exuding the smell of decay, finally began to operate at full capacity, began to prepare for war like a slowly awakening war beast. Resplendent starlight descended from the sky, landed on Morin's empire, and possessed the bodies of the priests with excellent aptitudes selected by the church. Hit by the starlight, the strength of these priests with excellent aptitudes immediately increased geometrically. Most of them broke through and became legend-rank powerhouses, while some even directly became demigods. Within Titan Empire, the temples shone brightly. Holy war. Our Lord has issued a divine decree. A holy war has officially begun. The entire Titan Empire was mobilized. Countless soldiers were conscripted and joined armies. Titan Empire's war machine was activated. Silver rays descended from the sky and landed on the outstanding soldiers in Titan Empire. The strength of the soldiers bathed in the silver light suddenly increased, and they broke through to the legend realm or demigod realm. The 2 imperial war machines that claimed to be the most powerful in Feisuo Plane were fully activated, and troops began to march towards the land bordering Red Earth Wasteland. A bunch of idiots. Since they aren't my opponents in the starry sky, they want to start a war in the secular world? Unfortunately, you're even less my opponents in the secular world. Sitting in his divine country, Yang Feng examined the changes in Feisuo Plane's secular world via the law of nether as well as the sight of his believers, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. According to the Treaty of the Gods, gods must not directly intervene in wars in the secular world. Those who violate the treaty will be attacked by the other gods. The treaty was jointly signed by all gods of Feisuo Plane, including neutral gods and the gods in the dark chaotic camp. Anyone who violates it will be attacked by the gods. The reason why there is the Treaty of the Gods in place is because the gods are too powerful. Take Goddess of Toxicity Charlotte as example. If there is no restriction, it will take her less than 10 years to poison to death all of life forms in Feisuo Plane's secular world. The foundation of the gods is the life forms in Feisuo Plane's secular world. Even thought the gods still have believers on other planes, but due to the plane laws, the amount of faith force provided by 10,000 believers from other planes can barely match the amount of faith force provided by one believer in Feisuo Plane. Moreover, when the number of believers of a god in Feisuo Plane drops to a certain level, they will gradually weaken. No matter how many believers they have on other planes, they won't be able to stop the weakening, and will eventually weaken to the point when their strength drops to the feeble divine force rank. Their days bleak. Even if it is a strong divine force rank god, their godhead will gradually degrade during this process. This is the weakness and limitation of gods. In Red Earth Wasteland, Catherine has also begun to quickly deploy troops and send them to Lightning Fortress. Lightning Fortress is strategically located at the junction of Red Earth Wasteland, Morinth's Empire, and Titan Empire. Only when Lightning Fortress falls can Morinth's Empire and Titan Empire attack the heartland of Red Earth Wasteland. Or else they will have to take the risk of facing enemies from the front and the rear. The human force Yang Feng, established in Red Earth Wasteland when he was still an ordinary human, has also developed into a kingdom called Great Thunder Kingdom. The king of Great Thunder Kingdom is Yang Feng himself, while the Council of Elders is entrusted with presiding over the kingdom's affairs. Much like Half-Blood Beastman Empire, Great Thunder Kingdom has also began to prepare for war. A few days later, outside Yang Feng's divine country, ripples rose in the space, and an invisible warship full of monstrous auras and surrounded by countless weird Rottans suddenly appeared. I, Lolth, request an audience with Lord Yang Feng, dressed in a revealing purple dress, a bewitching smile on her face, slender legs for her lower body, exuding endless temptation. The fascinating Lolth spoke full of enticement. Lolth's true lower body is that of a large spider and the upper body is that of a stunning beauty. However, by using a divine spell, she adopted a human form. In that human form, she is a real human goddess. If she gives birth to offsprings, they will be pure humans. By virtue of that divine spell and her natural charm, Lolth has bewitched a high elven lord from Sandra Plane and enticed his subordinated elves to degenerate into dark elves, and then fled to Feisuo Plane. Come in! Suddenly, a huge hole opened in the barrier of the divine country. A black light shone, and the warship flew into the huge hole. Gold light shrouded the warship and pulled it to land beside the central temple. Charlotte! As soon as Lolth walked out of the warship, to her shock, she saw a glamorous, beautiful woman with a demeaning slave collar around her neck and dressed in black leather clothes. The glamorous, beautiful woman in front of her is Goddess of Toxins Charlotte. The beautiful and enchanting dark elven goddesses following behind Lolth looked curiously at Charlotte, their eyes filled with contempt and mockery. In the past, as ruler of the Night Moganot's woman and an intermediate divine force rank god, Charlotte was arrogant and domineering, not caring about others. When the dark elven goddesses went gone to serve Moganot, she always made things difficult for them. Now that they see the high and mighty Charlotte turn into a humble slave who welcomes guests, the dark elven goddesses are filled with a sense of superiority. A numb shimmer in her beautiful eyes, Charlotte bowed and respectfully saluted the many goddesses, saying, "Welcome, goddesses." The corner of Lolth's mouth rose slightly. Looking at her former rival, she relaxed her head, and a bag fell on the ground, and a large number of rare gems spilled out of the bag. Looking down at Charlotte, Lolth spoke with a smile. "Pick them up using your hands." "Yes, goddess." A look of humiliation in her eyes, Charlotte squatted down, picked up the rare gems that are invaluable in the secular world, and handed them to Lolth. Chapter 723 Lolth surrenders. Chapter 723 Lolth surrenders. Translator, Zayamoj. Good job, Charlotte. Lolth took the gems, patted Charlotte's pretty face, and revealed a smile containing a sense of superiority. A gleam of shame in her beautiful eyes, Charlotte lowered her head and said respectfully, "Thank you for your praise, goddess." The dark elven goddesses behind Lolth looked at each other, and then dropped various things on the ground. A sweet smile on her face, Gabriella pointed at a handkerchief on the ground and said, "Pick it up." Another dark elven goddess spoke with a gleeful smile. "That's my favorite gem. Charlotte, pick it up." Dot. The dark elven goddesses haughtily ordered Goddess of Toxicity Charlotte around, all the while taking great joy in it. Charlotte is an intermediate force rank god who wields the law of toxicity. She is one of the most promising gods of promoting to a strong divine force rank existences. In the past, the dark elven goddesses had to be cautious around Charlotte and had to flatter her. Some of them have been punished and humiliated by Charlotte. Now that they have a chance to humiliate the other party, these petty and narrow-minded dark elven goddesses naturally won't let it slip by. Charlotte gritted her teeth, quietly picked up the things the dark elven goddesses dropped, and respectfully returned them to them. Gazing at Charlotte silently enduring the humiliation, Lolth uttered, "Surely, Susan." "Yes, mother," with a temperament that is the polar opposite of that of the licentious dark elves. The dark elven twin goddesses Shirley and Susan walked over unhurriedly. Lolth smiled affectionately at Charlotte and said, "These two are my daughters. They are a gift I prepared for the great Lord Yang Feng. Charlotte, I hope that you'll get along with and take care of my two daughters." Charlotte suddenly turned pale. Once the dark elven twin goddesses Shirley and Susan start waiting upon Yang Feng, it will be almost impossible for her to rise again. The dark elven twin goddesses Shirley and Susan, who are beautiful, gentle, and considerate on the surface, are bound to melt Yang Feng's heart. But since they were carefully nurtured by Lolth, they must be proficient in plots and intrigues. With them around, it will be nearly impossible for Charlotte to get ahead. Charlotte became more respectful and responded, "Yes, I understand. Please follow me." In the center of Yang Feng's divine country, there is a dazzling and magnificent palace. When Lolth stepped into the center of the huge palace, she saw Yang Feng's god clone reclining in a luxurious litter embedded with numerous gems and rare, exotic treasures. Arad latest chapters at freewebnovioel.com only. There are several beautiful dark elves kneel sitting next to the luxurious litter, namely Great Matriarch Cheyenne, Joanna, and the top assassin of Romulage of Tyrandot Subcontinent and the previous pope of Feisuo Plane's dark elves Gleistar. The top dark elven beauties looked at Queen of Spider Lolth, who stepped into the temple with a fragrance wafting off from her, and a strange feeling welled up inside them. In the past, Lolth was the god they adored and believed to be omnipotent. Deterred by massacres and other inhuman practices, they didn't dare to betray her. This is a method evil gods use to dominate believers. The grace of gods is deep like the sea. The power of gods is tall like the sky. Lawful good gods mainly absorb faith force. Chaotic evil gods get their power from the fear, pain, envy, and other negative emotions. As an evil god, Lolth can draw negative divine force from the despair, fear, and depravity of her believers. This is one of the main reasons why she keeps enticing her dark elves to kill each other and perform evil rituals to please her. The aloof and worshipped Queen of Spiders Lolth, who seemed to have infinite power, appeared now in this palace. Seeing her here, the dark elves subordinated to Yang Feng felt their faith collapse. When Lolth saw Yang Feng sitting in the litter with Gleistar in his arms, she felt a trace of frightening aura emanate from him, and her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of envy. Strong divine force rank. He promoted to a strong divine force rank god. How enviable! Lolth has promoted to an intermediate divine force rank god hundreds of thousands of years ago. Over the years, she has experienced several wars of the gods. Even though she is an intermediate divine force rank god, but she has to tread lightly during wars of gods. Only strong divine force rank gods can act freely during gods of wars. Lolth had to rely on ruler of the night Moganot to be able to occupy a place in the underground world of Feisuo Plane. Lolth bowed slightly towards Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Well met, God of Massacre Lord Yang Feng." Yang Feng glanced at Lolth with an enigmatic smile and said, "Lolth, you dare come to my divine country to see me. Are you not afraid that I will make you stay here? Not even strong divine force rank gods can escape from my divine country. As long as I quell you here, the entire dark elven race will be in my bag." Lolth responded with a sweet smile. "Your Majesty, you are a peerless overlord bound to dominate countless planes in the future. There will be countless powerhouses to come to you, join your camp, and work for you. I came to join your camp, Your Majesty. You won't undermine your credibility for the sake of a mere intermediate divine force rank god like myself." Yang Feng showed a smile of admiration and said, "You're very clever." Yang Feng calmly announced his decision. "However, I have my mind set on the dark elven race. I want to become the primary god of the dark elves. Several of Yang Feng's important subordinates are dark elves. Moreover, the dark elven race is spread across countless planes. They are the best spies. If he controls the dark elven race, he'll obtain a huge information network. Yes, this is a part of my godhead with the divine authority of primary god of dark elves. Please accept it. I will cooperate with you to subjugate the entire dark elven race." Lolth extended a lily-white hand, and a sphere of light exuding fluctuations of divinity appeared in her hand. The divine authority of gods can be separated from their godhead. When they are weak, many gods will absorb various divine authorities that involve many fields. But when they get strong, they will remove the divine authorities one by one to become more pure and powerful. Loltha's main divine authority is that of primary god of dark elves. After removing this divine authority, her strength suddenly dropped from pinnacle intermediate divine force rank to junior intermediate divine force rank. Seeing Lolth cooperate this well, Yang Feng couldn't find any justification to get rid of her. He beckoned and the divine authority of primary god of dark elves flew directly into his hand, and then he sealed it with countless divine force seals. Lolth once conspired against a warlock monarch rank high elf and enticed a groups of high elves subordinated to the other party to degenerate. Yang Feng naturally needs to perform countless tests before using anything that comes from her. Lolth uttered, "Your Majesty, these are my daughters, dark elven twin goddesses Shirley and Susan. I would like to offer them to you to express my loyalty. Please accept them." "Greetings, Your Majesty." The twin goddesses have virtually identical appearance. Their skin is as fair as white jade. Their figure is sexy and enchanting, and their temperament is both pure and bewitching. They stepped forward, bowed to Yang Feng, and spoke in a voice as sweet as honey. Dark elves are existences who degenerated from high elves. Since Lolth could degenerate high elves into dark elves, then as long as a lot of resources are spent, it is possible to transform dark elves into high elves with noble bloodline. Shirley and Susan are dark elves Lolth transformed into high elves. They are the most remarkable beauties in the dark elven race. Cheyenne, Joanna, and Romulage are top beauties among dark elves, but they still cannot compare to Shirley and Susan. "All right, I will accept them." Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and she showed a smile and beckoned. Shirley and Susan flew to his side and knelt down beside him, exuding a fresh and moving fragrance. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a magic cube flew towards Lolth. "This is my gift to you." When the magic cube flew in front of Lolth, it suddenly decomposed and turned into a silver armor covering her whole body. In the center of the silver armor, there is an intermediate divine force rank godhead inlaid. A huge amount of power is pouring into Lolth from the silver armor. Sensing the changes in her body, a ray of excitement streaked past Lolth's beautiful eyes. What a powerful god armament! After equipping it, my combat strength is much greater than it used to be. Not hiding her joy, Lolth thanked Yang Feng. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yang Feng suddenly looked up, and numerous runes appeared in his eyes. "It seems we have a new guest." With a flash of gold light, A gold pillar of light formed in the temple, and a very handsome, endearing, blonde young man appeared in the temple. Chapter 724, Heroes Gather. Chapter 724, Heroes Gather. Translator, Zaemoj. Great god of massacre, I am god of diplomacy Avalai of Zalia Pantheon. This is the treaty of the gods drawn up by Feisuo Plane's gods. Please sign it. It is the will of all of Feisuo Plane's gods. Avalai smiled gracefully and spread his hands, and a gold scroll suddenly flew out. There are countless divine force threads linked to it. Yang Feng beckoned and grabbed the gold treaty of the gods and examined it carefully. There are several taboos written down on the gold treaty of the gods. Except for the crime of blasphemy, dealing with experts from other planes, and other extreme situations, gods are not allowed to personally participate in wars of the secular world. Gods can intervene in the secular world by using various indirect means, such as bestowing god armaments, granting power, using divine decrees to guide, copulate with ordinary people to birth God's descendants, among others. Those who violate the treaty will be attacked by all the gods of Feisuo Plane. Gods who have signed the treaty of the gods are all bound by it. Ever since the treaty of the gods was established, Feisuo Plane has been recovering from the war of the gods. Prior to the implementation of the treaty of the gods, Feisuo Plane's secular world was ravaged by the divine force of the gods, and the plane's life forms could hardly survive. At that time, the secular world's life forms prolonged their feeble existence by hiding in temples. They were in danger of being turned into petitioners at any time. Once all of secular world's life forms are turned into petitioners, the gods will lose their foundation on this plane, and will slowly weaken and even die. The gods have a long lifespan and tremendous power, but their only weakness is that they are not as free as human warlocks. Yang Feng asked with a smile, "What if I don't sign it?" Avalai replied with a smile, "We'll tell it to all the gods." Yang Feng took a deep look at Avalai, then suddenly broke into a smile and signed his name on it. "It seems I have no choice." Once Yang Feng refuses to sign the treaty of the gods, not only the two human pantheons, but also the neutral pantheons, the Elven Pantheon, the Dragon Pantheon, the Beastman Pantheon, and many other gods will become Yang Feng's enemies. Yang Feng currently does not have the power to oppose all of Feisuo Plane's gods. He can only choose to sign this treaty of the gods. Seeing this, a light of regret streaked past Avalai's eyes, and he said with a smile, "Great god of massacre, our primary god's daughter goddess of romance Mavis will have her birthday next month on the 9th. I hope you can do us the honor and participate in her birthday banquet." Yang Feng replied, "I will consider it if I have time." Avalai smiled and said, "I bid you farewell." A gold beam descended from the sky, enveloped Avalai, and teleported him out of Yang Feng's divine country. Lolth uttered, "Your Majesty, I am very experienced in wars in the secular world. Allow me to explain to you the rules of the game of wars in Feisuo Plane's secular world." New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng responded, "Okay." As the largest obstacle of Red Earth Wasteland, Lightning Fortress has already been surrounded by the armies of Morin's Empire and Titan Empire. Outside Lightning Fortress, there are barracks extending for more than 100 kilometers. Powerful auras emerge inside the barracks from time to time, as if fearsome beasts biding their time. A fleet slowly entered the barracks. In the fleet, most of the people are tall and beautiful dancers. When the fleet entered the barracks, it attracted the greedy eyes of countless soldiers. However, after the soldiers in the barracks saw a carriage with the emblem of the goddess of dance in the center of the fleet, apprehension flashed in their eyes. They don't dare to act rashly. Sitting in the carriage, Florence looked at the barracks from a window with complicated emotions. Wizard Ian, Martial Ian, god of half-blood beastmen, god of massacre Yang Feng. What a transformation! He was just an ordinary wizard at that time. But now he has become a strong divine force rank god, an enemy of the gods. The world is really fickle. When Florence met Yang Feng for the first time, Yang Feng was just a wizard from some wilderness. In order to become an aristocrat, he went to Morin's Empire's capital. At that time, the gods didn't care about Yang Feng. But now a strong divine force rank god from Xalia Pantheon and a strong divine force rank god from Titan Pantheon died at Yang Feng's hands, forcing the two pantheons to join forces and launch a holy war against Yang Feng's mortal forces. Florence, a divine chosen of goddess of dance Frederica, can't help feeling that the world is fickle. After Florence's fleet stopped, she came to the command headquarters of the Allied forces. When she entered the command headquarters of the Allied forces, Florence saw legend rank and even demigod rank heroes who became famous during the Democalypse. These human heroes were originally scattered in various regions of Morin's Empire and Titan Empire. But after receiving the call of the churches, they finally came together to serve the two empires for the sake of a chance to ascend to godhood. As if the command headquarters was partitioned into two by an invisible blade, you can see the heroes of Titan Empire staying on one side and the heroes of Morin's Empire staying on the other side. Each one of these human heroes is an unruly bigwig in their own territory. But here in the command headquarters, they have all their arrogance restrained. There are two people sitting separately in the seat of honor. One is a tall and handsome man dressed in a white priest's robe and enveloped by a white light. He is Franz, a god's descendant born from radiant primary god Prados and a princess of Morin's Empire called Barbara. The other is a burly man dressed in polar bear fur, with a full beard. He is Claude, a god's descendant born from god of Thunder Gaba and a shepherd girl named Afra. Both Franz and Claude are the most famous human heroes of the two empires. They are most formidable demigods with a terrifying physique and a trace of divinity. They also have been bestowed many blessings by the gods. Thanks to the blessings of the gods, Franz and Claude are definitely the strongest experts among the human heroes. While wielding god armaments, they may even slay some careless feeble divine force rank gods. Franz said, "Our target right now is Lightning Fortress. It is the backbone of those heretics. Break through Lightning Fortress, and the cities of the heretics in Red Earth Wasteland will be completely exposed to us. This battle is our first, and we must win it. Who is willing to act as vanguard and conquer this fortress for the great gods?" The very handsome ruby prince with red hair and eyes like a pair of beautiful rubies interrupted. "Franz, the one who performs best in this war will be awarded an intermediate divine force grade godhead and allowed to become a true god. Right?" When he said this, his eyes filled with expectation and doubt focused on Franz and Claude. An intermediate divine force rank god is a high-level existence among the gods and possesses a huge status. Even strong divine force rank gods have to consult them when taking action. It is because of the lure of the intermediate divine force grade godhead that the heroes from the two empires gathered here to serve the two empires. Otherwise, with how astute they are, they would never have come here to participate in a decisive war between the newly risen half-blood Beastman Empire and the two empires. Franz spoke, "That's right. This is what the gods promised. And not one but two. The two who perform the best will receive the qualification to promote to intermediate divine force rank gods. Additionally, there are 10 weak force grade and 48 feeble divine force grade godheads." The breathing of the human heroes in the hall became rushed, and their eyes showed traces of avarice. Gods are the most powerful and the most revered existences in Feisuo Plane. A god, even if it is a feeble divine force rank god, has a very long lifespan and enjoys a very pleasurable life. Only that, under the suppression of the gods, it is extremely difficult for Feisuo Plane to give birth to gods. There may not even be one person who promotes to a god within thousands of years. Now that there are 52 slots to advance to godhood, it immediately made the human heroes excited. The bold, 30-meter, tall giant duke, covered with queer runes, stepped forward and said, "I will be the vanguard and capture Lightning Fortress for the great gods." Franz uttered resolutely, "Okay, then you will be the first vanguards." Wearing a black wizard robe, holding a book, a handsome devil summoner with a mysterious aura smiled gracefully and said, "I am also willing to act as a vanguard and take down Lightning Fortress for the great gods. I can level Lightning Fortress in just a week. I only need 3 days. The human heroes in the command department from the two empires quarreled and fought over the vanguard slots, almost coming to blows. Chapter 725, Wiping Out the Elite Black Giant Corps. Chapter 725, wiping out the elite black giant core. Translator, Zayamoj. Outside of Lightning Fortress, banners flap in the wind, as human armies form neat phalanx formations. These are the most elite soldiers of the humans. Outside the neat phalanx formations, there are also some aristocratic private troops with unevenly matched strength, exuding a sturdy temperament. Under the influence of the planar tide, the interference of Feisuo Plane's gods in the secular world was reduced to the lowest point. At that time, a large number of abyssal fiends poured into Feisuo Plane and formed a terrifying democalypse. After the aristocrats experienced the baptism of the democalypse, all those survived are powerhouses. And even if they are not powerhouses, they have countless experts under their command. At the forefront of the human army stand 2,000 soldiers about 2 meters tall, equipped with a black full body, enchanted armor, black giant armor, a huge shield, and a large axe, arranged in a loose formation and exuding jagged and unswerving auras. These 2,000 soldiers equipped with black giant armor are the strongest elite black giant soldiers under the command of the Giant Duke. The Giant Duke is a giant human hybrid. During an adventure, he stimulated his giant bloodline and gained tremendous power. He gathered giant human hybrids together and formed the elite black giant core, had a meteoric rise during the democalypse, and established great contributions, and then was awarded the title of Duke. Each of the 2,000 soldiers have tremendous strength. Once their bloodline power is aroused, coupled with the boosts provided black giant armor, they can display level 2 or level 3 warlock rank battle prowess. While commanding this fearsome core, the Giant Duke crushed numerous fiend armies, and even decapitated an abyssal fiend baron. Sound the war drums. The Giant Duke came to the elite black giant core that he had built and shouted in a heroic tone. A tall female soldier with rough, wheat-colored skin, a ponytail, and an ordinary appearance, wearing an armor, raised a silver hammer and pounded a black war drum. Every time the female soldier beat the black war drum, black halos enveloped the black giant core soldiers. The black war drum is a demigod rank treasure named War Drum of Valor. Once it is struck continuously, it will form halos of valor enveloping the soldiers on the battlefield and stimulate their fighting spirit. The soldiers shrouded in these halos are immune to low-level mental spells. Charge, kill them all. Use their blood and bones in exchange for the honor of our homeland. Equipped with a demigod armament armor of the giant and a 2-meter-long demigod armament sword of the Giant Duke pointed at Lightning Fortress with the sword and shouted loudly, "Kill! Kill them all!" The elite black giant core soldiers roared like wild beasts and followed the Giant Duke towards Lightning Fortress. 2 armies from Titan Empire and the Morance Empire respectively attacked Lightning Fortress from 2 directions along with siege weapons. The 2 armies from the 2 empires have a total of 40,000 people. They are cannon fodder that serve to attract the attention of Lightning Fortress. The real trump is the elite black giant corps led by the Giant Duke. Fire! Dressed in a silver military uniform, looking heroic, the dark elf Joanna from Tyrannid subcontinent standing on Lightning Fortress's city wall and watching the 2 armies charge ordered coldly. Heavy artilleries within the fortress flashed, and a rain of shells dropped on the 2 armies. Boom! Boom! Amid fearsome explosions, hundreds and thousands of soldiers from the 2 empires were blown to pieces. Screams filled the 2 armies. When the soldiers of the 2 armies saw the cruel scene, their morale collapsed and they fled backwards in disorder. At this moment, in the camp of Morance Empire, an archbishop held up a holy scripture and chanted aloud. Hundreds of bishops gathered around the archbishop chanted as well. Gold ripples spread out from the holy scripture and shrouded the remaining soldiers of the 2 armies. As soon as the soldiers of the 2 armies were enveloped by the gold ripples, courage filled them, and they turned back and charged towards Lightning Fortress. Lying on a hidden platform on Lightning Fortress's city wall, Romulage aimed a Gauss sniper rifle, which is almost as long as she is tall and is full of science fiction flair, at the archbishop and calmly pulled the trigger. With a flash, divine spell shields appeared around the archbishop, and then shattered in an instant. In the next moment, the headless corpse of the archbishop fell on the ground. Seeing this scene, terror flashed in the eyes of the chanting bishops, and they escaped in different directions. Romulage grabbed the lengthened Gauss sniper rifle. Excitement flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her figure shook slightly, and she disappeared into the dark. Wonderful! This assassination secret treasure is really formidable. It suits me well. As a top assassin, Romulage has the assassination code engraved in her mind. Every time she kills an important target, she will immediately relocate to another place. She won't foolishly stay in one place. After the archbishop died, another archbishop soon came to take his place and continued to cast divine spells to enhance the fighting spirit and courage of the two armies. After several rounds of artillery fire aimed at the ordinary soldiers, under Joanna's order, the artillery fire focused on the elite Black Giant Corps. The elite Black Giant Corps soldiers nimbly avoided the bombardment of the artillery fire. From time to time, the elite Black Giant Corps soldiers would be enveloped by shock waves. But with their terrifying physiques coupled with black giant armor, they forcibly rushed out of the artillery fire. By paying a price of 200+ casualties, they appeared 100 meters away from Lightning Fortress. All-round shelling. As soon as the elite Black Giant Corps soldiers arrived at a distance 100 meters from Lightning Fortress, Joanna smiled coldly and ordered. 10,000 half-blood Beastman soldiers equipped with enhanced Gauss rifles and reinforced battle suits appeared on the city wall and fired at the elite Black Giant Corps soldiers. A dense rain of light enveloped the elite Black Giant Corps soldiers. The fearsome Gauss rifle projectiles shredded the defenses of Black Giant armor, pierced through the elite Black Giant Corps soldiers, and blasting open large holes. Under the dense rain of light, the more than 1,700 elite Black Giant Corps soldiers were torn apart and died miserably, unable to even fight back. How terrifying! What weapon is that? How can it be this fierce? Those are the elite Black Giant Corps soldiers, a most powerful infantry. Even Earth Dragon Knights are not their opponents. What's going on? How could the elite Black Giant Corps soldiers die at the hands of those weak half-blood beastmen? This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. When they saw the more than 1,700 elite Black Giant Corps soldiers easily killed by the half-blood Beastman soldiers, the powerhouses of the two empires were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. Each of the elite Black Giant Corps soldiers are at least comparable to level 2 warlocks in terms of battle prowess. 100 elite Black Giant Corps soldiers can easily break through a 10,000-strong human army. The combat power of human armies is far stronger than that of half-blood armies. But now, a half-blood army has easily killed more than 1,700 elite Black Giant Corps soldiers. This is simply shocking. freowebnovel.com. Damn it! You beasts, you dare kill my comrades. Die! Upon seeing this scene, the eyes of the giant duke turned bloodshot, and he roared, stimulated the giant bloodline inside him, and suddenly became 7 meters tall and exuded a tyrannical and overbearing aura. The demigod armaments sort of the giant and armor of the giant grew larger along with him. Joanna uttered coldly, "It's you who is going to die. Magic Cube Squad. Attack!" Silver rays gleamed, and silver armor enveloped the 20 members of the Magic Cube Squad. Exuding frightening aura, the Magic Cube Squad flew out and turned into 20 swift streams of light that shot towards the giant duke. From their bulging chests, it is evident that they are all female soldiers. The silver magic armor is called Silver Storm. As long as a connection is established with Silver Storm, then even an ordinary person can obtain demigod rank power. The 20 Magic Squad female soldiers equipped with Silver Storm exploded with demigod rank power and besieged the giant duke. 20 demigod rank powerhouses. What's going on? It hasn't been long since they took over Red Earth Wasteland. So how come they have so many demigod rank powerhouses? Where did these demigod rank powerhouses come from? When the human powerhouses watching from a distance saw the 200 female soldiers equipped with Silver Storm suddenly appear, they were stupefied and filled with shock. Chapter 726. Insta-killing Red Dragon Duke. Chapter 726. Insta-killing Red Dragon Duke. Translator, Zayamoj. Demigod powerhouses are all famous overlords of Feisuo Plane. During a planar tide, the strongest powerhouse in the surface world is at the demigod rank. Ever since Yang Feng ascended to godhood as Ian, Red Earth Wasteland has become an object of study for many forces. Countless spies sneaked into Red Earth Wasteland to investigate it. The many forces have thoroughly studied powerhouses of Red Earth Wasteland, yet they didn't find a trace of the 20 demigod rank powerhouses that suddenly emerged. The Giant Duke is indeed an experienced veteran. Facing the siege of the 20 bootleg demigod rank powerhouses, he brandished Sword of the Giant and forcibly suppressed the 20 Magic Cube Squad female soldiers. Fortunately, they only have demigod rank power but don't have the corresponding battle prowess. Looking at how weak their battle prowess are, they must lack combat experience. The human heroes watching from afar breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Suddenly, sharp, invisible ripples emerged from below and severed the Giant Duke's legs. No! The Giant Duke let out a sorrowful scream, and then the 20 female soldiers equipped with Silver Storm swung their swords and released silver rays that enveloped the Giant Duke. After a breath of time, the Giant Duke was chopped into countless pieces. The 20 female soldiers quickly grabbed the Giant Duke's body and the treasures on him and transported them back to Lightning Fortress. What happened? What was that? The Giant Duke was actually killed. When the human heroes of the two empires saw that the Giant Duke was killed in an instant, shock shimmered in their eyes. All-round shelling. A chill flashed in Joanna's beautiful eyes, and she ordered coldly. In an instant, 100,000 heavy artilleries, hidden in Lightning Fortress, fired wildly, and artillery fire enveloped the armies of the two empires. The armies of the two empires, arranged in neat phalanx formations, were engulfed in that frightening artillery fire, and thousands and tens of thousands of troops were reduced to pieces. The gate of Lightning Fortress opened, and 20 reinforced tanks rushed out of the fortress and fired at the troops of the two empires. 30,000 half-blood beastman soldiers riding electric bikes and equipped with battle suits and Gauss rifles rushed out of the fortress and followed the reinforced tanks. 200 armed helicopters flew out of Lightning Fortress, and their machine guns roared and slaughtered anything they saw on the ground. Griffin Corps. Hurry up and send Griffin Corps. Dragon Corps. Dispatch Dragon Corps. Along with the roars of high-ranking generals of the two empires, 200-plus Griffin Knights and 300-plus Dragon Knights flew out from the rear. How can this be? Griffin Corps is an elite corps composed of 10,000 people. How come there are only these few people remaining? What's going on with Dragon Corps? Where are the rest? Seeing their trump card suddenly turn into this, the high-ranking generals of the two empires are stunned and cannot believe their eyes. Ashen-faced, Franz gritted his teeth and explained, "Damn it, our Griffin Corps and Dragon Corps were hit by the artillery barrage fired by those damn half-blood beastmen. Only these few people barely survived." Griffin Corps and Dragon Corps were arranged 25 kilometers away from the battlefield. This is regarded as a safe distance in Feisuo Plane. In front of these two flying corps, there are the barracks of the two empires filled with countless experts. It is virtually impossible to attack them. Franz never expected that the enhanced heavy artilleries would have a range of tens of kilometers. Before the elite Griffin Corps and Dragon Corps soldiers could display their skill, they were crushed under the terrifying artillery bombardment. The armed helicopters fired numerous air-to-air missiles that blasted into the Griffin Corps and Dragon Corps soldiers. Boom! 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 The Griffin Corps and Dragon Corps soldiers were torn apart by terrifying missile bombardment. Temple Knights charge. Blessed with various divine spells and equipped with enchanted armors, the Temple Knights roared in anger and launched a charge towards the tanks. The automatic Gauss machine guns mounted on the tanks roared and blasted the charging Templar Knight to pieces. Even if some slipped through the cracks, they were shot by the half-blood beastman soldiers around the tanks. Break! Accompanied by a furious roar, a deputy commander of Temple Knights with short blonde hair and exuding pinnacle legend rank aura shot out from between the rain of light, appeared in front of a reinforced tank, and slashed out with his sword, and a half-moon sword ray slammed into the front armor of the reinforced tank. The half-moon sword ray only cut open a 30-centimeter deep gash on the front armor of the reinforced tank. A look of despair flashed in the eyes of the deputy commander of the Temple Knights, and he shouted, "How is this possible? This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. A pinnacle legend rank sword saint can cut through almost anything. They can wound and even slay a demigod rank powerhouse. Yet he didn't manage to cut the reinforced tank in two with a single trike, causing his conviction to collapse and despair to take over his mind. The half-blood beastman soldiers around the reinforced tank fired at the pinnacle sword saint from their Gauss rifles. The dense rain of light enveloped the sword saint in a flash. In an instant, the deputy commander of the Temple Knights was torn to pieces. Next, his remains were ran over by the tank. The charging Temple Knights collapsed under the integrated assault of the half-blood beastmen. There are a lot of powerhouses among the Temple Knight, including nearly 100 sword saints. They managed to kill nearly 1,000 half-blood beastman soldiers. But in the end, they were still blasted into dregs by the half-blood beastman soldiers. Under the attack of half-blood beastman Empire, the allied forces of Morin's Empire and Titan Empire collapsed at once and suffered heavy casualties. Ha! Everyone, attack! Now is the time for us to display our strength. Eyes shot with blood, the Red Dragon Duke smiled excitedly, chanted an incantation, pointed at the sky, and cast the demigod-grade spell Dragon Covenant. A huge portal appeared in the sky, and one giant red dragon exuding evil aura after another flew out of the portal. A total of 21 adult red dragons flew out from the portal, and there is even a Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient red dragon. In Feisuo Plane, heroes possess tremendous strength. A hero can reverse the flow of war and help a weaker side win. The Red Dragon Duke has a fearsome trump card that can reverse the flow of war, and that is the legendary spell Dragon Covenant. 21 red dragons plus 1 Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient red dragon can even slay a demigod rank opponent. Gazing at the Red Dragon Duke, the ancient red dragon said in a booming voice, "Roji, have you prepared the sacrifice?" "I have, Sir Gun. Here is what I have prepared for you." The Red Dragon Duke has just put his hand into a pocket when bright light flashed and his head burst apart. His headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Killed another one. This one looks to be the Red Dragon Duke. It's really exciting. This weapon is great. In Lightning Fortress, Romulage, who has cast the spell Eagle Eyes on herself, smiled excitedly and licked the enhanced Gauss sniper rifle in her hands. Her figure fluttered, and she disappeared into the dark. When Red Dragon Duke died, the 21 red dragons in as well as the Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient red dragon gun trembled and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Their vitality was severely damaged. At the same time, the portal disappeared. Dragons won't rashly sign a dragon covenant with other people, because once the person who signed the dragon covenant dies, the respective dragons will be severely injured and will even have their lifespan shortened. Since dragons have a long lifespan, they naturally aren't willing to sign such a covenant with ordinary humans. The Red Dragon Duke obtained a god armament and paid a huge price before the greedy red dragons signed the dragon covenant. Of course, every time those greedy red dragons are summoned, the Red Dragon Duke has to pay a huge price. Now that the Red Dragon Duke died, the 21 dragons who signed the dragon covenant with him suffered from a backlash and were seriously injured. The dense Gauss machine gun barrage enveloped the 21 red dragons. The 21 red dragons have just received damage from the backlash when they were punched full of huge bloody holes. Despite the astonishing defensive property, their scales with cannot block the Gauss rifle barrage. "We are red dragons from Dragon Island." Before the demigod rank ancient red dragon could finish speaking, it was hit by countless Gauss rifle projectiles, and countless fist-sized bloody holes appeared on its body, including its wings, and it fell to the ground. 3 reinforced tanks adjusted their aim, their muzzles flashed with flame tongues, and they fired 3 shells that slammed into the demigod rank ancient red dragon and blasted it to pieces. Chapter 727, Defeating the Allied Forces. Chapter 727, Defeating the Allied Forces. Translator, Zayamoj. When the human heroes saw this scene, their faces turned ashen, and dread flashed past their eyes. The demigod rank ancient red dragon can contend against any one of them. But as soon as the ancient red dragon appeared, it was killed by the half-blood beastman army, making the blood of the human heroes run cold. Franz said loudly, Let's attack together. These half-blood beastmen are the most frightening enemy we have ever encountered. Even the abyssal fiends aren't as scary as they are. I will launch our strongest stump card as well. At this moment, a 1,000-meter-tall giant god soldier exuding close to feeble divine force rank fluctuations of power and engraved with countless runes rose in Morinth's Empire's camp. This is the final trump camp of Morinth's Empire. In Titan Empire camp, a 200-meter-long ancient dragon engraved with countless runes opened its eyes, and close to feeble divine force rank fluctuations of power spread from it. Black rays shone, and hundreds of legend-rank specter dragons suddenly appeared beside the ancient dragon and unleashed fearsome might. Morinth's Empire's giant god soldier and Titan Empire's ancient dragon are the final trump cards of the two empires. Both the giant god soldier and the ancient dragon possess terrifying power. If careless, even feeble divine force rank gods will die at their hands. A dense rain of light beams slammed into the giant god soldier and set off ripples on the surface of its body. Countless shells and missiles barreled towards the ancient dragon and detonated before they could reach it. They couldn't get within 10 meters of the ancient dragon. Giant god soldier. Our Morinth's Empire's giant god soldier is absolutely invincible. Haha! Shitty half-blood beastmen. You're dead. Within Morinth's Empire's camps, many generals looked at the mountain-like giant god soldier with excitement and fanaticism in their eyes. The giant god soldier is a treasure the founder of Morinth's Empire obtained. It is a weapon the 7th Warlock Dynasty, Magic Note Dynasty developed, and even ordinary people can use it. The founder of Morinth's Empire relied on giant god soldier and various god armament he obtained by luck to rise above countless powerhouses in battle and finally establish Morinth's Empire. At this moment, in the center of Lightning Fortress, a 100-meter-long artillery engraved with countless mysterious runes, with a 3,900 mm caliber appeared. Countless rays of light gleamed, and the huge artillery drained the energy of countless magic stones and magic cores. All of a sudden, a fearsome beam shot out and blasted into the giant god soldier's energy core at its central position at once. Boom! The energy core of the giant god soldier was instantly blasted to pieces, and a terrifying explosion swept in all directions. Hundreds of soldiers around the giant god soldier were swept by the explosion as well and suffered heavy casualties. Destroyed. Our giant god soldier was destroyed. When Morinth's Empire's powerhouses saw that the giant god soldier was destroyed, despair flashed in their eyes. After the shot was fired, hundreds of half-blood beastman soldiers bringing a large number of magic stones and magic cores quickly cleaned the dust and installed the magic stones and magic cores on the huge artillery. The ancient dragon flapped its wings and, under the protection of the hundreds of specter dragons, rose into the air and fought with the armed helicopters. The hundreds of specter dragons are extremely fast, and they can fire fearsome dragon breath. As soon as they went into battle, they destroyed the armed helicopters in the sky one after another. The sound of explosions rang in the sky non-stop, and numerous armed helicopter debris splashed around. At the same time, groups of specter dragons filled with negative energy shot to the ground. Despite being equipped with battle suits, the half-blood beastman soldiers were instantly corroded and turned into weird corpses when they were hit by the specter dragon's dragon breath. Claude roared, "Follow me to destroy that huge artillery. Don't give it a chance to recharge." With a 2-meter-long god armament blade of courage in hand, Claude erupted with demigod rank aura. His body expanded by a size, and he shot towards Lightning Fortress at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Powerful auras rose from the back, and a black dragon, a devil, a fiend, and other formidable extraordinary life forms appeared in the camps of the two empires. Each of the human heroes used their trump cards and displayed frightening power. These human heroes are junior demigod rank powerhouses at the weakest and pinnacle demigod rank powerhouses at the strongest. Within Morinth's Empire's camp, hundreds of powerhouses, with angel wings on their back, flew out. These powerhouses are fully integrated with angels, and they possess legend rank cultivation base. There are even 10 people who are demigod rank powerhouses among them. Within Titan Empire camp, 30-plus priests emitted demigod rank fluctuations of power. They are peerless powerhouses who fully integrated with martyrs. Close to 100 demigod rank powerhouses have gathered here. Even if a god's avatar appeared here, they would be slayed by the close to 100 demigod rank powerhouses. Sensing the changes in the surroundings, the human heroes relaxed and gazed at Lightning Fortress with excitement in their eyes. Although the conventional armies of the two empires have suffered heavy casualties and have collapsed, but the close to 100 demigod rank powerhouses possess the terrifying power to reverse the situation. Follow me. Kill. Claude screamed excitedly and charged forward. But halfway through his roar, he saw half-blood beastman female soldiers equipped with Silver Storm fly out of Lightning Fortress in an endless stream, and he became distracted. Exuding demigod rank fluctuations of power, the female soldiers equipped with Silver Storm number 10,000 individuals. Demigod rank powerhouses. 10,000. 10,000 demigod rank powerhouses? How is it possible? How do we fight 10,000 demigod rank powerhouses? When they saw the great number of half-blood beastman female soldiers equipped with Silver Storm in the sky, the human demigod rank powerhouses were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Numerous female soldiers pounced on the ancient dragon and the hundreds of specter dragons. Brilliant sword rays cut through space as 1,000 female soldiers besieged the hundreds of legend-rank specter dragons. TH's most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. Those female soldiers equipped with Silver Storm are the elites who received rigorous combat training. Although they cannot wield demigod rank power with great precision, but by relying on their numerical advantage, they slayed the specter dragons one by one. Besieged by 1,000 half-blood beastman female soldiers, cracks appeared all over the ancient dragon's body. The female soldiers also suffered severe injuries from time to time. Whenever they are seriously injured, they will turn into a stream of silver light and shoot towards Lightning Fortress. The Silver Storm Magic Cube has an autosave function installed. Once the user's life is in danger, the unit will take the user out of the battlefield and return to a designated location. The other 8,000 female soldiers flew towards the demigod rank powerhouses of the two empires. With a flash of red light, the Ruby Prince entered the ground and fled into the distance. As soon as the Ruby Prince fled, the rest of the human heroes also conjured various secret methods and fled towards the distance. Escape when the situation is far from being encouraging. If the human heroes didn't understand this, they would have died in the democalypse and turned into a pile of bones. As soon as the human heroes, who are the cornerstone of the allied forces, escaped, the armies of the two empires crumbled completely. Only a few true believer and fanatic rank priests fought with the half-blood beastman female soldiers wearing Silver Storm. Free web novel The CEO. After the female soldiers killed all the remaining powerhouses, they immediately returned to Lightning Fortress to replenish energy and rest. After all, most of the female soldiers are ordinary half-blood beastmen. Using Silver Storm is a huge burden on them. Under the attack of Lightning Fortress's 200,000 half-blood beastman mechanized troops, the elite armies of the two empires were completely routed. The casualties of the two empires mounted to more than 1 million troops. At the same time, upwards of 500,000 troops surrendered to Yang Feng. Yang Feng's army took this opportunity to attack Morin's Empire and Titan Empire. As if crushing dry weeds, they easily captured the cities before them. Large areas of Morin's Empire and Titan Empire fell into Yang Feng's hands. All races in Feisuo Plane were shocked by the result of this war. Before the war, no one was optimistic about Yang Feng's prospects. After all, Yang Feng's forces in the secular world were established not too long ago. They lack in terms of foundation and number of powerhouses. Both Morin's Empire and Titan Empire are human empires with countless powerhouses, and they have the guidance of the respective pantheons in the background. But the outcome of the war was that the two empires were defeated, and their elites were almost completely wiped out. This naturally caused a huge sensation. Chapter 728, Seeking Peace. Chapter 728, Seeking Peace. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng's Divine Country, in the Temple of the God of Massacre. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng is sitting in a soft litter, while Shirley, Susan, and a dozen plus beautiful dark elven and half-blood beastman girls are kneel sitting aside and are massaging him and peeling fruits for him. Yang Feng's god clone is hidden in the depths of the temple and continues to comprehend the law of massacre and the ruler of the night's law of night. For ordinary strong divine force rank gods, they pursue the purity of divine authority and laws due to the glimmer of hope of promoting to the mighty divine force rank. Yang Feng wants to increase the fighting power of his god clone. He isn't eager to promote his god clone to a mighty divine force rank existence. Two beautiful half-blood beastman Xuanhuan girls with a pair of swan wings growing on their back are dancing in the center of the hall, and beautiful music is playing in the background. With a fragrance wafting out from her, Shirley chuckled, blew gently into Yang Feng's ear, and said coquettishly, "Big brother, they don't dance as well as I and my sister do. When we are by ourselves, I and my sister will dance for you. Okay?" Yang Feng smiled and responded, "Okay." A flirtatious look in her eyes, Susan pressed her plump breasts against Yang Feng's arm and said coquettishly, "Why don't you let them take their leave now, big brother?" "Certainly." Yang Feng smiled heartily, hugged the twin sisters Shirley and Susan, and kissed them. The twin goddesses Shirley and Susan are a pair of wonderful creatures that Lolth cultivated painstakingly. After Yang Feng got a taste of them, he was deeply attracted by them. He dotes on them very much. Unfortunately, some guest has arrived. Yang Feng raised his brows slightly and slapped his hands, and muslins immediately appeared and covered the charming bodies of the dozen-plus beautiful women. The two beautiful Xuanhuan girls quickly flew over to the litter and knelt down to one side. With a flash of gold light, God of Diplomacy Avalai appeared in the center of the hall. Yang Feng looked at Avalai with an enigmatic smile and said, "Avalai, we meet again." Avalai swept the bodies of the twin goddesses Shirley and Susan with his gaze and revealed a trace of fascination, and then immediately saluted Yang Feng and uttered, "Great god of massacre, I came to discuss peace with you. We hope that you stop the war in the secular world and restore peace." Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked his finger, and a list of materials flew out and landed in Avalai's hand. "No problem. As long as Zalia Pantheon provides me with the materials on this list, I will restore peace." By relying on magic cube armors, Yang Feng's army in the secular world defeated Morant's Empire and Titan Empire in one fell swoop, shocking the entire Feisuo Plane. At the same time, this left the other races and pantheons uneasy. If Yang Feng's army is allowed to attack unchecked, it is entirely possible that Feisuo Plane's secular world will be razed. This is something that the other races and pantheons do not want to see. If Yang Feng insists on fighting, the other races and pantheons that have maintained neutrality may side with Morant's Empire and Titan Empire. Aware of this, Yang Feng chose to accept the proposal of peace of Morant's Empire and Titan Empire. Avalai took a look at the list of materials and secretly released a sigh of relief. This is a list of materials for a top angel pool. Angel pool is a god armament that every god will do their best to build. Only by establishing an angel pool can the gods transform the souls of believers into battle angels. However, the establishment of an angel pool requires a lot of precious materials. Many of the materials only exist in astral boundary. In Feisuo Plane, only powerful gods have the financial means to build angel pools. Feeble divine force rank gods like God of Kobolds and the God of Vampires, gods who don't possess a divine country, fundamentally cannot produce angels. In theory, as long as you have an angel pool and a holy grade soul, it is possible to create a blazing angel. Even if it is a feeble divine force rank god, if they possess an angel pool, they can obtain a blazing angel far stronger than them to boot. While humans attacked another plane, there was a bright world warlock who was besieged and killed by a feeble divine force rank god's 7 blazing angels. Avalai said respectfully, "As you wish, we will prepare these materials for you." Yang Feng looked meaningfully at Avalai and said indifferently, "By the way, I appreciate very much the divine chosen Florence of the goddess of dance." Avalai smiled and said, "Yes, I think she will be very happy to come serve you." If Yang Feng fancied a certain goddess of Zalia Pantheon, Avalai would have to go back and consult with the other gods. However, a mere divine chosen, even if it is the divine chose the goddess of dance dotes on the most, but in the eyes of the gods, she is just a plaything that can be given away casually. When Yang Feng saw that Avalai readily agreed to his request, a complicated feeling surged inside him. This is the power of authority. If I stop moving forward, then the person who will be given up and sacrificed at will might be me. When he first arrived at Feisuo Plane, Yang Feng was just a level 2 warlock. At that time, Florence was already a divine chosen with an honorable and respected status. But now, with a few words from Yang Feng, Xalia Pantheon will offer her to him without hesitation. This shows that the gap in status between the two has undergone an earth-shaking reversal. If Yang Feng was only satisfied with being an ordinary aristocrat in Morin's empire, it would be impossible for him to take Florence as his wife. Someone else has come as well. Yang Feng beckoned, and gold light shone in the center of the hall. A handsome young man with blue hair and dressed in clothing with a crude sense of aesthetics appeared in the hall. The handsome young man swept Avalai with a glance, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He bowed deeply towards Yang Feng and said, "Mighty god of massacre, I am Titan Pantheon's god of envoys Schiller. It's an honor to meet you." Yang Feng spoke coldly. "What brings you here? Speak." Schiller replied respectfully. "We gods of Titan Pantheon were previously instigated by a vile character, which resulted in an unpleasant development between our sides. I came this time in the hopes of smoothing things over and restoring peace between our forces in the secular world." A trace of excitement in her beautiful eyes, Shirley transmitted via a spell. "Big brother, can you let us take charge of the negotiations? As long as you give us a bottom line, we will definitely be able to fulfill the task." Much like the negotiations in the secular world, negotiations between gods require intrigues, many discussions, and dogged fights over interests. Now that Yang Feng's army in the secular world defeated the armies of the two empires, it is an excellent opportunity to profiteer. Shirley really wants to showcase her talent under such circumstances. Shirley and Susan are not only proficient in all kinds of pillow talk techniques, but are also expert at political intrigues. At the same time, they have outstanding abilities in all aspects. Some feeble divine force gods are not their opponents in battle. Not reconciled with just becoming Yang Feng's favorite playthings, they want to gain more status. Yang Feng smiled and said, "Okay, you and your sister are in charge of the negotiations with Titan Pantheon." "Thank you, big brother." "I love you, big brother." There was a flash of delight in the beautiful eyes of Shirley and Susan, and they each gave Yang Feng a light kiss on the cheek. Next, Shirley and Susan carried out the negotiations with Schiller on the spot. Standing aside, Avalai saw Shirley and Susan force Schiller to sign one unfair treaty after another, and his blood ran cold at once. Although Shirley and Susan are not as good as the god of diplomacy and negotiations, but they have a huge advantage, that is, Yang Feng's army in the secular world has defeated the coalition forces of the two empires. On this basis, no matter how Schiller struggles, he still has to take concessions again and again. In the end, Schiller agreed to give Yang Feng the materials to build 2 top angel pools before the two parties finally signed a peace treaty. The gods in the starry sky determine the start and end of wars. After Yang Feng signed the peace treaty with the 2 human pantheons, his army in the surface world stopped all offensive activities and began various constructions. At the same time, the forces under Yang Feng's control converged to form Holy Moon Empire. The Emperor of Holy Moon Empire is Yang Feng, and the Empress is the half-blood beastman Catherine. Holy Moon Empire is a mixed state of humans and half-blood beastmen. Originally, half-blood beastmen had no good impression of humans. But after learning about Yang Feng's history, they accepted the humans of Red Earth Wasteland. After all, Yang Feng is also a human. If the half-blood beastmen don't accept humans, then once they are abandoned by Yang Feng, their glory will be ruined, and they will be reduced to the lowest existences in Feisuo Plane again. Yang Feng is a god and cannot take charge of an empire at all times. As such, Holy Moon Empire's de facto regent is Catherine. In the future, Holy Moon Empire will be reigned by God's descendants with Yang Feng's bloodline. Chapter 729, Shocking Huang Iha. Chapter 729, Shocking Huang Iha. Translator, Zayamoj. Teacher has something urgent to discuss with me. Bright Moon Province, a small warlock group's headquarters. In a secret room, a jade card suddenly flew out from Yang Feng and radiated dazzling light. He looked at the jade card and showed a thoughtful expression. After he spent a nice time in Feisuo Plane, Yang Feng's true body returned to Bright Moon Province to enter secluded cultivation. Sangji Plane is a super grade 1 plane where the Eternal was born. So far, human warlocks haven't discovered any other super grade 1 planes other than Sangji Plane. Since the laws of heaven and earth in Sangji Plane are much richer and stronger than in other planes, it is easier for human warlocks to practice cultivation in Sangji Plane than on any other plane. Thus Yang Feng returned to Sangji Plane to practice cultivation. As one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, Bright Moon Province contains far richer life magic energy than other places. This is why Yang Feng came to Bright Moon Province. Ligui Province is a restricted area for Infinity Warlocks. After he obtained Fate Algorithm, Yang Feng vaguely felt that it would be very dangerous if he continued to stay in Ligui Province. So he left Ligui Province, which is a place filled with wicked aura. Before long, Yang Feng turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the headquarters. Overlord Sea is a sea that belongs to the sphere of influence of Lan Imperial Court of the 3 Merfolk Imperial Courts. The headquarters of Lan Imperial Court are located in Overlord Sea. Overlord Sea is a place in Sangji Place that human warlocks can't mess with. Even if it is an Infinity Warlock, they will be directly put down by Lan Imperial Court's powerhouses if they act presumptuously in Overlord Sea. Land belongs to human warlocks, sea belongs to merfolk. Except for the 8 Warlock Dynasty ages, human warlocks simply cannot conquer the vast seas and make the merfolk bow their heads. Overlord Sea, in a remote red coral reef, there is a scarlet blood sea snake swimming quietly. When the scarlet blood sea snake hit a black boulder in the red coral reef, a strange scene took place. The surface of the black boulder warped and formed a huge maw that engulfed the scarlet blood sea snake. Drawn into the huge maw, the scarlet blood sea snake crossed narrow passages one after another, and queer black runes appeared on its body one after another. The space distorted, and the scarlet blood sea snake suddenly appeared in an extremely wide space with rich life magic energy. The space is filled with exquisite palaces, and human warlocks can be seen everywhere. As soon as the scarlet blood sea snake appeared in this space, it blurred and transformed into Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the surroundings and exclaimed, "They opened a space in the deep sea giant space beast. No wonder Demon Hunting Division can't find any traces of our Battle Demon Sex disciples. This is a huge space that Battle Demon Sex human warlocks opened in the body of a glorious sun warlock rank deep sea giant space beast by using heaven-defying alchemy and all kinds of incredible spatial spells. This huge space is filled with outrageously powerful life magic energy. Although it cannot compare to the original headquarters of Battle Demon Sect, but the speed of practicing cultivation here is still much higher than in other places. The deep-sea giant space beast hides in an area of Overlord Sea 30,000 meters below the sea level. From time to time it moves to hunt. Even though Great Cloud Dynasty's Demon Hunting Division's powerhouses are proficient in tracking spells, but they don't dare to come here and act presumptuously. That's right. Sangji Plane is the root and the ultimate home of us human warlocks. In any case, it is impossible for us to completely give up Sangji Plane. Following a soft sigh, the space in front of Yang Feng warped, and Huang Iha appeared in front of him. Yang Feng bowed to Huang Iha and said, "Greetings, teacher. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.com." Huang Iha glanced at Yang Feng, and then his face suddenly froze, and his eyes flashed with doubt. After hesitating for a while, he asked, curious, "Fenger, how far have you practiced cultivation? Why can't I see through your cultivation base?" Yang Feng answered calmly, "Teacher, I have practiced cultivation to the Junior Bright World Warlock rank." Shocked, Huang Iha was exclaimed, Junior Bright World Warlock. How is this possible?" After Yang Feng's soul aptitude was promoted to superior level 8, Huang Iha understood that Yang Feng would promote to a glorious sun warlock without suspense, and he would even have a very high possibility of promoting to a bright world warlock. But as a powerhouse who formed a virtual world, Huang Iha understands how difficult it is for warlocks treading the strongest warlock path to advance. A powerhouse who has formed a virtual world inside them is like a huge bottomless pit that devours massive amounts of resources. Except for Yang Feng, none of Huang Iha's personal disciples have formed a virtual world. And that is because the resources needed to form a virtual world are too great. Moreover, the promotion to a bright world warlock from a glorious sun warlock constitutes a huge barrier that countless geniuses are stuck at, unable to break through. The success rate of the glorious sun warlocks promoting to bright world warlocks is only slightly higher than that of bright world warlocks promoting to infinity warlocks. In order to advance to a bright world warlock, Huang Iha has suffered immensely. He has gone to countless planes to adventure. It took him 700 years to promote to a bright world warlock from a quasi-bright world warlock. The speed of Yang Feng's progress made Huang Iha feel like he, who has always been called a peerless genius, is an ordinary person, and envy welled up inside him involuntarily. After a moment, Huang Iha laughed excitedly. Great! Great! That's really great! Bright world warlock! Haha! To be able to nurture a bright world warlock, I could not be happier. Yang Feng asked, Teacher, why did you call me here this time? Huang Iha responded with an excited smile. A resource astral body of ours in Astral Boundary has been targeted by Red Rage Plane's Heart of Fury and Submerged Tomb Plane's Graveyard of the Dead. We have already fought against the powerhouses of the two planes several times on that resource astral body, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. In the end, it was decided that we'll determine the ownership of the resource astral body through a competition between genius disciples under our command. You are my most remarkable disciple, so I plan to let you take part in the competition and teach a good lesson to the genius disciples of the two planes. Yang Feng asked, curious. But since I have already promoted to a bright world warlock, can I even participate in this competition? Huang Iha responded with an excited smile. In this competitions, all disciples under the age of 300 can participate. Huang Iha patted his head and smiled excitedly, saying, Oh, that's right, Fenger. Make a trip to Battle Demon Plane, to Battle Demon Sect's headquarters. In the headquarters, there is 9-story dazzling light pagoda the founder of our sect has left behind. It is a magic pagoda that serves to test the genius disciples of our sect. Disciples under 300 years old can enter it and participate in the trial by fire. No one has ever reached the 9th floor. At most, there only has been a disciples who reached the 7th floor. If it is you, you might be able to enter the 9th floor. In the 9th floor, there must be treasures left by the founder of our sect. Yang Feng uttered, Yes, teacher. The Grade 4 plane Battle Demon Plane is the foundation of Battle Demon Sect. In Battle Demon Plane, Battle Demon Sect has 3 strong divine force rank gods guarding it, making the plane's defenses virtually invulnerable. In Battle Demon Plane, Battle Demon Sect's headquarters is a legendary holy land where gods reside. In the center of Battle Demon Plane, there is a continent floating high in the clouds, floating 100,000 meters above ground. That floating continent is Battle Demon Sect's headquarters. In the center of the floating continent, there are multiple peaks, each of which has multiple palaces constructed atop of them. That is the headquarters of Battle Demon Sect. The headquarters of Battle Demon Sect cover an area of thousands of hectares. In a huge square paved with white jade and engraved with countless runes, there are 2 distinct groups of people. One group is comprised of Battle Demon Plane's warlock geniuses. The other group is composed of Sangji Plane's warlock geniuses. Under the leadership of their respective leaders, the 2 sides are eyeing each other. The atmosphere here is rather tense. As the origin of Battle Demon Sect, Sangji Plane has birthed countless powerhouses of Battle Demon Sect. All the other branches of Battle Demon Sect in different planes respect Sangji Plane's branch. Bai Wuqing used ruthless methods to remove the 10 great sects and force them out of Sangji Plane. The headquarters of Sangji Plane's Battle Demon Sect branch was thus relocated to Battle Demon Plane, resulting in a tense situation. Battle Demon Plane is a Grade 4 plane rich in resources. However, there are many warlocks who have come from Sangji Plane. Moreover, the resources Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks consume to practice cultivation are huge. Now that Sangji Plane's warlocks have arrived, They took away a share of Battle Demon Plane's warlocks. This of course put both sides at odds. In the center of the huge white jade square, there is a large arena, inside which there are two warlocks fighting. After a long stalemate, a warlock issued a roar, stimulated the bloodline power inside him, and turned into a 100-meter-long astral python covered in runes, and with 8 weird eyes. The 8 weird eyes of the astral python fired green rays that slammed into the other warlock. The other warlock swayed and fell to the ground. The astral python suddenly changed back into the human form. The barrier around the large arena disappeared, and a series of healing spells instantly fell on the warlock who has fallen on the ground and saved him. A handsome young man wearing a silver-white warlock robe, holding a folding fan, with heroic features and an unearthly temperament looked at an enchanting girl, who has long black hair, a tall and curvaceous figure, slender legs, a heroic temperament, on the other side and said with a smile, "Junior disciple Sister Jing, it's 9 wins, 6 losses, and 1 draw, we won." Chapter 730 Struggle in Battle Demon Sect. Chapter 730 Struggle in Battle Demon Sect. Translator, Zayamoj. The young man wearing a silver-white warlock robe is Ding Longjiang, the eldest senior disciple brother of Battle Demon Plane's Battle Demon Sect's headquarters. His teacher is one of the 3 strong divine force rank gods of Battle Demon Plane, God of War Xing Rintu. The girl with long black hair and a heroic temperament, exuding self-confidence and charm, is Jing Xiefeng, a personal disciple of Yu Wuxian of Cangji Plane's Battle Demon Sect's 4 great elders. Since Yuan-Yi and other powerhouses are either lurking in Cangji Plane or are adventuring in other planes, Jing Xiefeng is in charge of things in Battle Demon Plane. Jing Xiefeng said lightly, "Why are you in such a hurry? Our true disciples haven't fought yet. The resources of Battle Demon Plane cannot compare to the resources of a greater province of Cangji Plane. In Battle Demon Plane, competition over resources is fierce. As such, Battle Demon Plane's low-level disciples have far richer fighting experience than Cangji Plane's. However, as Yu Wuxian's personal disciple, Jing Xiefeng is a powerhouse who has gone through countless battles. She is able to represent the true combat power of Cangji Plane's Battle Demon Sect." Ding Longjiang smiled gently and said, "It is not us who will fight with the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, but the disciples under 300 years old. Let's select our best seedlings to enter 9-story dazzling light pagoda to compete. This way it won't strain our relationship. After all, we're all disciples of Battle Demon Sect, so there is no need to make our relationship tense. Follow current TNOVLS on freewebvel.com. The 2 factions of Battle Demon Sect are clashing in order to determine the quota to fight the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead. The disciples who will fight the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead will get a lot of resources. At the same time, this will also affect the resource allocation for disciples from Battle Demon Plane and Cangji Plane, which is why the powerhouses from both factions assign so much importance to this. Warlock cultivation is inseparable from cultivation resources. Without cultivation resources, no matter how talented you are, it will be difficult to get ahead. And as long as you have sufficient resources and work hard, then even if you are talentless, you can become a powerhouse. Of course, if a talentless person wants to grow into a powerhouse, it'll require the consumption of more than 1,000 times as much resources as a talented person would require. Naturally, sects are more willing to cultivate talented rather than talentless people. Jing Xiefeng hesitated for a while, then nodded and agreed, "Okay, since it's them who are going to fight, then it should be a competition between them." Although the disciples of the 2 factions don't really see eye to eye, but their main conflict lies in the allocation of resources. It isn't an irreconcilable feud. In the past, many warlocks from Battle Demon Plane have gone to Cangji Plane, gained experience, and became part of the upper echelon of Cangji Plane's Battle Demon Sect. Of Battle Demon Sect's 4 great elders, Eugene Gang is a genius who came from Battle Demon Plane. Moreover, both Ding Longjiang and Jing Xiefeng have many friends in Cangji Plane and Battle Demon Plane respectively. Although they have to come forward as representatives of their respective factions, but their personal relationship is good. They even work together to complete several missions. These are our 2 junior disciple brothers and 1 junior disciple sister. They are Qi Jiang, Jing Wuyan, and Huai Bingping. Ding Longjiang clapped his hands. Then the space behind him warped, and 2 boys and a girl walked out. The 2 boys are handsome and have extraordinary temperaments. At first glance, they look like elites. They exude pinnacle moonlight warlock rank aura. The girl is wearing a gorgeous silver-white palace dress. Her skin is snow-white. Her features are exquisite, and her beautiful eyes are full of pride and self-confidence. When Jing Xiefeng saw the girl dressed in a silver-white gorgeous palace dress, her complexion suddenly flickered, and she exclaimed, "Junior Glorious Sun Warlock." She's actually a Junior Glorious Sun Warlock. There are countless geniuses in Battle Demon Secretary, but most of the warlocks under the age of 300 are only Starry Sky warlocks. Anyone able to advance to a Moonlight Warlock at the age of 300 is already considered a genius among geniuses. This Huai Bingping has already promoted to a Glorious Sun Warlock before the age of 300. Even though it's only the Junior Glorious Sun Warlock rank, but she's already considered to be a freakish geniuses. It should be noted that most of Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 7 stars are over 500 years old. Ding Longjiang smiled and said, "Yes, Junior Disciple Sister Huai is the most outstanding genius of the young generation on our side. I heard that there are 2 great geniuses in the young generation in Sangji Plane's headquarters, namely Junior Disciple Brother Yang Feng and Junior Disciple Sister Shi Shui. I wonder if we can take a look at them." Yang Feng and Shi Shui are legends of Battle Demon Sect's younger generation. Shi Shui is a genuine peerless genius whose cultivation progresses by leaps and bounds, with almost no bottleneck. Before losing contact with Battle Demon Sect, Yang Feng, relying on his own effort, has already become a Moonlight Warlock. He overwhelmed the numerous supreme talents of Sangji Plane's Western world. Although Battle Demon Plane's Warlock geniuses are proud and arrogant, but they are aware that the Warlock geniuses from Sangji Plane's Western world are definitely not simple characters. For Yang Feng to be able to crush them, he must be extremely powerful and should not be underestimated. Huai Bingping looked at Jing Xiefeng expectantly, filled with fighting spirit. She has been called a genius since she was a child, and she is indeed as dazzling as a genius. It only took her less than 300 years to promote to a Glorious Sun Warlock. Prideful, she naturally isn't convinced of the greatness of Yang Feng and Shi Shui. A complicated look in her beautiful eyes, Jing Xiefeng said, "Junior Disciple Brother Yang Feng and Junior Disciple Sister Shi Shui are true supreme talents. Their whereabouts are unknown, and I can't reach them either. Otherwise, if they went to fight, our Battle Demon Sect would surely be able to defeat the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead." Qi Jiang said proudly, "Senior Disciple Sister Jing, Junior Disciple Brother Yang Feng and Junior Disciple Sister Shi Shui are brimming with talent and have extraordinary combat power. They are indeed the future stars of our Battle Demon Sect. However, it hasn't been long since they have promoted to Moonlight Warlocks. If it comes to combat strength, they may not be our opponents." Both Yang Feng and Shi Shui possess superior level 8. Battle Demon Sect doesn't know that he broke through the Godman boundary. Soul aptitude. This kind of soul aptitude is simply tyrannical. In the entire Battle Demon Sect, no one else has such a tyrannical soul aptitude. Although Qi Jiang is extremely proud, but he also understands that Yang Feng's future achievements will be far greater than his own. But for the time being, he has the confidence to defeat Yang Feng. After all, he has entered the Moonlight Warlock realm more than 150 years ago. During the past 150 years, he has worked hard on cultivation and never slackened for even a day. If Yang Feng were here, except for Junior Disciple Sister Huai, you would not be his opponents. The space distorted, and 3 young-looking warlocks, a girl and 2 boys, walked out. It is Zhang Hanshan, Zhuo Yifan, and Zhou Feng. When Zhang Hanshan heard Qi Jiang's words, she couldn't help but refute them. Zhuo Yifan and Zhou Feng nodded and came to Jing Xiefeng's side with Zhang Hanshan. Zhang Hanshan and the other 2 are currently the most outstanding Moonlight Warlocks in Battle Demon Sect's younger generation from Sangji Plane. Most other Moonlight Warlocks are over 300 years old. Qi Jiang sneered, "Junior Moonlight Warlocks? To send only the 3 of you, It looks like Sangji Plane's headquarters has declines. I alone can defeat the three of you. I admit that Yang Feng is indeed a genius. However, geniuses also take time to grow. He may become much stronger than me in the future. But currently he is definitely not my opponent. There was a flash of anger in the eyes of the Zhang Hanshan and the other two, and they glared at Qi Jiang. Ding Longjiang glanced at Zhang Hanshan's group. Disappointment streaked across his eyes, and he said calmly, "Junior disciple Sister Jing, are they the people you chose? If so, then there is no need to compete, right? They're too weak." Jing Xiefeng frowned slightly and fell into an awkward silence. Zhang Hanshan's group of three are personal disciples of three great elders. Besides, they have experienced fortuitous encounters in Time Sky City. Each one of them is very strong, far stronger than ordinary intermediate moonlight warlocks. However, Qi Jiang and Jing Wuyan are both pinnacle moonlight warlocks, while Huai Bingping even more so is a junior glorious sun warlock. They are far stronger than Zhang Hanshan's group of three. If they continues, it will appear like Jing Xiefeng's side is being unreasonable. Zhang Hanshan gazed at Qi Jiang's trio with a look unwillingness in her eyes. Although they are all geniuses. But after all, their cultivation time is too short, and their strength is still far behind that Qi Jiang and them. Yang Feng, senior disciple brother Yang Feng. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng is here. It's senior disciple brother Yang Feng. All of a sudden, excited calls erupted from the side of Sangji Plane's warlocks. Everyone looked in the direction of the commotion and saw Yang Feng, who is dressed in white clothes and is exuding a faint, overbearing aura, walk this way. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Feng, with a relaxed expression on his face, came to Jing Xiefeng's side and spoke with a smile. "Senior disciple Sister Jing, I'm here." Jing Xiefeng is Yu Wuxian's chief disciple. When Yang Feng has gone to see Shui, he met her several times. Although the relationship between the two isn't deep, but it isn't bad either. After all, she is not a nuisance. I can't see his cultivation base. He learned such a powerful concealment secret method. Jing Xiefeng looked deeply at Yang Feng, and then said with a smile, "Junior disciple brother Yang, are you willing to fight the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead for Battle Demon Sect?" Yang Feng replied lightly, "I am." Chapter 731, One-Shotting Qi Jiang. Chapter 731, One-Shotting Qi Jiang. Translator, Zayamoj. As soon as Ding Longjiang and the other top warlock geniuses from Battle Demon Plane saw Yang Feng appear, their gazes focused on him, and their eyes flashed with enigmatic rays. With his superior level 8 soul aptitude, Battle Demon Sect doesn't know that he broke through the Godman boundary. Yang Feng will undoubtedly advance to a Bright World Warlock in the future, and it is not impossible to even promote to an Infinity Warlock. Yang Feng defeated Western World's Warlock geniuses in Time Sky City. In Battle Demon Sect, even in Battle Demon Plane, there are many Warlock geniuses who admire him very much. These Battle Demon Plane's Warlock geniuses admit that Yang Feng is a future star of Battle Demon Sect, a future mighty pillar of Battle Demon Sect. However, Yang Feng is a member of Sangji Plane's headquarters, which makes these Battle Demon Sect's warlock geniuses have complicated feelings towards him. Eyes shimmering with scorching fighting spirit, Qi Jiang he took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, I am Qi Jiang, and my cultivation base is in the pinnacle moonlight warlock realm. Please spar with me." Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, agree. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, teach him a lesson. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, show us what you're made of. The surrounding warlocks showed looks of excitement. No matter if it is Battle Demon Plane's warlocks or Sangji Plane's warlocks, they both exclaimed excitedly. Ever since he suppressed Western World's peerless geniuses in Time Sky City, Yang Feng became regarded as the most legendary warlock to appear in Battle Demon Sect in the past several centuries. These Battle Demon Sect's warlocks are this excited because they want to witness the strength of this legendary warlock very much. Yang Feng replied with a smile, "In this case, I will spar with you, senior disciple brother Qi Jiang." Overjoyed, Qi Jiang's figure shook, and he turned into a stream of light and flew directly into the large arena. and then looked at Yang Feng with excitement. Qi Jiang knows that with his talent, it will be very difficult for him to promote a glorious Sun Warlock, although his combat power is amazing, but Yang Feng will eventually catch up to him. If he can beat Yang Feng once while Yang Feng is still weak, he will be able to show off in the future. Yang Feng took a step forward, his body blurred, and he also appeared in the large arena. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, be careful, Qi Jiang shouted, then silently chanted an incantation and operated Battle Demon's secret method, and a black Battle Demon armor covered his body completely. Traces of berserk and mad aura spread from him and set off against the fierce Battle Demon armor, making him seem like he is turned into a terrifying Battle Demon. Qi Jiang spread the fingers of a hand, and a level 6 secret treasure sword of scarlet flame, exuding the law of fire, appeared in his hand, and then countless flames formed a barrier of fire around him. Qi Jiang waved his sword, and a 100-meter-long fire dragon containing the law of fire swept towards Yang Feng. Amazing! This is 7-color Skyfire's dragon form. Terrific! To be able to cultivate 7-color Skyfire to the dragon form, senior disciple brother Qi Jiang is worthy of being called young god of fire. He's really amazing. When the disciples saw the huge fire dragon, they revealed excitement in their eyes. 7-color Skyfire is a powerful fire secret method of Battle Demon Sect. It is only slightly inferior to Tai Isek's 9 Brilliant Suns secret method. For ordinary geniuses, it would take them at least 500 years to cultivate 7-color Skyfire until the dragon form. Yang Feng looked at the dragon form 7-color Skyfire and praised, "Dragon form 7-color Skyfire. Not bad." In the next moment, the dragon form 7-color Skyfire engulfed Yang Feng. Junior disciple brother Yang. Senior disciple brother Yang. The complexions of many warlocks suddenly changed dramatically, and they screamed in shock. Although Qi Jiang's dragon form 7-color Skyfire is powerful, but it is not so powerful that it would insta-kill a Moonlight Warlock. Every Moonlight Warlock has mastered various secret methods to defend against an attack like this. But once the dragon form 7-color Skyfire has completely engulfed you, then even a glorious Sun Warlock will be severely injured, or even killed. All the warlocks present are aware that Yang Feng is the future mighty pillar of Battle Demon Sect. Now that he was engulfed by 7-color Skyfire, everyone was naturally greatly alarmed. Ding Longjiang's eyes constricted slightly, and fearsome fluctuations of power rose inside him, but then disappeared. He sighed, a complicated look in his yes. Incredible! Junior disciple brother Yang is really incredible. Jing Xiefeng smiled and said, "But he's a bit naughty. Just now, I jumped up from fright." A dignified gleam streaked past Huai Bingping's beautiful eyes. Zhang Hanshan and several other weaker moonlight warlocks cast spells. Strange runes appeared in their eyes, and they looked into 7-color Skyfire. Only then did they see Yang Feng surrounded by faint black light inside 7-color Skyfire. When 7-color Skyfire touches the faint black light, it disappears. "It's over." A flat voice suddenly came from behind Qi Jiang, and a finger lightly touched the back of his head. A premonition of death surged inside Qi Jiang's mind. He suddenly ejected, spun in the air, and flew thousands of meters away. Once he landed, he looked at the Yang Feng who strangely appeared behind him, surprised. "Awesome, junior disciple brother Yang Feng. You exceeded my expectations by far. Let me try my best to defeat you." A dignified glint flashed in Qi Jiang's eyes. Then he silently recited an incantation, and runes formed from flames appeared around him. Fearsome law of fire formed and swirled around him. "Seal!" Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and a black mark instantly emerged from the back of Qi Jiang's head. Countless black runes spread towards Qi Jiang's limbs like ants and eroded his body. Within a breath of time, Qi Jiang's body was fully eroded by the countless runes. He swayed and fell to the ground, an incredulous look on his face. "I concede." When Qi Jiang fell to the ground, he tried more than a dozen secret methods, but couldn't get rid of the weird runes on his body. He could only concede, a wry smile on his face. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and the countless weird runes on Qi Jiang flew out, formed a cloud of black gas, and flew into his hand. As soon as the countless weird runes disappeared, Qi Jiang felt that the power in his body was restored. A complex look in his eyes, Qi Jiang exclaimed in sincere admiration, "Awesome! Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, your spell is really impressive. You're indeed a freak who overpowered countless supreme geniuses in Time Sky City." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "You let me win! Amazing! Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, your reputation is really well-deserved. As expected of the purportedly strongest powerhouse of the younger generation. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, you're really strong. All the warlocks at the scene are excited and filled with pride. In the world of warlocks, a peerless genius has the power to make a huge warlock group prosper. A peerless powerhouse may be able to establish a mighty warlock dynasty by themselves. The stronger Yang Feng is, the stronger Battle Demon Sect he backs will become. As disciples of Battle Demon Sect, they can also obtain great benefits. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, there is still 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Let's have a competition in 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Qi Jiang took a deep look at Yang Feng. Then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a scarlet flame and flew towards 9-story dazzling light pagoda. The figures of Jing Wuyan and Huai Bingping also fluttered, and they turned into a stream of light and flew towards 9-story dazzling light pagoda and entered inside. Zhang Hanshan smiled at Yang Feng, then her figure swayed slightly, and she flew towards 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, we'll go ahead. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, we'll go ahead. Update.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. Shui Yifan and Zhou Feng took a deep look at Yang Feng, and envy streaked across their eyes. They greeted Yang Feng, then their figures swayed slightly, and they turned into a stream of light that flew into 9-story dazzling light pagoda. 9-story dazzling light pagoda is not only a pagoda that serves to test warlock genius, but it is also a top monarch-grade secret treasure. Any warlock who enters it can gain huge benefits. 9-story dazzling light pagoda doesn't open lightly. Generally speaking, even Battle Demon Sect's true disciples can only enter once they spent a huge amount of contribution points. And only warlocks under the age of 300 can enter. Yang Feng took a step forward, his body blurred, and he appeared in front of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. He casually walked into 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Ding Longjiang took a deep look at 9-story dazzling light pagoda and said, "Who knows which floor junior disciple brother Yang Feng can reach?" Jing Xiefeng uttered, "The 6th floor. With his combat talent, he should be able to enter the 6th floor. Unfortunately, his cultivation time is too short, or else he would be able to enter the 7th floor." Ding Longjiang spoke with a smile. "Yes, but with his talent, I think that junior disciple brother Yang Feng will be able to enter 9-story dazzling light pagoda again. At that time, he might be able to ascend the 8th floor, becoming the first person in Battle Demon Sect to ever reach the 8th floor." When Jing Xiefeng thought of Yang Feng's fearsome speed of advancement, envy shimmered in her eyes involuntarily, and she said with complicated emotions, "If it is him, then it is indeed possible." After the light on the 4th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda lit up, ripples surged, and Zhou Feng flew out of the pagoda. Zhou Feng glanced around. A look of unwillingness flashed across his eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Am I the first? Crap. It turns out that I am the weakest." Not long after, Zhang Hanshan and Shui Yifan also flew out of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Chapter 732, Shocking Battle Demon Sect. Chapter 732, Shocking Battle Demon Sect. Translator, Zayamoj. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into 9-story dazzling light pagoda, his vision blurred, and he appeared in a field spanning an area of tens of thousands of hectares. Within the field, the space distorted, and 10 warlocks wearing black warlock robes and exuding advanced starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power emerged. As soon as the 10 advanced starry sky warlocks appeared, they immediately recited incantations and, as if they were real people, cast various powerful offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. Read 8 chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. So this is 9-story dazzling light pagoda, not bad. No wonder you have to be a true disciple to be able to enter here. If you come here before reaching the Moonlight Warlock rank, you'll be eliminated in seconds. Standing still, Yang Feng suddenly unleashed a bright World Warlock rank life force field. The attacks cast by the 10 advanced Starry Sky Warlocks only lifted ripples on his life force field. The defense of a bright World Warlock's life force field alone can be rated as heaven-defying. The attacks of ordinary Starry Sky Warlocks can only consume the power of a bright World Warlock's life force field. But before the power of the life force field is exhausted, they can't harm the bright World Warlock at all. These advanced Starry Sky Warlocks have the combat power of ordinary Starry Sky Warlocks, but they don't possess suitable secret treasures. They are slightly inferior to Battle Demon Sect's advanced Starry Sky Warlocks. Yang Feng looked carefully at them, then flicked his finger, and 10 black rays flashed and pierced into the 10 advanced Starry Sky Warlocks, who then crumbled. 10 green auras flew out of the crumbled bodies of the 10 advanced Starry Sky Warlocks and entered Yang Feng. By killing the monsters in 9-story dazzling light pagoda, you can absorb extraordinary magic energy that contains a trace of soul force. If a warlock with a soul aptitude below level 6 absorbs this extraordinary magic energy, it can alter their soul aptitude. That's Battle Demon Sect for you. Yang Feng carefully felt the changes in his body, then smiled and praised. The 10 green auras are of little benefit to a bright world warlock like Yang Feng. But to a moonlight warlock, they are of great benefit. They can consolidate their origin, nourish their soul, and upgrade their soul force. When the 10 advanced Starry Sky Warlocks were eliminated, 5 pinnacle Starry Sky Warlocks were generated in the field. After Yang Feng insta-killed the 5 pinnacle Starry Sky Warlocks, 10 pinnacle Starry Sky Warlocks were generated. When Yang Feng killed 10 quasi-moonlight warlocks, he stepped into the second floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. On the second floor, Yang Feng encountered a junior moonlight warlock. Yang Feng casually cast a spell and insta-killed the junior moonlight warlock. An orange aura flew out of the junior moonlight warlock's body and entered him. Not bad. This aura can greatly nourish the body and soul of moonlight warlocks. Yang Feng felt the changes inside him, and then proceeded to insta-kill the moonlight warlocks that appeared. In the outside world, one floor after another of 9-story dazzling light pagoda lit up. Soon the 6th floor lit up and 9-story dazzling light pagoda radiated dazzling light. When Ding Longjiang saw the light on the 6th floor, he immediately revealed a satisfied smile. The 6th floor. Someone has entered the 6th floor. It should be junior disciple sister Bingping. Jing Xiefeng praised. Impressive. In the later stage of the 5th floor, there should appear 5 intermediate glorious sun warlocks. Junior disciple sister Bingping is really amazing. A complacent smile appeared on Ding Longjiang's face. She luckily has a powerful secret treasure. More than half of a warlock's strength is related to secret treasures. A powerful secret treasure can increase a warlock's strength 2-fold, 3-fold, or even 4-fold. The warlocks generated in 9-story dazzling light pagoda have rich combat experience and can cast different types of spells. While joining hands, they have almost no shortcomings. Their only weakness is that they have no secret treasures. The 7th floor. The 7th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda lit up. The 7th floor. Someone has ascended to the 7th floor. All of a sudden, the disciples exclaimed in excitement. The 7th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda has already lit up and radiates extremely bright light. The bright light that 9-story dazzling light pagoda radiates can be seen on the floating continent. Ding Longjiang looked at the 7th floor and said, struck dumb. The 7th floor? So fast. To ascend to the 7th floor so soon after ascending to the 6th floor, this is too fast. Junior disciple sister Bingping doesn't have this sort of strength. Is it Yang Feng? He has advanced to a glorious sun warlock. As her senior disciple brother, Ding Longjiang is clear on how strong Hui Bingping is. For Hui Bingping, climbing to the 6th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda is already her limit. The only possibility is that Yang Feng ascended to the 7th floor. Jing Xiefeng clenched her white teeth, and a gleam of admiration and envy streaked across her beautiful eyes. The 7th layer. He has been in Battle Demon Sect for less than 100 years. Is superior level 8 soul aptitude really so heaven-defying? As Yu Wuxian's chief disciple, Jing Xiefeng is also a genius among geniuses. In her time, she also came to challenge 9-story dazzling light pagoda, but she only managed to step into the 5th floor in the end. After 9-story dazzling light pagoda was established, only one person has stepped into the 7th floor. And he was recognized as the #1 genius of that era in Battle Demon Sect. He led Battle Demon Sect to overpower the 10 great sects and 8 great families and become the most powerful force in Great Cloud Dynasty apart from the royal family. If he hasn't been killed by some unknown powerhouse, then the Bai family would not be in control of Great Cloud Dynasty by themselves. Jing Xiefeng knows that with Yang Feng's superior level 8 soul aptitude, she doesn't know that he has already broken through the god-human realm. As long as he doesn't die, he will become one of Battle Demon Sect's mighty pillars in the future. But she didn't expect Yang Feng to promote to a glorious sun warlock so fast and ascend to the 7th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. The 7th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda has lit up. Who is it? Who went up to the 7th floor? Which disciple is it? Why are they so heaven-defying as to climb to the 7th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda? Powerful wills descended and enveloped the area where 9-story dazzling light pagoda is located. The gazes of hidden old monsters of Battle Demon Sect who have become gods fell on the area where 9-story dazzling light pagoda is located. Yang Feng. It's him. It's Huang Yihe's personal disciple. It's him who climbed the 7th floor. Yang Feng. How can it be him? He joined our Battle Demon Sect less than 100 years ago. Superior level 8 soul aptitude is really heaven-defying. What's going on? Even if he has superior level 8 soul aptitude, but without enough resources, it is impossible for him to advance this fast. Damn it! He turned out to be a personal disciple of the old bastard Huang Yihe. Damn it! Why couldn't I have met him earlier? Extremely powerful wills reverberated in the area. With their strength, these gods who have managed Battle Demon Plane for countless years inferred from the discussions of the disciples near 9-story dazzling light pagoda who is on the 7th floor. 9-story dazzling light pagoda flashed, and Qi Jiang flew out. The 7th floor? Yang Feng, he actually reached the 7th floor. Is the gap between me and him that large? As soon as Qi Jiang flew out, he turned around, looked at 9-story dazzling light pagoda, and saw the bright light released from the 7th floor. His face immediately turned pale, and envy welled up inside him. He tried his best and barely reached the 4th floor. Not long after Qi Jiang flew out, a ray shone, and Jing Wuyan flew out from 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Qi Jiang and Jing Wuyan exchanged a look, and then fixed their eyes on 9-story dazzling light pagoda. 9-story dazzling light pagoda suddenly flashed, and Huai Bingping flew out. Ashen-faced, she looked at 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Qi Jiang asked, curious, junior disciple Sister Huai, to which floor did you ascend? Curious gazes gathered on Huai Bingping, as the disciples at the scene wondered which floor this publicly recognized most remarkable genius of Battle Demon Plane's younger generation has reached. Huai Bingping clenched her white teeth and stared at 9-story dazzling light pagoda, her beautiful eyes filled with unwillingness. The 5th floor! The 5th floor! That's not bad, either. The 5th floor. She is still young. She should be able to tackle the 6th floor next time. The strong wills concentrated on Huai Bingping showed a trace of disappointment. To be able to ascend the 5th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda, Huai Bingping is already regarded as a top genius of Battle Demon Sect. But it is not the kind of peerless genius who can dominate the world and is unequaled. Many powerful beings within Battle Demon Sect originally had high hopes for Huai Bingping, hoping that she could grow into an infinity warlock, and even a warlock monarch. But the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Sensing the change in the surroundings, Huai Bingping clenched her white teeth and stared at 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Not long after, the 8th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda suddenly light up. The brilliant pillar of light released by 9-story dazzling light pagoda is extremely dazzling to the eye. The 8th floor. Finally, someone finally reached the 8th floor. This is the first time someone has reached the 8th floor in Battle Demon Sect. Really, it's really incredible. Battle Demon Sect seems to have a promising future. When these powerful gods sensed the brilliant pillar of light rise from 9-story dazzling light pagoda, excitement filled them. Chapter 733, Climbing to the 9th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Chapter 733, Climbing to the 9th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Translator, Zayamoj. The 8th floor. Heavens. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng actually reached the 8th floor. This is unprecedented. As expected of a freakish genius with superior level 8 soul aptitude. Update D from FRYOUBnovel.com. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng is really amazing. Our Battle Demon Sect has a promising future. Rays emerged in the distance and flew to the vicinity of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. The warlocks who just arrived gazed at the dazzling light released by 9-story dazzling light pagoda's 8th floor and showed looks of excitement. Lights flashed in the floating continent as warlocks rushed this way. As an event that will be recorded in the annals of Battle Demon Sect, it naturally attracted countless people. Ding Longjiang looked at the brilliant light released by 9-story dazzling light pagoda and sighed with mixed emotions, saying, "The 8th floor! 9-story dazzling light pagoda's 8th floor. Really, how enviable. I'm afraid junior disciple brother Yang Feng has already surpassed you and me in terms of strength. As the eldest senior disciple brother of Battle Demon Sect in this era and one of the most powerful contenders for the position of Battle Demon Sect's sect master, Ding Longjiang has always been proud and full of confidence. Ding Longjiang has admitted that Yang Feng, who has superior level 8 soul aptitude, will surpass him in the future. But he didn't expect that it would be this quick. Jing Xiefeng said a little sullenly, "He should be a child of the plane of legends. Maybe he has the potential to compete for the Warlock Emperor position. The so-called child of the plane is an existence that is favored by the plane origin will of a plane. They may go out and meet a noble person. They may pick up something that will turn out to be a peerless secret treasure. The spirit of a holy grade secret treasure may seek them out, and so on. Of course, children of the plane are not invincible. Each peerless genius who competed for the position of Warlock Emperor can be called a child of the plane. They are all geniuses among geniuses, monsters among monsters in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in the contest for the position of Warlock Emperor, many have died. Only the strongest ones can become Warlock Emperors, and invincible under the heavens and be unparalleled in the world." Ding Longjiang smiled and said, "Warlock Emperor? It isn't that simple. Unless he can ascend to the 9th floor, there is no hope of him becoming a Warlock Emperor. In the history of human warlocks, there have been so many children of the plane, but only 8 mighty existences have become Warlock Emperors. Just like we have 9-story dazzling light pagoda, other powerful warlock groups also have similar trial by fire secret treasures, some of which are even more formidable. For him to reach the 8th floor is indeed remarkable. But it is far from enough to have the qualifications to participate in the competition over the position of Warlock Emperor." Jing Xiefeng pondered for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Ding Longjiang and Jing Xiefeng are both glorious sun warlocks. They have not only read Battle Demon Sect's various ancient texts, but have also read other planes' ancient texts. They know that the strongest warlock Battle Demon Sect has produced was just a warlock monarch and are aware that it is extremely difficult to promote to a warlock emperor. The ninth floor. He reached the 9th floor. The ninth floor. Someone actually stepped into the 9th floor. The 9th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda burst out with resplendent light, and the whole world of Battle Demo Plane changed. In the floating continent, countless runes lit up and frantically extracted the power of the entire Battle Demon Plane. Shortly after, a magic energy whirlpool formed in the air above the floating continent and entered 9-story dazzling light pagoda. The 9th floor. He actually climbed to the 9th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. What a monster! Holy Warlock. Maybe Battle Demon Sect will be able to give birth to a Holy Warlock in the future. The powerful wills surged around 9-story dazzling light pagoda, filled with excitement and anticipation. Apart from Warlock Emperors, Holy Spirit Warlocks are the highest existences among human warlocks. Every Holy Spirit Warlock can become the protector of a race. Of the countless planes that are connected by astral boundary, no one dares to invade planes guarded by Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Unless it is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, even a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse won't dare to enter a plane protected by a Holy Spirit Warlock at will. Or else the Holy Spirit Warlock, by relying on the power of the entire plane and their race, may deal the Holy Spirit Warlock great damage or even slay them. Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses basically stay with their race on their plane at all times. Otherwise, once the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse leaves their plane, they may be killed by a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Races that have the protection of a Holy Spirit Warlocks are called greater races, while the races that don't have the protection of a Holy Spirit Warlock are called lesser races. If Battle Demon Sect can produce a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, they can dominate the whole Feisuo Plane and establish a powerful Warlock dynasty. On the 9th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda, a devour black moon rose behind Yang Feng as 5 intermediate bright world warlocks cast various spells barreling at him. When the spells slammed into the devour black moon consumed all their power and dispelled them, leaving Yang Feng unharmed. 5 bright world warlocks, how extravagant. This secret pagoda really isn't simple. But it is a pity that these 5 bright world warlocks are only the weakest intermediate bright world warlocks. Their fighting style is too monotone, and they don't even have secret treasures. Let me destroy them all. Yang Feng pointed at the 5 intermediate bright world warlocks, and the devour black moon suddenly swelled up wildly and, as if it has evolved into a terrifying world, engulfed them. When the 5 intermediate bright world warlocks were engulfed by Yang Feng's devour black moon, they immediately turned into crimson auras that plunged into his body and nourished his body and soul. Feeling the changes in his body, Yang Feng raised the corners of his mouth. 9-story dazzling light pagoda is really extraordinary. It has enhanced my body and soul by 50%. Amazing! This alone made this trip to Battle Demon Plane worthwhile. fgetubnavuel.com. When he seized Ligui Province, Yu Province, and Bright Moon Province, Yang Feng obtained a lot of cultivation resources. However, what he cultivates are top-secret methods, and he has formed 9 small worlds. Under the enhancement he received from Peerless Treasures, his body and soul are already very powerful, far more powerful than those of powerhouses in the same realm. To be able to enhance his body and soul by 50% in such a short time, 9-story dazzling light pagoda is already very remarkable. Of course, 9-story dazzling light pagoda consumed nearly 10,000 years of accumulated power to enhance Yang Feng's body and soul. If Yang Feng were to come a few more times, the power of 9-story dazzling light pagoda would be depleted. Incredible! I didn't expect our Battle Demon Sect to be able to give birth to a peerless genius like you. A voice of admiration sounded in the space. There was a flash of light, and a middle-aged man with long black hair and extraordinary temperament and wearing white scholar attire appeared. When Yang Feng saw the middle-aged man, he bowed to him in salute. "Greetings, ancestor." The middle-aged man in front of Yang Feng is Sun Qinzi, the founder of Battle Demon Sect. Sun Qinzi asked with a smile, "What is your name?" Yang Feng answered, "My name is Yang Feng." Yang Feng, very good. You promoted to a Bright World Warlocks within 300 years and defeated 5 intermediate Bright World Warlocks. Although they are all agglomerates of power and are far weaker than true warlocks. But this is enough to prove that you are indeed a truly peerless genius with the potential to promote to a Warlock Emperor. When I was young, I had the chance to enter the true holy land of human warlocks, Feisuo Plane's core world. It is the holy ground for human warlock cultivation. In there are countless powerhouses, and there are even Holy Spirit warlocks standing guard. At the same time, there is a relic of the Eternal. I once entered the relic of the Eternal and had a fortuitous encounter there. Afterwards, I went to Feisuo Plane's surface world and assisted the Saint Monarch to unify the surface world and establish Great Cloud Dynasty. I knew that I was not strong enough to explore the relic of the Eternal, so I never went back. However, if it is you, you may find an opportunity to advance to a warlock monarch in the relic of the Eternal. Sun Qinzi waved his hand, and a black box inscribed with countless mysterious runes flew towards Yang Feng. Inside the box, there is a black spoon secret treasure and a jade box. Sun Qinzi smiled and said, "This is a mist black spoon. It can guide you to that relic. Inside this jade box, there is 10,000-year dazzling light nectar that has formed in 9-story dazzling light pagoda. It takes 10,000 years to form a single drop of 10,000-year dazzling light nectar. Every drop of it can restore all life force of an infinity warlocks in a short time. At the same time, it is a top treasure for tempering the body. This is the most precious specialty product of Battle Demon Plane." Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a look of excitement. He took the mist black spoon and 10,000-year dazzling light nectar. "Thank you, Ancestor. Yang Feng. Help me protect Battle Demon Sect." Sun Qinzi sighed, then his body crumbled, and he disappeared. The Sun Qinzi in 9-story dazzling light pagoda is just a soul phenomenon. After explaining everything, he fell into deep sleep again. Chapter 734, A Grand Welcome. Chapter 734. 734, A Grand Welcome. Yang Feng looked at the two treasures in his hands with an enigmatic flash in his eyes and said slowly, "Core World. It turns out that the true powerhouses of human warlocks are located in the core world. No wonder there are no other Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses invading Zhangji Plane. In Zhangji Plane's surface world, the most powerful forces are Great Cloud Dynasty and Western World's 3 dynasties. However, among the 4 dynasties, the strongest powerhouses are just infinity warlocks. There isn't even a single warlock monarch." Yang Feng has been curious about this. Although the 4 dynasties all possesses Empyrean-grade secret treasures, making it difficult for a Holy Spirit warlock to capture their imperial capital. However, outside of the imperial capital, even though the 4 dynasties have Empyrean-grade secret treasures, they are not the opponents of a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse. Despite being a super grade 1 plane that can birth Eternals, Zhangji Plane hasn't experienced the invasion from Holy Spirit warlock rank existences of Evil God Plane, God Blood Plane, Savage Insect Plane, and other powerful planes so far. This is clearly strange. However, if the essence of Zhangji Plane's human warlocks is hidden in the core world, then that would explain why the Holy Spirit warlock rank existences of other planes haven't invaded Zhangji Plane. Once the Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses of other planes come to Zhangji Plane, if they aren't careful, they will be quelled by Zhangji Plane's Holy Spirit warlocks. Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses are heaven-defying geniuses, are monsters among monsters. Every part of their body is a top alchemy material. The power contained in a drop of their blood is enough to slay a Bright World warlock. Without a prior agreement, once an alien Holy Spirit warlock enters another Holy Spirit warlock's place, the latter won't miss this opportunity to hunt the former down. Yang Feng smiled, light flashed in his hand, and he put away the mist black spoon and the 10,000-year dazzling light nectar. "However, this has nothing to do with me. I won't enter the core world before reaching the limit. In Zhangji Plane's surface world, there are also many relics and endless resources. If they can be fully utilized, it would be enough to promote someone to a warlock monarch or even a Holy Spirit warlock. Although the core world is extremely rich in resources, but it is also full of powerhouses. Yang Feng doesn't intend to enter the core world before he reached the limit." With a flash, the roof of 9-story dazzling light pagoda burst out with dazzling white light that formed a path white light extending outward. Yang Feng slowly walked out of the pagoda along the path of white light. Along with dazzling flashes of light, exuding at least intermediate divine force rank fluctuations of power, 13 gods appeared in front of Yang Feng. The 13 gods exuding fearsome divine force fluctuations are the 13 strongest guardians of Battle Demon Plane, and the 3 people at the front are strong divine force rank gods. This is the foundation Battle Demon sect accumulated after countless years of operation. With the 3 strong divine force rank gods and 10 intermediate divine force rank gods standing guard, Even Great Cloud Dynasty's other plane development division going all out may not be able to occupy Battle Demon Plane. After all, although Great Cloud Dynasty has numerous experts, but there are many places it has to quell. I am Great Elder Zhuge Ding. Yang Feng, have you promoted to a bright world warlock? With lion mane-like hair and a queer god imprint on the forehead, exuding strong divine force rank fluctuations, a burly man at the front of the group of gods stared at Yang Feng, asked in a deep voice. The other 12 great elders of Battle Demon Sect also stared at Yang Feng, their eyes filled with anticipation. 9-story dazzling light pagoda has been in the possession of Battle Demon Sect for tens of thousands of years. Although no one has ever reached the top 9th floor, but with their terrific analytical capabilities, these powerhouses have guessed what cultivation base is required to be able to climb to the 9th floor. Only the fact that Yang Feng has promoted to a bright world warlock in less than 100 years simply incredible, so the great elders have to confirm it. Yang Feng answered, "Yes, I have already promoted to a bright world warlock." With that, the 13 great elders inhaled a breath of cold air, and their eyes filled with shock. Human warlocks cannot compare to other races in terms of cultivation speed. Take kindred as example. As long as they consume enough true blood of higher-leveled kindred, they can evolve into a higher-level kindred in one go. The 6-winged sun-devouring centipede was originally a glorious sun warlock rank extraordinary life form. But after it consumed enough sun essence, it evolved into an infinity warlock rank extraordinary life form in one go. Alien races and extraordinary life forms can evolve this fast because of the power of their bloodline origin. As long as they meet certain conditions and purify the power of their bloodline, they can rely on the power of their bloodline to evolve. Except for bloodline warlocks, all other human warlocks have to practice cultivation step by step. Human warlocks who can cultivate to the Moonlight Warlock realm within 300 years are already geniuses among geniuses. To be able to cultivate to the Bright World Warlock realm within 300 years, only freakish geniuses like Children of the Plane who can contest over the position of Warlock Emperor may achieve this. There is a powerful soundproofing barrier around Yang Feng and the 13 Great Elders, and so no sound can be transmitted to the outside world. The disciples are all very curious about what the Great Elders and Yang Feng are talking about. Only true disciples like Ding Longjiang and Jing Xiefeng have some vague guesses about the conversation between the Great Elders and Yang Feng. Tai's most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. Zhuge Ding showed a gratified smile and said, "Great, great. Yang Feng, according to the rules of our Battle Demon Sect, any disciple who has promoted to a Bright World Warlock can become a Great Elder. But I hope that we can hold the promotion ceremony after you fight the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead. What do you think? Of course, from now on, you'll receive the treatment of a Great Elder." The rest of the Great Elders looked at Yang Feng expectantly. Yang Feng is a peerless genius who climbed to the top of 9-story dazzling light pagoda, a fearsome Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse. For Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, the most talented disciples under 300 years of age are glorious sun warlocks. When they meet Yang Feng, these disciples will be crushed. The Great Elders are very much looking forward to seeing the expressions of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead's upper echelon when Yang Feng crushes their disciples. Yang Feng is already a Bright World Warlock. According to Battle Demon Sect's rules, he is fully qualified to be promoted to a Great Elder and become part of Battle Demon Sect's upper echelon. Naturally, Zhuge Ding won't treat him the same way he would treat an ordinary disciple. Yang Feng relied with a smile, "No problem." With a wave of Zhuge Ding's hand, 7-colored light descended and formed a rainbow gate, and he invited Yang Feng enthusiastically, "Great! Let's get together and get to know each other." Yang Feng and the Great Elders stepped into the rainbow gate together and disappeared. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng is really amazing. He actually climbed to the 9th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Incredible! No wonder the Great Elders appeared to welcome him. When the disciples saw the Great Elders welcome Yang Feng, admiration and envy flashed in their eyes. The Great Elders usually stay in their divine countries, where they either relax and enjoy themselves, or enter closed-door cultivation. At the same time, they let their clones go on military campaigns to other planes. This is the first time that so many great elders came together to welcome a disciple. These disciples are aware that from today onward, no one in the younger generation of Battle Demon Sect can compare to Yang Feng. A look of envy in his eyes, Ding Longjiang smiled wryly and transmitted to Jing Xiefeng. The 9th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Incredible! Bright World Warlock. He has definitely promoted to a Bright Warlock. To promote to a Bright World Warlock within 300 years, this rate of advancement is simply perverse. The great elders isolated the sound from the outside world in order not to divulge this news. Jing Xiefeng sighed faintly. He should have already become a Bright World Warlock. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the 9th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Ding Longjiang and Jing Xiefeng are aware of how difficult it is to advance to a Bright World Warlock. They have advanced to the pinnacle Glorious Sun Warlock rank more than 2,000 years ago, and now are still in the pinnacle Glorious Sun Warlock rank. They have no hope of advancing to the Bright World Warlock realm. If they try to force the promotion to the Bright World Warlock realm, only death awaits them. Yet for Yang Feng promoted to a Bright World Warlock within 300 years, this naturally made Ding Longjiang and Jing Xiefeng admire and envy him. Astral Boundary is the most mysterious place in the universe. It links countless planes and contains countless mysteries, treasures, and wicked existences. After discovering coordinates of other planes in Astral Boundary, transcendent rank powerhouses will cross countless light years from Astral Boundary to other planes and descend to the other planes with their true bodies. In theory, all planes are located in the same universe. As long as you fly out of the atmosphere and fly through the vast starry sky, you can reach other planes without passing through Astral Boundary. However, the distance between planes often ranges from millions of light years to tens of millions and even hundreds of millions of light years. Even if transcendent powerhouses keep flying, who knows when they will be able to fly from one plane to another. Chapter 735, Mu Luo Star. Chapter 735. 735, Mu Luo Star. It would take decades or even centuries for even warlock emperors to fly from one plane to another in the starry sky through usual means. It is for this reason that most powerhouses go to other planes through Astral Boundary, using the strange power of Astral Boundary to warp space to travel to other planes. In Astral Boundary, except for some special dangerous places and astral bodies, most places don't contain suppression power. At the same time, there are many astral life forms, astral bodies with life, abandoned astral bodies, fallen divine countries, abominations, and other existences in Astral Boundary. In Astral Boundary, many astral bodies are abandoned astral bodies and have no value for development. However, some astral bodies are full of different resources, some of which are even highly valued in Sangji Plane. The resource astral bodies are often involved in conflicts between powerful forces. The more resource astral bodies they possess, the stronger a force is. As one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, Battle Demon Sect has placed almost 2/3 of its energy in the exploration of Astral Boundary, looking for resource astral bodies and planes that can be controlled. During the explorations, Battle Demon Sect has fought against other powerhouses in Astral Boundary on numerous occasions, which led to casualties. The reason why Battle Demon Sect only had 4 Bright World Warlocks left to guard the headquarters in Sangji Plane at the time was because the Infinity Warlock who has previously guarded the headquarters has died during a military campaign in Astral Boundary. Mu Luo Star is a resource astral body that Heart of Fury, Graveyard of the Dead, and Battle Demon Sect are competing for. Mu Luo Star is a resource astral body that grows countless extraordinary plants. Those extraordinary plants can produce all kinds of treasures that warlocks need to practice cultivation. The most precious treasure in Mu Luo Star is Mu Luo Blood Marrow, of which Mu Luo Star can produce about 700 grams per year. Mu Luo Blood Marrow can enhance blood essence and strengthen the body of warlocks. Top-grade Mu Luo Blood Marrow is even of great benefit to Infinity Warlocks. The stronger a warlock is, the fewer treasures are of use to them. Treasures that can benefit Infinity Warlocks are very rare and precious. This is what led Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead to fight over Mu Luo Star. Far away from Mu Luo Star, on a desolate, dead star, there are a huge castle and a huge black coffin engraved with countless runes parked separately. The huge castle is a first-rate secret treasure castle of composure refined by Heart of Fury, and the huge coffin is graveyard of the dead's first-rate secret treasure, the Dark Coffin. Both Castle of Composure and Dark Coffin are treasures that can freely travel through astral boundary without being corroded by astral force. Any creature that enters astral boundary will be eroded by astral force. Only some rare life astral bodies do not have astral force and can be inhabited. Naturally, human warlocks can create different secret treasures to withstand the erosion of astral force. Castle of Composure and Dark Coffin are that kind of secret treasures. If it wasn't for those secret treasures, then even infinity warlocks would be unwittingly corroded by astral force and turned into astral freaks after staying a long time in astral boundary. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. Between Castle of Composure and Dark Coffin, there is a square that seems to be covered in marble. There are two groups of people sitting in that square. One group is headed by a tall, handsome, middle-aged man wearing a gold warlock robe. Behind the middle-aged man, there are 20-plus young-looking warlocks. The 20-plus young warlocks are all good-looking and possess extraordinary temperaments. Among the 20-plus young warlocks, there is an exceedingly beautiful girl with short red hair, dressed in a red warlock robe, exuding pride and self-confidence. Standing out from the crowd, the exceedingly beautiful girl is attracting everyone's gazes. The other group is headed by an old man dressed in a gray robe, with white beard and hair, slender eyes, and a strange rune imprinted on his forehead. Behind the old man, there are also 20-plus young warlocks. Among those young warlocks, there is a thin warlock with pale face and skin almost sticking to the bones, covered in runes, and exuding an intense sense of existence. You can tell at a glance that he is not an easy-to-deal individual. The gray-robed old man glanced at the exceedingly beautiful warlock dressed in a red warlock robe. His eyes flashed, and he smiled and said, "Old Zhu, that one should be Qi Meixian, the most outstanding genius of Heart of Fury's younger generation. Right? Amazing, even I can't see through her cultivation base. She must have a top-secret method or secret treasure to mask her cultivation base. The people from Heart of Fury have no qualms with parting with money. What is her cultivation base? In the world of warlocks, there are countless mysterious and miraculous secret methods and top-secret treasures that can mask the cultivation base of warlocks. The most top-secret treasure can even hide the cultivation base of a Starry Sky warlock from an Infinity warlock. But that kind of miraculous secret methods and top-secret treasures are extremely precious, and not even many Infinity warlocks possess them. The middle-aged warlock dressed in a gold warlock robe is Zhu Lai, one of Heart of Fury's 2 Infinity warlocks. It is he who brought Heart of Fury's younger generation genius disciples to compete against Battle Demon Sect's genius disciples. Hee old Jean, you will know her cultivation base in due time, Zhu Lai uttered with a mysterious smile, then looked at the thin young warlock who looks like a bag of bones. Admiration flashed in his eyes, and he said, "To reach intermediate glorious sun warlock rank before the age of 300. Incredible. This should be when Maku, the strongest genius of Graveyard of the Dead's younger generation. What he cultivates is the strongest and most difficult to cultivate secret method in your Graveyard of the Dead, deceased fusion secret method, and he is about to reach the small completion realm. That's really impressive. Deceased fusion secret method is the top secret method in Graveyard of the Dead, and it possesses all sorts of incredible and unpredictable extraordinary powers. However, it is also the most difficult to cultivate secret method in the sect. In Graveyard of the Dead, there are no more than 3 people who have mastered the secret method, and they are all the strongest experts in the sect. The gray-robed old man is Jean Xuanhuan, one of Graveyard of the Dead's 2 Infinity warlocks. He is the one who brought Graveyard of the Dead's genius disciples to compete with the genius disciples of Battle Demon Sect. Jean Xuanhuan smiled and said, "Hee, I have sent people to check of Battle Demon Sect. The strongest individual of their younger generation is a warlock called Huai Bingping. She has Junior Glorious Sun warlock rank cultivation base, has very rich combat experience, and has a powerful offensive secret treasure in her possession. Coupled with Battle Demon's secret method, she is definitely a troublesome lass." Zhu Lai uttered with a confident smile. "Junior Glorious Sun warlock? To be able to reach this cultivation base within 300 years, she is indeed a genius. Unfortunately, if it's only her, then Battle Demon Sect stands no chance. Xuanhuan wanted to say something, but then suddenly looked up and said lightly, "They are here." A huge black warship covered in queer runes flew over from the distance, then slowly landed on the ground next to Heart of Fury's Castle of Composure and Graveyard of the Dead's dark coffin. Black rays shot out from the Battle Demon airship and formed a dark flight of stairs extending towards the square. Headed by Zhuge, Battle Demon Sect's warlocks stepped on the dark flight of steps and walked towards the square. Qi Meixian and Wenmaku looked at the warlocks behind Zhuge and locked on Huai Bingping. As for the warlock geniuses like Zhang Hanshan, Zhou Feng, and Zhui Yifan, Qi Meixian and Wenmaku paid them no attention. Qi Meixian and Wenmaku swept Huai Bingping with a glance, and then their eyes finally fell on Yang Feng. This is the case because Yang Feng is surrounded by Alexia and Yu Yan, a Caucasian and an Asian peerless beauties respectively. As soon as the two women Alexia and Yu Yan appeared, they overshadowed any other girl present. Even Qi Meixian, who is also a stunning beauty, looks a little bit inferior compared to the two. So beautiful! Who are those two beauties? Who is that man? It seems that those two beauties are his women. Shit! I really want to kill him. The young male warlocks of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead stared at Yang Feng with fire nearly spitting out from their eyes. Alexia and Yu Yan are stunning beauties with extraordinary appearance and temperament, and they are both Infinity Warlock rank existences. Even though they are concealing their power, they are still beyond beautiful. Standing beside Yang Feng, who is concealing his life force field, they look just like two beautiful white swans standing beside a huge toad. Zhuge brought Yang Feng and his party to the square and sat down. Zhu Lai announced as if it is a matter of course. Zhuge, it's good that you're here. Select your participants. It's best out of 3 matches. We Heart Fury and Graveyard of the Dead have already selected our participants. Zhuge grinned. His eyes flickered brightly, and he refused. I disagree. Xuanhuan uttered coldly. You disagree? What do you suggest then? A cold ray streaked past Zhuge eyes, and he said with a frigid smile, We'll all choose 3 participants. It's 1-on-1, and the victor can keep fighting until everyone on the other side is defeated. If you agree, then let's do it. Otherwise, let's just go to war. Chapter 736. One-shotting Xue Jin. Chapter 736. One-shotting Xue Jin. Translator, Zayamoj. After Battle Demon Sect became one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, they didn't stop exploring Astral Boundary. In Astral Boundary, they fought with numerous forces to competed for various resources. They are clear about the rules Astral Boundary, that is, the weak are prey to the strong. In Astral Boundary, if a force shows a moment of weakness, numerous other forces will swarm it and tear it to pieces. Part of the resource Astral Bodies Battle Demon Sect owns are those they found themselves, while even more resource Astral Bodies they own are those they seized from others. Since Zhuge is a great elder, one of the most powerful beings of Battle Demon Sect, he is naturally clear about the rules in Astral Boundary. He is domineering when he speaks, and shows no timidity. Zhu Lai and Xuanhuan exchanged a look, then their eyes fell on Huai Bingping, and they examined her carefully. A faint halo enveloped Huai Bingping, blocking the prying of the 2 Infinity Warlocks. Unless Zhu Lai and Xuanhuan use abilities or spells, it is impossible to pry into Huai Bingping's information. Zhu Lai nodded and said, Fine, it's settled. Wait. At this moment, a voice sounded, and then all eyes have focused on Yang Feng. Hugging Alexia, Yang Feng kissed her pretty face, a frivolous expression on his face. Looking like a hedonistic son of rich parents, he said with a smile, This contest is unfair. If our Battle Demon Sect loses, we must hand over control over Muluostar. If your Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead lose, you won't have to pay any price. This is unfair. If this contest is to continue, you must bet something of equivalent value. Otherwise, this contest won't take place. Our Battle Demon Sect doesn't fear any enemy. Brazen. Who are you? There is no room for you to speak here. Zhu Lai's eyes widened in anger, and he erupted with a junior Infinity Warlock rank life force field rolling out towards Yang Feng. Zhuge Ding's eyes flashed fiercely. With a wave of his hand, bright light enveloped Yang Feng and blocked the might of Zhu Lai. He said with killing intent, "Zhu Lai, Yang Feng is my battle demon sect's young sect master. His word is my word. To attack him, does your heart of fury want to start a war with my battle demon sect?" Battle Demon Sect is originally a warlock group with battle as its core. After numerous battles in Astral Boundary, they established their fierce reputation. Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead aren't the opponent of Battle Demon Sect. Even though the combined strength of the two warlock groups is barely comparable to that of Battle Demon Sect. However, the two Infinity Warlocks of Battle Demon Sect Yu Wuxian and Huang Yihe have remained in Zhangji Plane. Moreover, Huang Yihe judged that they have high odds at winning the contest, which is why they agreed to solve this issue via a contest between disciples. Otherwise, Battle Demon Sect would just fight Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead. Anger and killing intent flashed in Zhu Lai's eyes. He trembled slightly, but then forcibly restrained the anger. Zhuge Ding is a strong divine force god. His battle prowess is among the strongest in the Infinity Warlock realm. Zhu Lai is just a junior Infinity Warlock. If he confronts Zhuge Ding alone, he is toast if he doesn't escape. Since he is weaker than the other party, Zhu Lai is forced to bear this tone. Jin Muxuan said flatly, "Okay, we'll bet Enlay Star." Enlay Star is rich in Lightning Star core, which is a treasure most helpful for warlocks cultivating lightning spells. The value of Enlay Star is no worse than that of your Mu Luo Star. Zhu Lai's eyes flickered for a while, and then he nodded to express his agreement. Lightning is one of the strongest forces in the world. The destructive power of warlocks who practice lightning spells is terrifying. Among Battle Demon Sect's three strong divine force rank powerhouses, Shao Tian is the god of lightning. If the god of lightning Shao Tian can obtain enough top lightning star cores, his lightning divine country will become more powerful, and he'll be able to refine more powerful lightning god armaments. Zhuge Ding grinned, his heart filled with joy. Enlay Star is indeed worth the same as Mu Luo Star. Our Battle Demon Sect agrees to this contest. Yang Feng, give some pointers to the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, and let them see how powerful our Battle Demon Sect spells are. Yes, Great Elder. Yang Feng let go of Alexia. Under the envious and jealous gazes of many male warlocks, he casually stepped into an arena in the square, a lazy expression on his face. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the arena, a blue beam rose from the arena and shot into the sky. The blue beam showed that Yang Feng is indeed a disciple of Battle Demon Sect under the age of 300 years. A look of doubt flashed in Zhu Lai's eyes and he asked in a deep voice, "Yang Feng, who is he?" Jin Muxuan said, "This Yang Feng isn't simple. He is the most outstanding genius of Battle Demon Sect's younger generation in Zhangji Plane. Not long ago, he overwhelmed warlock geniuses from Western World's 3 dynasties in Time Sky City. He is a monstrous genius who has formed a virtual world while in the Great Warlock realm. He has promoted to a Moonlight Warlock in Time Sky City. Yang Feng's rise is really fast, but Zhu Lai has no idea about Yang Feng. After all, Yang Feng doesn't have much activity in Astral Boundary." Zhu Lai sneered. "He just promoted to a Moonlight Warlock? Even with secret treasures and a virtual world, he should be comparable to an advanced or pinnacle Moonlight Warlock at most. No wonder he's placed at the front. There's nothing to fear." Jin Muxuan pondered for a while, and then nodded. In this contest, the stronger the disciple, the later they will go up. The first one to go up is cannon fodder to test the other side. Qi Meixian glanced at Yang Feng. An array of disdain streaked across her eyes. When Make stared at Yang Feng, and his eyes flashed with envy and endless killing intent. Jin Muxuan said indifferently, "Shui Jin go." "Yes, Great Elder." A very handsome young man with a pale face, short black hair, and an elegant demeanor took a step forward, and his figure blurred. He appeared in the arena in an instant, and then a blue beam rose into the sky. "You are Yang Feng?" The warlock genius who overwhelmed Western world's geniuses in Time Sky City? What a stupid fellow. If you stayed in Battle Demon Sect and practiced cultivation hard, you may have become a bright world warlock in the future. However, since you met me, today is the day you die. The very handsome Xue Jin smiled malevolently, then silently recited an incantation. Countless runes shone, and crimson mist revolved around him. All of a sudden, his eyes turned scarlet, kindred fangs ejected from his mouth. A pair of kindred wings grew on his back, and fluctuations of power nearing the true blood kindred Earl rank spread from him. With a wave of Xue Jin's hand, a necklace formed from 18 skulls engraved with numerous scarlet runes flew out, and the 18 skulls bit him. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.co. The 18 skulls infused Xue Jin with 18 kinds of blood energy, allowing him to break the boundary and evolve into a true blood kindred Earl. Zhu Lai praised, Xue Jin is indeed a warlock genius with true blood kindred marquee bloodline. In less than 300 years, he has promoted to a true blood kindred viscount. In the future, it seems that your graveyard of the dead will have another bright world warlock. Jin Mushuan said with some regret. Bright world warlock? It isn't that simple. At most, Xue Jin can evolve into a kindred Earl. It is very difficult to promote to a kindred marquis. It's a pity that his grade of bloodline is still a bit low. If it were Grand Duke bloodline, it would be great. True blood kindred Earl, awesome. Xue Jin has reached this point. Amazing. I didn't expect senior disciple brother Xue Jin to be so powerful. That Yang Feng is dead. He stands no chance. No matter how talented he is, before he matures, he's just a genius. He came here to die. What an idiot. The disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead exclaimed in excitement. A true blood kindred Earl can absolutely crush a junior Moonlight Warlock. No matter how powerful a junior Moonlight Warlock is, it is virtually impossible for them to defeat a true blood kindred Earl. The disciples of Battle Demon Sect showed weird expressions. They wanted to smile but didn't dare to. They quietly watched Xue Jin in the arena, as if watching a clown. As soon as the Xue Jin turned into a true blood kindred Earl, the corners of his mouth curved into a proud smile. Then his figure fluttered, and dozens of afterimages appeared around Yang Feng. Die? Blood fire slash. The dozens of afterimages burst out with fearsome blood energy, and cross rays of blood fire that can seemingly pollute anything and burn everything slash towards Yang Feng. The cross rays of blood fire are extremely queer. Even if it is a glorious sun warlock who is cut by them, the wounds they open will be very hard to close. At the same time, the blood fire will combust the blood and ravage inside the glorious sun warlock until the opponent is burnt to ashes. It's a pity, but I have seen this trick too many times. Along with a chuckle, Yang Feng extended his right hand, and a black ray flashed and devoured the blood flame slash silently. How can that be? Seeing that his strongest attack was easily broken by Yang Feng, Xue Jin was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. Die! Yang Feng flicked a finger and conjured 7-color skyfire, and a dragon-formed 7-color skyfire broke out and engulfed Xue Jin in an instant. Chapter 737, Shocking the Spectators. Chapter 737, Shocking the Spectators. Translator, Zayamoj. No! Amid miserable screams, the warlock genius Xue Jin was burned to ashes by the dragon-formed 7-color skyfire, leaving only a moonlight core behind. Jin Mushuan's face fell. He reached out with a hand, and a giant black hand extended towards the arena. Stop! Jin Mushuan, what do you think you're doing? Zhuge Ding let out an angry roar, pointed with a hand, and a black ray slammed into Jin Mushuan's giant black hand and smashed it. Strong divine force rank fluctuations of power emerged from Zhuge Ding and forcibly suppressed the fearsome life force fields released by Jin Mushuan and Zhu Lai. freewebnovel.cm. Both Jin Mushuan and Zhu Lai are junior infinity warlocks. They are extremely powerful, but they still cannot contend against the strong divine force rank god Zhuge Ding. Jin Mushuan gritted his teeth and said, Zhuge Ding, isn't the fellow from your battle demon sect too ruthless? Zhuge Ding sneered. It is normal to have casualties when swapping pointers. Wasn't the attack your graveyard of the dead's Xuanhuan executed just now not in the least bit lenient as well? Battle Demon Sect has a hostile relationship with Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead. When the two sides fought each other before, who knows how many warlocks died. In fact, this contest serves as a means by which the three warlock groups want to eradicate the other's talented disciples. It is because of this fact that Yang Feng went up first and killed Xuanhuan. This is not a friendly match, but a fight to the death in astral boundary. Staring at Zhuge Ding, Jin Mushuan spoke coldly. Good, very good. Zhuge Ding, I will remember your words. When make, go up and bring back Yang Feng's corpse. Yes, great elder. When make responded casually, then his figure blurred, and he entered the arena. Yang Feng, no wonder you overwhelmed the warlock geniuses of Western world's 3 dynasties in Timesky City. To be able to promote to a glorious sun warlock in such a short time is really amazing. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. From today on, all your glory will disappear, since you'll become part of my collection. Black aura surged all over when make. Staring at Yang Feng like an evil spirit, he revealed a ferocious smile, then spread the fingers of a hand, and a devil sphere engraved with countless runes appeared. The devil sphere opened, and an extremely wicked aura spewed out from inside. A fearsome devil corpse with a pair of horns on its head and expressionless eyes, covered in weird runes, and exuding traces of infinity warlock rank, wicked aura flew out of the devil sphere. When Zhuge Ding saw the fearsome devil corpse, his complexion changed drastically. Strong divine force rank fluctuations of power spread from him, and he said, Infinity devil corpse, you actually gave him Graveyard of the Dead's guardian devil corpse. Infinity devil corpse is a devil corpse graveyard of the dead cultivated by employing numerous secret methods and spending countless resources. It is said that there are only 3 such devil corpses in Graveyard of the Dead. If a warlock who cultivates deceased fusion secret method merges with the Infinity devil corpse, they'll be able to erupt with Infinity warlock rank battle prowess for a short period of time. Infinity devil corpses are secret treasures that are sealed in Graveyard of the Dead's headquarters all year round. As such, Zhuge Ding was naturally shocked when he saw when make take out an Infinity devil corpse. Jin Mushuan looked at the shocked Zhuge Ding with a pleased expression on his face. At the same time, he erupted with Infinity warlock rank life force field. Zhuge Ding! Secret treasures are also part of a warlock's strength. Since when make can operate this Infinity devil corpse, then it is part of his capability. What we give to him is our business. Read latest chapters at freewebnov.co only. Zhu Lai smiled coldly and also erupted with Infinity warlock rank life force field to contend with Zhuge Ding. As the 3 powerful fluctuations of power are facing off, a terrifying aura permeated this area. Although they released fluctuations of power, but none of the 3 powerhouses took action. They just confronted each other. After all, the 3 parties have come here to solve a problem, not fight each other. As long as their bottom line isn't crossed, none of them will take action. When make released the Infinity devil corpse, he looked at Yang Feng and smiled ferociously. Then his figure fluttered, and he turned into black gas and entered the body of the Infinity devil corpse. Idiot! Yang Feng smiled coldly, then took a step forward, appeared before the Infinity devil corpse as a blur, and touched its forehead with a finger. The true God Empyrean imprint suddenly appeared, and chains formed from countless dark runes pierced into the eyebrows of the Infinity devil corpse. Countless weird runes appeared on the body of the Infinity devil corpse. Then it trembled, and when make's soul projection emerged. There are chains made up of black runes coiling around his soul projection. When make is struggling wildly, trying to break free from Yang Feng's true God Empyrean imprint. But no matter how hard he struggles, he can't break free of the chains. Upon seeing this, Jin Mushuan's expression changed dramatically, and he roared loudly and turned into a stream of light shooting towards the arena. Stop! We concede. We concede defeat in this fight. When make is not only the strongest warlock genius in Graveyard of the Dead, but he is also their hope in this era. He only has a cultivation base of intermediate glorious sun warlock, yet he has already inherited one of Graveyard of the Dead's 3 Infinity Devil corpses. He can crush the majority of Glorious Sun warlocks. But unfortunately, he met Yang Feng, a true Bright World warlock proficient in countless secret methods. Haha, Jin Muxuan, it doesn't matter that you concede. It only counts when Mecha concedes himself. Zhuge Ding laughed loudly, turned into a stream of light, blocked in front of Jin Muxuan, and blasted him away with a punch. Save! Following a miserable scream, the soul of Mecha, who has been so arrogant just a moment ago, collapsed. Yang Feng grabbed the Infinity Devil corpse, threw it into a secret treasure, and sealed it. Eyes shot with blood, Jin Muxuan enunciated each syllable, saying, "How dare you, you scum! How dare you kill people from Graveyard of the Dead?" Zhuge Ding showed a sinister smile, and a powerful fighting spirit filled him. "What of it? This is a fair contest. But your disciple is not up to par. Even if equipped with the top secret treasures, a waste is still a waste. Each one of Battle Demon Sect's powerhouses is a fierce character who has experienced many battles. Naturally, they are not afraid of battle." From within the arena came Yang Feng's calm voice. "Next." Zhu Lai narrowed his eyes slightly and took a deep look at Qi Meixian, his complexion alternating between ashen and flushed. Nervous, Qi Meixian's pretty face is pale white. She is a supreme talent, a pinnacle Glorious Sun warlock. But seeing Yang Feng eliminate Mecha with ease, she has no confidence in defeating him. Zhu Lai pointed at a Starry Sky warlock and said solemnly, "You, go up and fight Yang Feng." Qi Meixian breathed a sigh of relief and rejoiced inside. The disciple of Heart of Fury turned pale, then knelt in front of Zhu Lai and begged bitterly, "Great Elder, don't. I am not Yang Feng's opponent. Please, choose someone else." "Trash. If you won't go up, then die." Furious, Zhu Lai pointed at the disciple, and a red ray entered the disciple. The disciple disintegrated at once, and fire consumed his remains. When the other disciples of Heart of Fury saw this, they were shaken, and fear shimmered in their eyes. Zhu Lai pointed to another disciple and said coldly, "You, go up and fight Yang Feng." The disciple gritted his teeth and said respectfully, "Yes, Great Elder." Jin Muxuan's gaze flickered for a while, then turned ice-cold. He stayed silent. As soon as the disciple of Heart of Fury flew into the large arena, he shouted loudly, "I admit defeat." After speaking, the disciple's figure shook slightly, and he flew out of the arena. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he flew out of the arena as well, and then walked towards Battle Demon Sect's warlocks. At this time, the eyes of warlocks from Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead are all focused on Yang Feng. The eyes are filled with apprehension, fear, and a trace of killing intent. Zhuge Ding glanced at Zhu Lai and Jin Muxuan and said flatly, "Okay, you can go now. Remember to evacuate the people on Enlay Star within a month. Otherwise, our people will treat them as enemies and annihilate them directly after they get there." "Okay." An enigmatic ray flashed in Zhu Lai's eyes, and he took out a white jade token from a pocket and crushed it. A bright white beam of light suddenly rose from this place. Inside the white beam of light, a ship of light that seems to be made out of holy light flew out of the void, and then, under the guidance of the white beam of light, flew this way at an incredible speed. The ship of light radiates brilliant holy light, and there are countless small angels with snow-white wings and innocent demeanor that look like little children flying around it and singing psalms. There are countless angels aboard the ship of light, among which 3 are sitting on thrones. The 3 are male blazing angels, and they exude frightening aura. Chapter 738, Messengers of Dawn. Chapter 738, Messengers of Dawn. Translator, Zayamoj. Zhuge Ding gazed at the ship of light in the sky with a dignified look in his eyes. An unclear premonition surged in his heart, and he asked coldly, "Zhu Lai? Who are they? What do you want to do?" Zhu Lai sneered. "They are angels of the mighty warlock emperor, the Dawn Lord." "Zhuge Ding, you're not going to pay them your respects." "The warlock emperor, the Dawn Lord." When they heard that, everyone's complexion changed greatly. Even Yang Feng, who has always been very calm as if everything was under control, even his complexion changed greatly. Among the countless planes, there are many planes who have a god named the Dawn Lord. After the 8th Warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty was born. Wherever human warlocks set foot, all the gods named the Dawn Lord were eliminated. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, many gods called the Dawn Lord emerged on different planes. However, there is only one Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord, and that is the founder of the 8th Warlock dynasty, one of human 8 Warlock Emperors. Sangji Plane's human warlocks have given birth to 8 Warlock Emperors. Although the Dawn Lord is recognized as the weakest among them, but in fact it is the other 7 Warlock Emperors who were so powerful that they were virtually invincible. During their most tyrannical periods, wherever the other 7 Warlock Emperors passed through, Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses of other races retreated and remained hidden. And those who dared to appear before them, they were either suppressed or eliminated. The Dawn Lord was an above-average Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse in terms of strength. But because he has been once defeated by a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse of another race, he is regarded as the weakest among the human 8 Warlock Emperors. Even so, the Dawn Lord is still a genuine Warlock Emperor rank existence. When he was still alive, he completely dominated Sangji Plane and countless subsidiary planes centered around Sangji Plane, and the light of human warlock civilization enveloped countless planes. Sangji Plane's Western world's warlocks didn't play a decisive role in Sangji Plane. But after the Dawn Lord emerged, not only did Western world's warlock play a decisive role in Sangji Plane, but they also dominated countless planes. If the 8th Warlock dynasty's Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord, has really re-emerged, then there is no force in Sangji Plane that can resist him. Great Cloud Dynasty and Western World's 3 dynasties are just like ants in front of the Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord. The expression of the overbearing Zhuge Ding stiffened. He stared at the ship of light in the sky, a gloomy expression on his face. Apart from a few planes owned by Battle Demon Sect, the enemy has the coordinates of most of the planes. If Battle Demon Sect becomes an enemy of a Warlock Emperor rank existence, only death will await them. Yang Feng recovered his calm and said unhurriedly, "The Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord? Impossible. He died in the hands of Emperor Slayer Zhonglaimi in his later years. This fact is common knowledge. He can't be alive. In this vast universe, the strongest force is time. Except the eternal, no one can resist the erosion of time. Even if it is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, their soul will be slowly eroded, and then will eventually die out. In this vast universe, who knows how many Warlock Emperor rank existences there are hidden? One of the important reasons why they don't show themselves is that they have lived too long and their soul has begun to decay. Once they emerge, they may die in a short time. In his later years, the Dawn Lord has also weakened to the extreme. At that time, most of Sangji Plane's human warlocks united with countless foreign powerhouses and launched an attack against the Dawn Lord for some reason. The Dawn Lord killed 3 Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses and 13 Holy Spirit Warlocks before he finally died together with the Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse Emperor Slayer Zhonglaimi. The war affected the entire Sangji Plane. The supporters of the Dawn Lord and the rebel forces fought endlessly in Sangji Plane and on other planes, and countless experts died. This caused the human warlock civilization to regress by countless years. Zhuge Ding sneered. That's right. Besides, the Dawn Lord wouldn't be using angels. At that time, the most powerful powerhouses under him were the 13 apostles. I was almost deceived by you guys. Petty mortals, do you see what this is? Sitting in a throne, a very handsome blazing angel waved his hand, and a white sphere of light suddenly flew up and floated in the air. In an instant, numerous runes formed the word Dawn on the white sphere of light, and a vast and boundless might spread from the white sphere of light. Dawn Imperial Seal. A thought surfaced in the sea of consciousness of everyone present. No matter what existence it is, they all can understand the meaning contained in the white sphere of light. Yang Feng looked at the Dawn Imperial Seal, and a strange ray flashed across his eyes. Is it really the Dawn Lord? Dignified light glimmered in Zhuge Ding's eyes. To force a thought to surface in the mind of an infinity warlock, only Holy Spirit Warlock rank beings and above can create such strange power. Yang Feng said, "So you are angels of the mighty Dawn Lord. I am Yang Feng, a true disciple of Battle Demon Sect. I wonder what brings you angels here." The eyes of Battle Demon Sect's people focused on the angel. "Petty mortal, heart of fury and graveyard of the dead, have already converted to our Lord and are servants of our Lord. You sinners, you dare attack them. This is a disrespect to our Lord. This is blasphemy. Hand over all of your resource astral bodies, and then convert to our Lord, and your sins shall be forgiven. Otherwise, on behalf of our Lord, I shall purify you here today." Radiating resplendent white light from his eyes, like a god trialing mortals, one of the three blazing angels proclaimed a judgment. Zhu Lai and Jin Muxuan took the experts of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead to block the way of Battle Demon Sect's party to Battle Demon Airship. Zhugading glanced at Zhu Lai and Jin Muxuan, and frigid killing intent flickered in his eyes. "Zhu Lai, Jin Muxuan, do you want to violate our bet and become mortal enemies with our Battle Demon Sect?" Zhu Lai's face distorted into a sinister smile, and he uttered, "That's right. Our Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead want to become mortal enemies with your Battle Demon Sect. As long as you, a strong divine force rank god, die here, then the strength of your Battle Demon Plane will be weakened by 1/3. Moreover, the geniuses of your Battle Demon Sect will die here as well." The contest was just a pretext. Staring at Yang Feng with a malevolent expression on his face, Jin Muxuan said frigidly, "Boy, you dare to kill 2 genius disciples from Graveyard of the Dead. After I catch you, I'll show you how Graveyard of the Dead deals with people who slight us." Seeing the 3 blazing angels in the sky as well as the 2 infinity warlocks Zhu Lai and Jin Muxuan, fear streaked across the eyes of Battle Demon Sect's genius disciples. As a strong divine force rank god, Zhugading is extremely powerful. However, with his strength, even if he burns divine force, he can only compete with the 3 blazing angels at most. This leaves the 2 infinity warlocks Zhu Lai and Jin Muxuan to do as they please. Zhugading looked at the ship of light in the sky with a solemn look in his eyes. With his strength, if he wants to escape by himself from the 5 infinity warlock rank powerhouses, his chances are very high. But all the warlock geniuses of Battle Demon Sect, including Yang Feng, will have to stay behind. Yang Feng glanced at Jin Muxuan and the others and said with a cold smile, "Really? Fortunately, I like to do extra preparations. Since you are looking to die, then I will oblige you." Fire! The space 5,000 kilometers away rippled, and a resplendent pillar of light tore through space and barreled towards the ship of light. Divine decree! Let there be light! The face of a blazing angel fell, and he frantically stimulated his angel force and shouted loudly. All of a sudden, the ship of light shone, and a screen of light enveloped it. The pillar of light fired by a blazing sun battlestar's primary artillery slammed into the ship of light's the screen of light, raised ripples, and then finally disappeared along with the screen of light. The space in the distance distorted. 3 blazing sun battlestars appeared from different directions and fired their primary artillery, and 3 pillars of light blasted into the ship of light in an instant. With the all-out support of the 3 blazing angels, the screen of light around the ship of light shuddered a little for a split second, and then crumbled and the pillars of light engulfed the ship of light. Alexia unfolded her pitch-black fallen angel wings, then turned into a stream of black light rushing towards Zhu Lai and slashed at him. The source of this scenetent is freowebnovel.com. In the blink of an eye, Zhugading frantically burned divine force, then roared and turned into a violent storm sweeping towards Jin Muxuan, and then drew him into the storm. Jin Muxuan roared, his body squirmed, and a red-horned evil ogre infinity devil corpse appeared and merged with him in an instant. Jin Muxuan was originally a junior infinity warlock rank powerhouse. But now that he merged with the red-horned evil ogre infinity devil corpse, his strength soared, and he exuded intermediate infinity warlock rank aura. In a flash, a 100-meter-tall red-horned evil ogre enveloped by ogre aura appeared in the storm, crashed its fists into the storm with a berserk force. Under the violent fist strikes, one crack after another was blasted into the storm. Chapter 739 Slaying Zhu Lai. Chapter 739. 739 Slaying Zhu Lai. Want to sneak attack me? Fat chance. A fierce smile on his face, Zhu Lai waved his hand, and a scarlet mirror with a Xuanhuan design suddenly appeared. The scarlet mirror gleamed, and a 20-meter-long fire Xuanhuan rushed towards Alexia. A cold gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes. Then Alexia slashed out with her sword, and a dazzling black sword ray slashed the fire Xuanhuan. The black sword ray cut the fire Xuanhuan in two, and then pitch-black dark force extinguished the fire Xuanhuan. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. Almost in an instant, Alexia appeared in front of Zhu Lai and slashed at him with a sword strike, which contains endless dark force. Zhu Lai's face fell. With a wave of his hand, a scarlet bead flew out suddenly. As soon as the scarlet bead appeared, it hit Alexia's sword and set off a violent blast, blasting Zhu Lai and Alexia away. Alexia only tumbled in the air for a split second, and then shot back to Zhu Lai and slashed at him. Under Alexia's frenzied attacks, Zhu Lai cast various powerful spells and resisted desperately. Infinity Warlock Rank Fallen Angel. An Infinity Warlock Rank Blazing Angel is actually his woman. Dazed by Alexia's sudden outbreak in battle prowess, the warlocks on the scene stared at Yang Feng with incredulity in their eyes. An Infinity Warlock Rank Blazing Angel is a top powerhouse among Infinity Warlock Rank powerhouses. It should be noted that Battle Demon Sect of Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 Great Sects was supported by only 4 Bright World Warlocks in Feisuo Plane's headquarters not long ago. Everyone, go together and kill them. Eliminate them. After seeing Alexia fly away, the eyes of the warlocks of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead flashed fiercely, and they cast different spells barreling towards Yang Feng and other disciples of Battle Demon Sect. Numerous devil corpses appeared in the square. These devil corpses are powerful existences summoned by Graveyard of the Dead's warlocks, and each one of them is a fearsome existence at the Starry Sky Warlock realm and above. Hiding behind the devil corpses, Heart of Fury's warlocks cast powerful offensive spells flying towards Yang Feng and his party. Since we're enemies, then go to hell. A devour black moon rose slowly behind Yang Feng, and, like a black hole that could swallow everything, devoured the offensive spells cast by the warlocks of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead. Wherever he passed, the devour black moon fluttered, and all the devil corpses were swallowed and wiped out. Essence. He comprehended essence. He's a monstrous genius who comprehended essence and found his path. Essence. Crap. He turned out to be a freakish genius who comprehended essence and formed a virtual world. No wonder when Mecha was insta-killed. When the warlocks of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead saw the devour black moon behind Yang Feng, their complexions suddenly changed dramatically, and a look of despair emerged in their eyes. There are very few warlocks who have formed a virtual world. In the young generation of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, only Qi Meixian has formed a virtual world. But there is no one who has comprehended essence. Yang Feng took a step, and then suddenly appeared among the warlocks of Graveyard of the Dead. The devour black moon suddenly emitted a terrifying attractive force towards the warlocks of Graveyard of the Dead. The warlocks of Graveyard of the Dead immediately turned into rays of light and plunged into the devour black hole. Next, the devour black hole twisted slightly and devoured the flesh and blood of the opponent in an instant, leaving only starry sky cores and moonlight cores behind. Seeing this scenes, the complexion of Heart of Fury's genius disciples changed drastically, and they cast various spells and fled in different directions. Qi Meixian cast a secret method and astutely flew towards the wreckage of the Ship of Light. Although the Ship of Light was blasted into fragments and fell onto the celestial body, but the 3 blazing angels are unharmed. To dare attack us, you ant, you're really bold. Staring at Yang Feng with the flames of fury burning in his eyes, a blazing angel roared, flapped his wings, and then appeared in front of Yang Feng in an instant and sent a sword strike containing angel fire slashing towards Yang Feng. Your opponent is me. Along with a stern shout, as if a beautiful yet dangerous black Xuanhuan enveloped in dark flames, Yu Yan suddenly pierced black Xuanhuang's spear towards the blazing angel's heart. The heart is the weak point of blazing angels. As long as the heart is not destroyed, they won't fear any damage. Besides, if an attack doesn't contain law force, then even if it destroys their body, it won't be able to destroy an angel's heart. However, Yu Yan is an infinity warlock, and her attacks contain powerful law force. Forced to give up his attack on Yang Feng, the blazing angel swung his sword to block Yu Yan's attack. Another infinity warlock. He actually has 2 infinity warlocks as his women. No wonder the advancement of his cultivation base is so terrifying. It turns out that he has 2 infinity warlocks as his women. I'm clearly much better looking than he is. So why aren't there any infinity warlocks fancying me? When the male disciples of Battle Demon sect saw this, they revealed looks of envy in their eyes. Even Zhou Feng and Zhui Yifan are no exception. Alexia and Yu Yan are not only stunningly beautiful, but they are also infinity warlock rank existences. For ordinary moonlight warlocks, just seeing infinity warlocks is a challenge. Yet Yang Feng drew them into his harem. This is simply outrageous. Heretic! Die! The 2 blazing angels blurred, turned into 2 streams of light, and flew towards Yang Feng, killing intent surging in their eyes. Ha ha! Come in! Bursts of excited and wild laughter sounded on the battlefield, and an extremely violent hurricane swept the 2 blazing angels and drew them into a turbulent vortex in an instant. The 2 blazing angels howled frantically and brandished their swords, and dazzling sword rays sliced the violent hurricane apart. Zhuge transmitted his voice to Yang Feng. Yang Feng, take the others and escape. I can only entangle them for a day at most. As a strong divine force rank god, Zhuge is extremely powerful. If it is one-on-one, he can defeat an infinity warlock rank blazing angel. But the 2 are dawn blazing angels and they wield the law of dawn and angel force. The 2 dawn blazing angels are enough to defeat Zhuge. Coupled with the infinity warlock Jin Wuxuan, Zhuge can barely stall these 3 terrifying powerhouses for 1 day. If Zhuge doesn't escape after 1 day is over, he will die here. If Yang Feng leads the disciples to escape, then the infinity warlock rank powerhouses will be able to escape easily. Curtain of the night. Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand, and the strong divine force grade god armament curtain of the night suddenly flew out and instantly shrouded the land in night. Zhu Lai was startled at first, but soon discovered that apart from losing his sight, the rest of his senses weren't weakened. He immediately sneered in his heart. Fool! Even if an infinity warlock loses their sight, the rest of the senses are enough to support them in a fight. What a moron! After a breath of time, Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he appeared in front of Zhu Lai and slashed at him with the level 8 secret treasure sword of Dark Dragon in his hand. Idiot! I've been waiting for you to come to me. Die! Zhu Lai smiled ferociously and waved his hand, and a level 9 secret treasure Wicked Bone Banshee Queen dart suddenly flew out and turned into a black ray shooting towards Yang Feng. Wicked Bone Banshee is a rare evil ogre in Evil God Plane. Adult Wicked Bone Banshees possess glorious Sun Warlock rank strength and above, and they can naturally manipulate the bone essence of other life forms and are proficient in the law of bones. Adult Wicked Bone Banshee Queens are Warlock Monarch rank existences. When hit by them, even Holy Spirit Warlocks will have their bone marrow extracted. The level 9 secret treasure Wicked Bone Banshee Queen dart is a wicked secret treasure forged from the bone essence of a Wicked Bone Banshee Queen and numerous precious materials. Even if it is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse who is stabbed by the Wicked Bone Banshee Queen dart, they'll have their bone marrow and bones extracted. At the same time, the bone marrow and bones will burst and take a weird form in the target's body. Even a Warlock Monarch with undying traits will receive serious damage and lose most of their power. Yang Feng has been prepared for something like this. All of a sudden, the mountain shield he got from the relic of the Brilliant Holy flew out, and mountain projections appeared and blocked in front of him like a huge shield. When the Wicked Bone Banshee Queen dart stabbed into the mountain projections, it got stuck, unable to budge. Almost at the same time, Yang Feng's god clone appeared silently from the dark and stabbed the strong divine force grade god armament, the dagger of the night Zhu Lai in the back. As soon as the dagger of the night stabbed Zhu Lai in the back, Countless curses erupted in a flash and eroded Zhu Lai's body. With just Junior Infinity Warlock cultivation base, Zhu Lai's body rotted and aged. His eyes widened, he lost his voice, and terror and despair filled his face. Chapter 740 Slaying Jin Muxuan. Chapter 740 Slaying Jin Muxuan. If it is a strong divine force rank god, they can burn divine force to somewhat resist the curses of the dagger of the night. But Zhu Lai is just an ordinary Junior Infinity Warlock, and basically cannot withstand such an attack. He persisted for less than 5 seconds before his soul decayed, and he turned into a mere corpse ridden with curses. The ruler of the night and the ruler of the dark and ruler of shadows of other planes are weaker when it comes to frontal combat. But they are expert at assassinations. If the ruler of the night hadn't entered Yang Feng's divine country at that time to kill Yang Feng in one fell swoop, Yang Feng would have no way to deal with him. Unless you are a Holy Spirit Warlock, or you have a secret treasure with the power to specifically restrain the power of the ruler of the night, it is extremely hard to kill this assassin god who wields the power of the night. After slaying Zhu Lai with a sneak attack, Yang Feng's god clone instantly entered the night. Next he silently appeared behind the blazing angel fighting Yu Yan, both of whom are evenly matched, and stabbed at the blazing angel with the dagger of the night. Divine decree! Let there be light! The blazing angel screamed, frantically burned divine force, and launched the law of dawn, and resplendent light of dawn spread in all directions. The night divine domain formed by the god armament curtain of the night was immediately broken by the resplendent light of dawn. Illuminated by the light of dawn, the night force around Yang Feng's god clone is being neutralized, and emits black smoke. Dawn divine force has a great restraining effect on night divine force, which is why the light of dawn can dispel night force so easily. Divine decree! Evil gods shall receive divine judgment. The blazing angel shouted, and light suddenly shot out, hit Yang Feng's ruler of the night clone, and engraved a strange evil god mark on him. As soon as the evil god mark appeared on Yang Feng's ruler of the night clone, the speed of the blazing angel suddenly increased by 30%, and he slashed towards Yang Feng's god clone with the blazing angel sword, which is burning with fire of purification. Gods of dawn wield the power of dawn, and their subordinated dawn blazing angels can wield part of the power of dawn. Fire of purification is the manifestation of the power of dawn. Under the power of fire of purification, any existence will be directly purified and turned into dust. Yang Feng's god clone's face flickered, and he blocked the blazing angel sword with the dagger of the night. Ding! Dawn divine force and night divine force collided, intertwined, and twisted frantically. Yang Feng's ruler of the night clone was forcibly flung away by hundreds of meters. Like maggots feeding on a corpse, wisps of fire of purification wrapped around Yang Feng's ruler of the night clone and burned him. The power of dawn is really extraordinary. No wonder the Dawn Lord has banned it at the time. Yang Feng's ruler of the night clone exclaimed and frantically burned divine force, and night divine force surged and turned into black gas that extinguished the fire of purification. The power of dawn can purify everything, and almost no power can restrain it. After the Dawn Lord became a Warlock Emperor and established the 8th Warlock Dynasty, he went on military campaigns to planes with gods of dawn gods, slayed the gods of dawn gods one by one, and gave orders to prohibit the gods of other planes from forming the divine authority of the God of Dawn. Despite the orders of the Dawn Lord, there were still people in many planes who coveted the power of the God of Dawn and became gods of dawn, and then were slayed by the Dawn Lord. When the blazing angel wanted to pursue Yang Feng's god clone, he was stopped by Yu Yan, and the two sides continued to fight in a frenzy, evenly matched. Equipped with fallen angel armor, Alexia turned into a black stream of light, surged with powerful dark force, flew towards the dawn blazing angel, and engaged him in battle. As soon as Alexia joined the fray, the dawn blazing angel fell into a disadvantage. However, the dazzling light of dawn and the fire of purification he released at all times are extremely tricky. Even though Alexia joined the battle, it is still very difficult to kill him. Yang Feng's the ruler of the night clone burned divine force frantically, and the curtain of the night burst out with dark light that swallowed all the light in a radius of tens of kilometers. The divine light shield around the three blazing angels was suppressed to 3 meters away from them. In an instant, Yang Feng's god clone strangely appeared behind Xuanhuan and silently stabbed towards the other party's heart with the dagger of the night. A trigger-type secret treasure on Xuanhuan radiated light and formed colorful magic shields around him. But as if pieces of paper, the magic shields were easily broken by the dagger of the night. Virtually in the blink of an eye, the dagger of the night stabbed Xuanhuan in the heart. Various fearsome curses broke out in an instant. Xuanhuan's face fell at once, pustules covered his body, and a ray of despair flashed in his eyes. Damn it! Light of purification! A blazing angel roared and pointed at Xuanhuan with the blazing angel sword in his hand, and pure divine light of dawn plunged into Xuanhuan's body. Under the purification of the divine light of dawn, Xuanhuan emitted black smoke, and his face distorted in pain. But at the same time, the curses of the dagger of the night collapsed one by one. The dagger of the night buzzed, and then bounced away from Xuanhuan. The dagger of the night is a strong divine force grade assassination secret treasure that is imbued with countless curses. It can pierce through all magic shields, seal teleportation spells, and cast various curses on the target. However, it is lacking in terms of head-on combat power, and can be easily restrained by the power of dawn, the power of radiant, and other powers. The other two blazing angels burned divine force like crazy and swung their swords. A series of sword rays containing the fire of purification slashed the violent hurricane that Godhood transformed into. In the wake of the sword rays, the violent hurricane was purified into pure wind elemental particles. For every part of the violent hurricane that was purified into pure wind elemental particles, Godhood received an injury. But he is a veteran expert of battle demon sect. He forcibly burned divine force in a frenzied manner and tightly entangled the two blazing angels, putting them in a difficult situation. The figure of Yang Feng's ruler of the night clone shook slightly, countless runes emerged, and the dark divine force faded instantly. Then his eyes turned crimson. Crimson divine force fluctuations spread from him, and the strong divine force grade secret treasure scimitar of massacre appeared in his hand. The moment when Yang Feng's god clone grasped the scimitar of massacre, it was like he has become the incarnation of the god of massacre who had experienced countless battles and massacred countless creatures. In an instant, he appeared in front of the heavily injured Xuanhuan and slashed at him with the scimitar. In the presence of that slash, Xuanhuan felt as if space has frozen and blood enveloped the world, and he became distracted. Then a red line appeared on his body. No! When the red line appeared, Xuanhuan felt his vision darken. Then endless dark swallowed him, and he lost all senses. Yang Feng grabbed at Xuanhuan's corpse and put it into a storage ring. The god of massacre wields the power of massacre, and is proficient in countless killing methods. The scimitar of massacre is a formidable god armament that has slayed who know how many powerhouses and devoured who know how many souls. Moreover, Xuanhuan was seriously wounded by the dagger of the night before. This is why Yang Feng's god clone was able to kill Xuanhuan with a single blow. After the war in his divine country, Yang Feng's god clone refined the godheads of the 4 strong divine force rank gods and thus increased his own battle prowess. The more godheads they refine, the more difficult it is for gods to break through. Yang Feng's god clone has refined strong divine force grade godheads of the god of fire, the god of war, the god of massacre, and the ruler of the night, making his strength soar. But in this way, it is almost impossible for him to promote to a mighty divine force rank god by relying on his own insights. After Yang Feng's clone changed into the god of massacre form, his figure flickered, and he instantly appeared behind the blazing angel. Alexia and Yu Yan are fighting, a scent of blood wafting out from him. Then he sent a blade ray containing exquisite law of massacre slashing towards the blazing angel. The dawn blazing angel is worthy of being a most powerful weapon. Even though Yu Yan pierced his wing with a spear strike, but in the nick of time, he circled his sword back and blocked the blade ray released by Yang Feng's god of massacre clone. Up.dfrm.fgewebenvel.com. Watching the 3 powerhouses besieging the blazing angel, Yang Feng's true body couldn't help but praise. Incredible! The claim that blazing angels can contend against warlock powerhouses of the same rank who have formed a virtual world inside them is well-deserved. It is a pity that fallen angels are restrained too much by dawn angels, otherwise things wouldn't have developed this way. Equipped with the fallen angel armor, the fallen blazing angel Alexia is stronger than the dawn blazing angel. However, the power of the dawn blazing angel restrains fallen angels, making it impossible for her to display her true strength. Yang Feng's true body grabbed at the air, and a 30-meter-long black hand appeared out of nowhere and shot towards Qi Meixian. The genius disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead have been wiped out one by the geniuses of Battle Demon Sect, with only Qi Meixian still remaining alive. Facing Yang Feng's large black hands, Qi Meixian clenched her white teeth. World force filled her body, and she transformed into a golden crow exuding quasi-bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. The golden crow fired gold crow fire that slammed into the large black hand and crushed it to pieces. Chapter 741, Capturing the Three Dawn Blazing Angels. Chapter 741, Capturing the Three Dawn Blazing Angels. Translator, Zayamoj. World Force. How unexpected. Heart of Fury actually has a warlock genius like you. No wonder you dared to fight with our Battle Demon Sect's genius disciples. A trace of surprise appeared in Yang Feng's eyes. Then he smiled and took a step forward. With a blur, he appeared on the head of the golden crow, and then extended his hand to pat the head of the golden crow. A sense of danger immediately welled up inside Qi Meixian, who had transformed into the golden crow, and she struggled frantically. She suddenly fired a beam of fire, which is capable of burning bright world warlocks to ashes, barreling towards Yang Feng. A black vortex suddenly appeared on Yang Feng's right hand, and then it swallowed the beam of fire. Yang Feng took this opportunity to pat the close to 100-meter-long golden crow on the head. Boom! The golden crow Qi Meixian has transformed into fell heavily on the ground and blasted open a huge hole in the earth like a meteor, and then spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Countless black runes emerged on the golden crow that Qi Meixian has transformed into, completely sealing the power inside her. After more than a dozen breaths of time, the golden crow disappeared and Qi Meixian appeared in her human form. Submit or die. As if snakes, two streams of black gas lifted the severely wounded Qi Meixian, whose power was sealed. At the same time, Yang Feng's merciless, ice-cold voice sounded beside her ears. FREOWebnovel.com. Read 8 chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. Qi Meixian hesitated for a while before finally gritting her teeth and saying, I am willing to submit. Warlocks have a long lifespan, are knowledgeable, and enjoy a high status. They naturally don't want to die. Only warlocks who have received great favor and have been nurtured with great care have a strong sense of identity with their sect and are willing to die together with it. Heart of Fury is a warlock group that believes in the principle weak are prey to the strong. As such, the internal struggle inside it is extremely fierce. Qi Meixian has gone through countless struggles and hardships before becoming a peerless genius of Heart of Fury. She doesn't have a strong sense of identification with Heart of Fury, which is why she chose to surrender that easily. Surprise flickered in Yang Feng's eyes, and then he took out a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir and injected it into Qi Meixian. Liquid metal nano-robot elixir is not effective against powerful existences who have already promoted to the Bright World Warlock rank. But it is very effective against Qi Meixian, who is a pinnacle glorious sun warlock. After quelling Qi Meixian easily, Yang Feng's gaze fell on the middle of the battlefield. At this time, the battlefield is divided into two parts. On one side, two blazing angels are besieging Zhugading, while on the other side, Yang Feng's god clone, Alexia, and Yu Yan are besieging a blazing angel. Barely holding on, the blazing angel that was besieged by Yang Feng's god clone and the other two can be defeated at any time. It's time! The corners of Yang Feng's true body's mouth rose slightly. Then he flipped his hand, and the shoot the heavens bow immediately appeared in his hand. He frantically extracted world force from the 9 small worlds in his body and poured it into the shoot the heavens bow in his hand, and intermediate Bright World Warlock rank might spread in all directions. Bright World Warlock. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, has already promoted to a Bright World Warlock? Bright World Warlock. How is this possible? When the genius disciples of Battle Demon sect sensed the terrifying aura, they were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. A Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse can already become a great elder of Battle Demon sect, enjoying endless honor, gaining tremendous authority, and wielding the fate of countless creatures. An enigmatic glint flickered in Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes, and a complicated smile appeared on her face. Bright World Warlock? Amazing! Zhou Feng smiled bitterly and uttered, "There are people that you can never measure up to." Shui Yifan sighed slightly. Bright World Warlock. It's such a hopeless gap that you can't even get envious. Zhang Hanshan, Zhou Feng, and Shui Yifan are all personal disciples of 3 of Battle Demon Sect's 4 great elders. They are unique geniuses selected from hundreds of thousands of Battle Demon Sect's talented disciples. They watched Yang Feng surpass them step by step from when he was a great warlock, and now he has already advanced to a Bright World Warlock. With the fortuitous encounters Zhang Hanshan and the other 2 had in Time Sky City, they have a chance to promote to Glorious Sun Warlocks. But it is already extremely difficult to promote to a Glorious Sun Warlock, let alone to promote to a Bright World Warlock. Now that Yang Feng has advanced to a Bright World Warlock, they feel both excited and envious. Warning suddenly went off in the mind of the Blazing Angel fighting with Yang Feng's god clone and company, and he looked at Yang Feng's true body. In an instant, an arrow that shattered the space in its wake shot towards the Blazing Angel like a shooting star. Doing his best to fight against the 3 powerhouses who are besieging him, the Blazing Angel could barely condense a dawn light shield in front of him. In an instant, the shoot the heavens bows arrow stabbed the Blazing Angel and nailed him to the ground. Yu Yen silently recited an incantation and flipped her hand, and a level 9 secret treasure lock dragon nail flew out, stabbed into the Blazing Angel, and sealed his power completely. Let's retreat. The complexion of the 2 Blazing Angels, who have already severely wounded Zhuge Ding, changed greatly. With a sword slash, they split open the violent gale that Zhuge Ding has transformed into, and then turned into 2 rays of dawn light flying into the distance. At this moment, in an empty space, countless 7-color petals appeared. The 7 color petals superimposed on each other, surged with power, and formed a 7-color rose petal seal boundary. 7-color rose garden's garden master suddenly appeared. With the 7-color rose in hand, sitting amid countless 7-color rose petals, exuding an unearthly temperament, 7-color rose garden's garden master looks like a beautiful goddess who descended into the secular world. The 2 Blazing Angels waved their sword and slashed the 7-color rose petal seal boundary, and fire of purification burned countless 7-color rose petals to ashes and opened a path inside the 7-color rose petal seal boundary. More 7-color rose petals appeared and blocked the escape route instantly. With a flash of black light, Alexia's figure shook slightly, and she appeared in front of a Blazing Angel and swung her sword slashing towards him. Yu Yan's figure shook slightly as well, and she turned into a stream of light and blocked the other Blazing Angel. Yang Feng's god clone changed again, and his divine force fluctuations became those of a god of war. God of war, divine domain, comprehensive strengthening. Yang Feng's god clone shouted, and divine force halos appeared on all of his allies. The divine force halos respectively boost strength, agility, morale, soul force, among others. Even if an ordinary person is boosted by the divine force halos, they will possess enough power to slay a level 1 warlock. Boosted by the divine force halos, the fighting strength of Yu Yan, Alexia, Zhuge Ding, and Yang Feng's god clone suddenly soared by 30%. Alexia, who was originally suppressed by the divine force of the Dawn Blazing Angel, immediately suppressed the Dawn Blazing Angel instead. Among the 4 strong divine force rank gods, the ruler of the night is the strongest in assassination, the god of massacre is the strongest at frontal combat, the god of fire has the strongest destructive power, and the god of war is the strongest at support. Besieged by the 4 powerhouses, the 2 Dawn Blazing Angels are at a complete disadvantage. 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master's 7-color Rose Petal Seal Boundary sealed the 2 Blazing Angels inside the boundary space, making it difficult for them to escape. Suddenly, the ultimate form six-winged sun-devouring centipede flew out from behind Yang Feng's god clone and sprayed a brilliant stream of sun god fire shooting towards a blazing angel. The blazing angel tried to evade it, but half of his wing was still burned to ashes by the sun god fire. At that moment, scarlet light flashed behind Yang Feng's god clone, and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar suddenly flew out, slashed the blazing angel with the god blood sword in his hand with lightning speed, and cut open a deep wound on his body. A copious amount of gold blood flew out of the blazing angel's wound and entered the god blood sword. The violent gale Zhuge has formed a huge wind blade containing divine force of wind that slashed the blazing angel and directly severed half of his arm. Yu Yan took the opportunity to stab her spear and another level 9 secret treasure lock dragon nail into the blazing angel and sealed his power. The level 9 secret treasure lock dragon nail is a small secret treasure that can seal the power of an infinity warlock rank powerhouse. Great Cloud Dynasty's secret treasure division can produce more than 100 pieces of this secret treasure each year. Although lock dragon nail can be easily broken by an infinity warlock, but once it is stabbed into the body, even a quasi-warlock monarch rank powerhouse won't be able to break the ceiling. The virtual world of infinity warlocks who have formed a virtual world will also be sealed, unable to provide any power. Heretics, you dare to profane messengers of the might Dawn Lord. Let's die together. There was a flash of fury in the eyes of the remaining blazing angel. Then his aura became unstable and his heart throbbed. He wants to detonate himself. The explosion of an angel's heart contains terrifying power. As for the explosion of an infinity warlock rank blazing angel's heart, it can even severely injure a warlock monarch rank powerhouse if hit directly. At this moment, an arrow fired from the chute the heaven's bow stabbed the last remaining blazing angel and nailed him to the ground. The arrow was fired by Yang Feng's true body. Yu Yan stepped forward and added a lock dragon nail to seal the blazing angel's power. Chapter 742, Arriving at Red Rage Plane. Chapter 742, Arriving at Red Rage Plane. Translator, Zayamoch. After quelling all the enemies, the figures of 7 Color Rose Garden's Garden Master, Yang Feng's God Clone and Kindred Avatar, the ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede, Alexia, and Yu Yan fluttered, and they disappeared. A force hidden in the dark will make people more apprehensive. If Alexia and Yu Yan fight with all their might, it will be easy to associate them with Undying Mountain's fallen blazing angel and Great Cloud Dynasty's traitor, Marshal Yu. Since Yang Feng doesn't want to deceive Zhuge, he can only have them leave quickly and preserve a bit of mystery. Looking in the direction of the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses who have suddenly disappeared, Zhuge asked abruptly, "Who are they?" Yang Feng answered with a smile, "They are my friends." Zhuge gave Yang Feng a meaningful glance. "You have a good group of friends." Zhuge looked at the 3 sealed dawn blazing angels, frowned, and uttered in a deep voice, a solemn gleam in his eyes, "What do we do with these guys?" The 3 dawn blazing angels called themselves the messengers of the Dawn Lord. If this is indeed the case, then Battle Demon Sect may be destroyed by the other party at any time. Each one of Zhangji Plain's 8 warlock emperors was extremely powerful as well cruel and merciless. They had no qualms in killing enemies. In his later years, the Dawn Lord even more so became famous for his cruel methods, which finally resulted in a backlash, and countless warlocks besieged him while he was weakened. Although Zhuge joined hands with Yang Feng to quell the 3 blazing angels that proclaimed themselves messengers of the Dawn Lord, but once he calmed down, he felt that he got himself in a very sticky situation. A fierce ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes and he responded coldly, "Since we have come this far, then we either go all in or give up. Let's destroy Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead at the fastest speed and take all of their resources. They won't expect us attacking them at this time." Yang Feng brought so many Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses here because he has harbored malicious designs to begin with. If Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses dared to do anything suspicious, he could directly kill the opponent. Every Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse possesses great wealth and is themselves a mobile treasure. Now that he slayed 2 Infinity Warlock of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead respectively, Yang Feng immediately became interested in annexing the two warlock groups. Infinity warlocks are the core and the strongest combat power of a warlock group. Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead had to join forces to contend with Battle Demon Sect. Now that they collectively lost two Infinity warlocks, they are at their weakest. Yang Feng will never let go of such an opportunity. Zhuge Ding frowned slightly and hesitated for a while, before saying, Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead hold the Grade 4 planes Red Rage Plane and Submerged Tomb Plane, respectively. Although the two are inferior Grade 4 planes and are far from being comparable to our Battle Demon Sect's superior Grade 4 plane, Battle Demon Plane. But there still are many gods on those two planes. Moreover, with the support of the plane origin will, it's not that easy to attack them. To make a decision on such a major event, we have to convene a meeting of great elders. There are more than a dozen great elders in Battle Demon Sect. As such, it is fundamentally impossible for a single person to decide to fight a warlock groups of a similar level. Yang Feng's eyes flickered for a while, and then he uttered with a smile, If that's the case, then forget it. Since Battle Demon Sect is unwilling to make a move, then it's even better for Yang Feng. As long as he can conquer Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, then the two Grade 4 planes will belong to his Undying Mountain. He won't have to share anything with Battle Demon Sect. Zhuge Ding, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave now. Yang Feng grabbed the three sealed dawn blazing angels. Then his figure shook slightly, and he disappeared. Let's go. Zhuge Ding took a deep look at Yang Feng's back, and then took Battle Demon Sect's genius disciples to board the Battle Demon airship and left the celestial body, preoccupied. In Astral Boundary, there is a huge fleet consisting of 3 Blazing Sun battlestars, 30 Star Destroyer battlestars, and 60 interstellar carriers flying slowly. Inside a Blazing Sun battlestar, in a laboratory, Yang Feng stood in front of a crystal pillar and looked inside it. There is someone sealed inside the crystal pillar, and that someone is a blazing angel. Watching the blazing angel, who is nailed by a lock dragon nail, Yang Feng asked unhurriedly, I am Yang Feng. I am from Battle Demon Sect. What is your name? The memories of the dawn blazing angels have been sealed by formidable power of dawn. Even Yang Feng, who is proficient in countless secret methods, cannot break the power of dawn and obtain information from the head of the blazing angels. The dawn blazing angel responded with a grim smile. There's no use, you won't get anything out of me. Since you dared to attack us, the great Dawn Lord will never let you off. All the heretics related to you will die. Yang Feng sneered. A blazing angel under the Dawn Lord doesn't even dare to tell me their name? Or is it that the Dawn Lord's subordinates are all cowards? The blazing angel replied with a cold smile. My name is Seabass, a dawn-blazing angel subordinated to the great Dawn Lord. Yang Feng smiled and continued to ask, Seabass, why have you conspired with Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead against Battle Demon Sect? The dawn-blazing angel just sneered and stared at Yang Feng with resentment in his eyes, not saying a word. Yang Feng then asked a few more questions, but to no avail. Even when Yang Feng threatened to destroy his heart, he still didn't respond. Seeing that the interrogation yielded no result, Yang Feng couldn't help frowning. Sure enough, blazing angels made by the gods are really troublesome. As the best weapon of the gods, angels are loyal to their god, unless they are corrupted. Other powerhouses can kill them, but they cannot make them betray their master. It is because of this that most gods choose to make angels as their strongest weapons. Yang Feng frowned slightly. It looks like the fallen angel pool has to be created as soon as possible. By corrupting the 3 dawn blazing angels in a fallen angel pool, I can get information on the Dawn Lord as well as 3 Infinity Warlock rank subordinates. After this is over, it seemed that I have to take a trip to the Endless Abyss. The first fallen angels were created by fiends in the Endless Abyss by corrupting angels. In order to refine a fallen angel pool, you have to go to Endless Abyss to look for materials. The power fallen angels wield is dark force, while the power angels wield depends on the god they serve. Angels are far more loyal than fallen angels. Therefore, gods like to create angels the most, while Abyss's abyssal fiends can only choose to make fallen angels. The 3 dawn blazing angels are loyal to the mysterious Dawn Lord, making them more difficult to deal with than gods. Yang Feng can only turn them into fallen angels to get the secrets of the Dawn Lord from them. The huge fleet flying in the distorted astral realm suddenly decelerated, and then knocked against a twisted membrane. This content is taken from fgaribnovel.com. Ripples rose on the twisted membrane, and then the huge fleet suddenly passed through it and appeared in a space. A blue celestial body 10 times as big as Earth but 7 times smaller than Battle Demon Plane appeared in front of Yang Feng. In an instant, the already charged main artillery of the Blazing Sun Battlestars and Star Destroyer Battlestars flashed, and beams blasted towards the astral body in a magnificent spectacle. There is also a floating continent in the center of Red Rage Plane, which is the headquarters of Heart of Fury. There are many warlock towers and countless warlock geniuses on the floating continent. Under the bombardment of the brilliant beams, the several 10-story tall warlock towers collapsed and crumbled. The 9-story tall warlock towers were also destroyed by the bombardment of the Star Destroyer Battlestars. What's going on? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! There are enemies! Damn it! Who the hell is it? Who dares to attack us? Quick! Launch the defensive barriers. Rays of light shone as countless warlocks flew out of the floating continent and flew in all directions. The secondary artillery of the Star Destroyer Battlestars and Blazing Sun Battlestars shone brightly, and a dense rain of light barreled towards the warlocks. When the beams hit the warlocks, they broke their magic shields and pierced through their body. Some warlocks who possesses death substitution secret methods luckily escaped a disaster, while even more warlocks died directly. This is the headquarters of Heart of Fury. Who are you? A furious roar was transmitted from the floating continent, and infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power spread. We are from Undying Mountain. People of Heart of Fury, surrender or die. A cold voice came from the sky, and swarms of fighter aircraft and battle robots flew out of the interstellar carriers like a tide and formed a terrifying torrent of metal flying downward. Chapter 743 Gold Freak. Chapter 743 Gold Freak. Translator, Zayamoj. How brazen! Since you want to die, then I'll oblige you. From the floating continent where Heart of Fury's headquarters is located came an angry voice. All of a sudden, stars in Red Rage Plane's outer space lit up. Divine countries shone and revealed themselves. A Grade 4 plane can hold no more than 100 gods. As an inferior Grade 4 plane, Red Rage Plane can hold 60 gods. At this time, 23 stars have lit up. They are the divine countries of 23 gods of Red Rage Plane. Huge warships filled with angels flew out of the divine countries one after another. Although Heart of Fury has occupied Red Rage Plane for millennia, but only 23 people have ignited divine fire and become gods. Among the 23 people, there are only 3 intermediate divine force rank gods, while there isn't a single strong divine force rank god. Nevertheless, their divine legions are nothing to scoff at. For gods, even if they have a Grade 4 plane's intelligent life forms, it is extremely difficult to become a strong divine force rank god without a strong divine force grade godhead. Of course, as long as you have a way to ascend to godhood, it is far easier to become a feeble divine force rank god than a moonlight warlock. The further you advance on the god path, the harder it is to progress. Many strong divine force rank gods are specializing in a single divine authority in order to purify their power and obtain an opportunity to promote to mighty divine force rank gods. The divine legions were mobilized. These damn invaders are toast. Go and die. The warlocks hiding behind the barriers on the floating continent showed looks of excitement when they saw the angel legions emerge. As the strongest weapons of the gods, as long as the heart of angels is not destroyed, they will not die. Moreover, they can accumulate combat experience and evolve into more and more powerful existences. A swarm of Type 2 Undyings blurred into motion and rushed towards the angel legions. A Type 2 Undying plunged into an angel legion and, like a black thread, shuttled back and forth within the angel legion. In the wake of the black thread, the heart of angels was chopped into pieces. The black thread traveled for 12+ kilometers before a moonlight warlock rank fire blazing angel suddenly erupted and slashed the black thread with a sword ray containing fire force, splitting the Type 2 Undying into two. Violent flames broke out and burned the Type 2 Undying to ashes. Following flashes of blade rays, great warlock rank angels, which constitute the main force of the angel legions, fell like raindrops. Numerous angels are being chopped into pieces at every moment. Only the Moonlight Warlock rank angels can compete with the 4th generation battle robots. Although there are countless angels fighting frantically in the sky, but they are still being pushed back step by step. Under the siege of the 4th generation battle robots, the angels are disappearing almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Angels are one of the strongest weapons in the world. How can they be defeated by those golems? What's going on? Those are angels. How can the strongest weapons be defeated by those golems? When Heart of Fury's warlocks saw this scene, despair flashed in their eyes. Yang Feng swept the battlefield with a glance and revealed a smile. Not bad. It seems that this plane has cultivated several outstanding blazing angels. Faced against Yang Feng's mechanical legion, the angel legions in the Starry Sky battlefield are being sliced and diced almost like tofu. However, in the midst of this, there are still 4 Bright World Warlock rank blazing angels fighting desperately and forcibly blocking Yang Feng's mechanical legion. But if it continues like this, if they don't escape, the 4 Bright World Warlock rank blazing angels will ultimately be besieged and killed by the mechanical legion. At this moment, 3 interstellar carriers opened a cabin each and 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, namely a Gale Giant, a Spacebreaker Dragon Whale, and a Scarlet Flame Xuanhuan flew out in an instant. The eyes of the Gale Giant flickered with runes, and violent wind shrouded it and formed wind blades. It took a step and appeared in front of a Bright World Warlock rank blazing angel, and the punched out. Numerous wind blades crushed towards the Bright World Warlock rank blazing angel like mountains and seas. The blazing angel raised his sword and slashed the Gale Giant's fist with sword rays containing the power of nature. The Gale Giant's fist smashed the sword rays containing the power of nature and blasted the blazing angel away. After the nature blazing angel was blasted away, countless Type 2 Undyings rushed towards the angels behind him like a flood. The Spacebreaker Dragon Whale opened its maw and enveloped a berserk blazing angel, sealing him away in an alternate space within its body. The Scarlet Flame Xuanhuan rushed towards a water-blazing angel, who was forced to evade, exposing the angel legion behind him. As soon as the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons were thrown into battle, the angel legions no longer able to withstand the mechanical legion began to be pushed back and suffered heavy casualties. It's time. Yang Feng suddenly disappeared from the bridge of a battle star, and then appeared in an empty space in an instant. All of a sudden, the god armament curtain of the night flew out, turned into night, and enveloped the space where the 4 Bright World Warlock rank blazing angels were in. In an instant, Yang Feng's true body emerged from the night and appeared behind the nature blazing angel, and then pierced through all of the nature blazing angel's defenses with the dagger of the night in his hand and stabbed him. Numerous curses broke out in an instant and weakened the nature blazing angel to the extreme. Then Yang Feng drove a lock dragon nail into the other party's body and sealed their power. Although Yang Feng's true body cannot manipulate night force like his god clone, who is a peerless assassin that can assassinate infinity warlocks at will, but he can still do all kinds of incredible things with the help of part of the god clone's night force. One of the characteristics of gods is that they can grant part of their power to their divine chosen, God's darling, saints, and the like. Yang Feng's true body can naturally obtain part of the power bestowed by his god clone. In the night, drawing support from night force and cooperating with the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, the elusive Yang Feng quelled and sealed the remaining 3 blazing angels one after another. After the 3 Bright World Warlock rank blazing angels were quelled by Yang Feng, the Mechanical Legion forced its way into Red Rage Plane's floating continent. The floating continent is the foundation of Red Rage Plane. Once the floating continent is taken down, Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion will be able to sweep the divine countries of the gods one by one. The Warlock Towers on the floating continent suddenly lit up and conjured one barrier after another to resisting Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. However, Yang Feng has learned about the position of the most important Warlock Towers on the floating continent through Battle Demon Sex intelligence, and has already destroyed most of them before they could be activated. Due to this, the defense of the floating continent has weakened greatly. The power of the primary artillery of Blazing Sun Battlestar is terrifying. Even if it is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, if they don't use secret treasures and face it head-on, they will be severely injured. Besides, with its super long range, it is most suitable to destroy the defense of fixed targets. Update D from Frubnov.com. For Blazing Sun Battlestars, it is difficult to deal with ordinary Infinity Warlocks. They may not even be able to win against Bright World Warlocks. However, their destructive power was much greater than that of ordinary Infinity Warlocks. As such, they are excellent siege weapons. Undying Mountain. To dare attack our Heart of Fury, go to hell. A furious roar came from the floating continent where the headquarters of Heart of Fury is located. Then the earth cracked, and a 3,000-meter-tall freak entirely gold in color, with a hideous head and bulky legs, and releasing faint holy light suddenly appeared. As soon as the freak appeared, it took a step forward and, as if it teleported, appeared above a Blazing Sun Battlestar and stepped on it. Bright holy light shone, and layers of fearsome force erupted and covered the entire battleship. Boom! The Blazing Sun Battlestar, which can fly faster than the speed of light and is made from numerous top alloy materials, exploded. As if thousands of nuclear bombs exploded together, the endless light and heat instantly enveloped the freak entirely gold in color. The Blazing Sun Battlestars have the function of self-detonation. Once they explode, even a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse can be heavily wounded, or even killed. No! A sorrowful scream came from the floating continent. After the light dissipated, only 2 human-looking legs exuding traces of Holy Spirit Warlock rank aura remained. These are the legs of the brilliant Holy. That freak was refined with the legs as its power source. The left hand of the brilliant Holy Yang Feng sealed in a box and stored away is shaking, making him realize that those legs belong to the brilliant Holy. Chapter 744, Annexing Heart of Fury. Chapter 744, Annexing Heart of Fury. Translator, Zayamoj. After the Gold Freak and Yang Feng's Blazing Sun Battlestar perished together, the morale of Heart of Fury's warlocks on the floating continent plummeted at once. The terrifying mechanical legion poured into the floating continent like a tide and destroyed one warlock tower after another like crushing dry weeds. An Infinity Warlock rank aura suddenly rose from the floating continent, and then disappeared. The Great Elder ran away. We were abandoned. The Great Elder ran away. Surrender. We surrender. Screams and wails came from the floating continent. Yang Feng frowned slightly, a solemn look in his eyes. Escaped? What a decisive fellow. To make such a decision so quickly impressive. Yang Feng only used a few Infinity Warlock rank weapons until now. His Infinity Warlock rank subordinates are still lying in wait, ready to attack the Infinity Warlock at any time. Infinity Warlocks are really difficult to kill, but that is in a one-on-one fight. However, Yang Feng is quite sure that 5 or 6 Infinity Warlocks besieging an ordinary Infinity Warlock will do the trick. Red Rage Plane's plane origin has long since been analyzed by Battle Demon Sect. As such, the experts under Yang Feng have come prepared, so there is no need to worry about plane origin suppression. What a pity! Yang Feng just sighed regretfully, and then no longer cared about it. He shifted his attention to the Mechanical Legion's offensive. As long as Yang Feng's power continues to increase, his Mechanical Legion will continue to grow stronger, akin to a snowball effect. It is because of this that he captures the forces that he can and increases his power. Red Rage Plane is a Grade 4 plane. Once Yang Feng seizes it, it will become another base of his. Now that the Great Elder escaped, it caused the morale of Heart of Fury's warlocks to collapse. The remaining Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks cast secret methods to flee towards different directions. Numerous Type 2 Undyings entangled them, and then surrounded them along with other 4th-generation battle robots and blasted them to pieces one after another. Divine light shone within the 23 divine countries, and gods flew out, cast divine spells, and flew into astral boundary without looking back. Once gods leave the plane they ascended to Godhood on, they will weaken continuously. At the same time, their connection with believers will also be weakened by more than 90%. Finding it hard to absorb divine force, their godhead may eventually crumble, following which they will die. However, warlocks who have ascended to godhood, after leaving their plane, can use special secret methods to shatter their godhead and abandon 99% of their power. By doing this, there is a slight possibility that they will get rid of the divine shackles and transform into non-divine beings. Of course, shattering the godhead, abandoning the divine body, and renouncing everything they have built until now, it isn't something that gods will usually choose to do. For a strong divine force rank god, if they abandon everything, they will very likely ultimately become an ordinary person, and will have to practice cultivation all over again. But after countless hardships, they may not be able to cultivate to the Infinity Warlock realm. When the 23 gods realized that the situation is anything but reassuring, that they could not compete with Yang Feng, they chose to escape. The fierce battle lasted for 2 full hours before Red Rage Plane's floating continent was completely occupied by Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. Next, the huge Mechanical Legion captured the divine countries of the 23 gods one after another. Since the 23 gods left in a hurry, apart from bringing some treasures, they couldn't bring along a large number of petitioners, saints, divine force crystals, and other resources. Let's destroy these divine countries. Gazing at the star-like divine countries, Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand. All of a sudden, a black vortex appeared, and a dense swarm of devourers poured out and rushed towards a divine country. Before long, the divine country shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. A divine country is made from divine force, laws, a semi-plane, and various rare materials. The devourers can devour anything. Every time they devour a divine country, they will get stronger. The complexion of a weak divine force rank god of Red Rage Plane flying an astral boundary suddenly changed dramatically, and he let out a scream of horror and despair. No! My divine country! Damn! Those wretched bastards! My divine country! As he screamed, the weak divine force rank god spouted out a mouthful of gold blood. Then his aura weakened to the extreme, and he fell into a coma. Divine countries are closely connected to the gods. Each divine country is created by using a god's power, countless resources, divine force crystals, laws, and even part of a god's soul. The closer the connection between a god and their divine country, the stronger the divine country is. Similarly, once their divine country is destroyed, the god will suffer a huge backlash. The aura of astral boundary slowly permeated the god and made him look ferocious. Shortly after, a fierce, glorious sun warlock rank astral freak with savage features, containing both astral force and divine force, was born. When the devourers have devoured the 10th divine country, they suddenly split into 2, and their number doubled immediately. Devourers are originally one of the strongest kind of weapon of the Shizu, a weapon that can evolve continuously. It is because of this that Yang Feng handed the precious 23 divine countries to the devourers to devour. At the deepest part of the floating continent, there is a person standing in front of a red door covered in countless runes. This person is Yang Feng. Behind the red door is Here of Fury's treasury. I wonder how many of Here of Fury's treasures the Great Elder took with him when he escaped. A thought streaked across Yang Feng's mind, and he pushed open the door of the treasury. As if it has been swept by a storm, the treasury is a mess. Most of the precious treasures have been taken away, while only a large number of magic crystals remained. Killing intent flickered inside Yang Feng's eyes. He spread the fingers of a hand, and countless flying ant-like drones suddenly flew out and flew towards the treasury. That Great Elder is really a scumbag. If only I could have stopped and killed him. Those flying ant-like drones are linked to the database of the Level 4 optical computer network, which can use the data in the database freely to search for treasures useful to Yang Feng. Suddenly, a flying ant sent a prompt. Yang Feng followed the prompt and saw a dull bead engraved with mysterious runes lying on the ground. This is a dragon origin bead. It seems that my luck hasn't ran out. Yang Feng took a closer look at the bead. Then his heart stirred slightly, and he revealed a smile. Dragon Origin Bead is a queer object that can be formed after a dragon powerhouse dies by combining part of the dragon powerhouse's soul and the world's life magic energy together. If this Dragon Origin Bead is absorbed by a golem refined with a high-grade soul stone, it can transform the golem into a dragon-like existence. Dragon Origin Bead is a very rare treasure. Even after combing through Ligue Province, Yu Province, and Bright Moon Province, Yang Feng still hasn't found this kind of treasure, which shows how rare it is. The mechanical black dragon that has accompanied Yang Feng to this day has only evolved to the pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank. But if it ingests this Dragon Origin Bead, it will be able to break through the bottleneck and evolve into a Bright World Warlock or even an Infinity Warlock rank existence. Yang Feng's mood became better, not minding that the treasury was nearly swept clean by the Great Elder. With this Dragon Origin Bead, I will be able to create another Infinity Warlock rank combatant, the Grade 4 Plane Submerged Tomb Plane. This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. Spatial ripples appeared in the plane's outer space, and a crimson figure flew out and flew towards the floating continent on Submerged Tomb Plane. When the crimson figure appeared in this space, as if it touched a boundary, a powerful aura swept it and verified its identity. I, Heart of Fury's Great Elder Yen Pengfei, request an audience. When the crimson figure landed on the floating continent, traces of Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power surged, and the silhouette of a middle-aged man dressed in a red warlock robe was revealed. A gray ray flew out from the abyss of the floating continent and enveloped Yen Pengfei, and he disappeared instantly. In the next moment, Yen Pengfei appeared in a bright and luxurious palace hall. In the palace hall, there sits an old man in a gray robe, with gray beard and hair, and enveloped in darkness. The old man smiled and said, "Old Yen, what brings you here?" This old man is Graveyard of the Dead's Great Elder Ning Wuxin, and he is an Infinity Warlock. A gleam of resentment shimmered in Yen Pengfei's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Old Ning, Heart of Fury is no more." Killing intent shimmered in his eyes, and Ning Wuxin uttered gravely, "Who did it? Was it Battle Demon Sect? Those damn sons of bitches have just besieged and killed 2 of our great elders, and now they attacked us again. That's beyond low. They deserve to die 10,000 times over." Both Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead possess special secret methods. When their great elders died, they immediately became aware of it. Yen Pengfei escaped so decisively because Zhu Lai was killed. Chapter 745, Assassination of an Infinity Warlock. Chapter 745, Assassination of an Infinity Warlock. Yen Pengfei shuddered when he thought of the dense mechanical legion, then gritted his teeth and uttered, "It's a force called Undying Mountain. They besieged us with a nearly endless golem tide and defeated our angel legions." A dignified gleam flashed in Ning Wuxin's eyes, and he said solemnly, "Mechanical golems? Are they warlocks who specialize in the 6th Warlock dynasties, Golem dynasties, secrets methods? The 6th Warlock dynasties, Golem dynasties, mechanical golems rampaged in the early stage of the dynasty. But after living golems emerged, mechanical golems retreated from the stage of history. That doesn't mean that the mechanical golems were weak. But the living golems were much cheaper, consuming much less resources than mechanical golems. Warlocks who study Golem dynasty won't give up on researching their mechanical golems." Yen Pengfei replied, "I don't know." The opponent came prepared. As soon as they appeared, they destroyed most of our warlock towers with worship-like weapons. After they defeated our angel legions and destroyed the Gold Holy Devil, I saw that the situation was anything but reassuring and thus left. A grave gleam flashed in Ning Wuxin's eyes. The Gold Holy Devil was destroyed? The Gold Holy Devil was the gold freak forged using the legs of the brilliant Holy plus alchemy and various spells. It was a fearsome weapon that could fight true Infinity Warlocks. The Scarlet Flame Xuanhuan, Gale Giant, and other Infinity Warlock rank weapons under Yang Feng's control can exert Infinity Warlock rank destructive power. However, to fight a true Infinity Warlock, you'd need at least 4 of these weapons. But the Gold Freak possesses the strength to slay Infinity Warlocks by itself. If it hadn't been destroyed by the detonation of a blazing sun battlestar, Yang Feng would need to send at least 3 Infinity Warlock rank top powerhouses such as Alexia to get rid of it. Yan Pengfei spoke gravely. That's right, old Ning. I suspect that Undying Mountain is in cahoots with Battle Demon Sect. Now that they have dealt with my Heart of Fury, it is very likely that the next target will be your Graveyard of the Dead. Ning Wuxin smiled coldly, gazed at Yan Pengfei with a flash of superiority in his eyes, and said proudly, Our Graveyard of the Dead won't be destroyed that easily by those wretches. If they dare come, I will show them how impressive my Graveyard of the Dead is and kill them. Although Graveyard of the Dead and Heart of Fury have been on good terms for generations, but Graveyard of the Dead is a notch stronger than Heart of Fury. Ning Wuxin is an intermediate Infinity Warlock, while Yan Pengfei is only a junior Infinity Warlock, although the two seem to stand on an equal footing, but in fact, Ning Wuxin has the dominant position. Now that Yan Pengfei lost his foundation that is Heart of Fury, he has become a rogue cultivator, and thus can now compare even less to Graveyard of the Dead's great elder Ning Wuxin in terms of status. Yan Pengfei raised his brows slightly. With his keen senses, he detected the sense of superiority hidden in Ning Wuxin's words, and then kept the warning he originally wanted to give Ning Wuxin to himself. Old. Ning Wuxin had just spoken a word, when suddenly a hair-raising premonition of danger welled up inside him, and he pointed at the sky with a finger. Powerful runes suddenly appeared on the roof of the palace and formed layers of magic shields. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering explosion, a bright beam of light blasted into the palace like divine punishment. The beam of light reduced everything to ashes in its wake. Enemy attack! Damn it! There are enemies! Dot! Panicked voices rose in the palace, and barriers suddenly activated. Boom! Boom! The sounds of huge explosions rang incessantly. Inside the palace hall, Ning Wuxin's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he uttered full of killing intent, How brazen! To attack my Graveyard of the Dead! What reckless fools! Old Yan, you have to help me kill those reckless fools. Yan Pengfei pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, Okay. When Yang Feng captured Heart of Fury, he left Yan Pengfei with no foundation. From now on, Yan Pengfei will be a rogue cultivator. He'll have to struggle hard to establish a new force. When a warlock cultivates to the Infinity Warlock realm, they will either choose to rely on a force, plunder and pillage, or create a force of their own. Or else they won't be able to get enough resources for cultivation. When Yan Pengfei thought of establishing a new force, mad killing intent directed towards Yang Feng welled up inside him. I am Lei Ming, the young master of Undying Mountain, Graveyard of the Dead. Surrender or die. A domineering voice echoed in the space around Graveyard of the Dead. 2 rays of light flew out from the depths of Graveyard of the Dead, and Infinity Warlock rank auras soared into the sky. Yan Pengfei fixed his gaze at the sky and saw an endless mechanical legion. 48 stars in the sky twinkled, revealing divine countries. Dense crowds of angels flew out of the divine countries and clashed with Yang Feng's mechanical legions. As soon as the ordinary angels came into contact with Yang Feng's mechanical legion, they turned into countless pieces and scattered on the ground. Only some Moonlight Warlock rank and above blazing angels led the angel legions to destroy one robot after another. The sound of explosions rang incessantly in the sky, and countless parts and flesh and blood sprinkled on the earth. The gods of Graveyard of the Dead are much stronger than the gods of Heart of Fury. A total of 12 weak Divine Force rank and 2 intermediate Divine Force rank gods left their divine countries. By burning Divine Force, they cast various formidable divine spells to bless the angels. Blessed by the formidable divine spells, the fighting power of the angel's sword, the ordinary angels are now even able to display Starry Sky Warlock rank battle prowess. Visit fgaibnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. On submerged tomb plains floating continent, Graveyard of the Dead's warlocks chanted incantations. Devil corpses of dragons, giants, devils, fiends, evil gods, devil insects, high elves, kindred, astral creatures, and other extraordinary life forms suddenly appeared. The different devil corpses rushed into the sky and engaged with Yang Feng's mechanical legion. The weird devil corpses have just risen into the sky, when countless fighter aircraft fired a rain of light that blasted them apart. When Ning Wuxin saw the dense swarm of fighter aircraft and countless battle robots in the sky, his scalp turned numb, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. This is Undying Mountain. What a terrifying mechanical legion! The fighter aircraft and battle robots are unmanned mechanical golems. Not only is their combat power amazing, but their number is also despair-inducing. Ning Wuxin previously looked down on Yan Pengfei, who took flight in the face of danger. But now a solemn glint flashed in her eyes. At this moment, 3 interstellar carriers opened a hatch each, and 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, namely a Gale Giant, a Spacebreaker Dragon Whale, and a Scarlet Flame Xuanhuan, flew out and plunged into battle. When the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons plunged into battle, even though the angel legions have gods blessing them with divine spells, they were still pushed back again and again. The 2 intermediate divine force rank gods burned divine force madly and cast powerful divine spells blasting towards the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons. By madly burning divine force, the strength of the 2 intermediate divine force rank gods soared at once, and they actually suppressed the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons. However, the 3 interstellar carriers opened a hatch each again, and 3 other Infinity Warlock rank weapons, namely a 6-headed gold dragon, an archaic sacred dragon, and a Grand Duke Archdevil, flew out and plunged into the battlefield. As soon as these 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons were placed on the battlefield, the angel legions were pushed back again, suffering heavy casualties. Freeweb novel same. Ning Wuxin's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared, "Undying Mountain, you damn beasts are dead! Extinguished devil body! Come out!" Suddenly, a figure flew out from the shadow behind Ning Wuxin and, as if a specter, stabbed him with the god armament dagger of the night. The dagger pierced through numerous magic shields and stabbed him in the heart. Fearsome night divine force instantly erupted, and various curses appeared on Ning Wuxin's body. "You!" Ning Wuxin let out a terrified scream, and then instantly lost all strength and turned into a corpse. Strong divine force rank god, the ruler of the night. Yan Pengfei glanced at Yang Feng's god clone, who assassinated Ning Wuxin, and terror surged inside him. His figure fluttered, and he fled into the distance. Although he is a junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, but he stands no chance against a strong divine force rank god. Yang Feng's god clone wears a special armor secret treasure that adjusts his divine force fluctuations. With this armor, although he is still suppressed by the plain origin will, but his strength only dropped by about 10%. Nevertheless, this is still enough to defeat Yan Pengfei. Yan Pengfei has just flown for hundreds of kilometers, when countless 7-colored rose petals suddenly flew out and formed a 7-color rose petal seal boundary, trapping him inside. A tyrannical aura rose suddenly, and Yu Yan, who looks like a goddess of war, flew over from a distance and blocked in front of Yan Pengfei. Chapter 746. Defeating Graveyard of the Dead. Chapter 746. Defeating Graveyard of the Dead. Translator, Zayamoj. When Yan Pengfei saw that Yu Yan, who was exuding advanced Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power, his expression changed greatly, and he shouted, "Stop! I am willing to surrender and submit to Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming." Yan Pengfei first saw Yang Feng's strong divine force rank god clone ruler of the night. Then he was locked up by 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master's barrier, and finally he met Yu Yan, one of the 8 marshals of Great Cloud Dynasty. It all compelled him to make a prompt decision. Yu Yan said coldly, "Let me seal your life force with a lock dragon nail." Yan Pengfei frowned slightly and said solemnly, "I am Heart of Fury's great elder Yan Pengfei. As long as I submit to young master Lei Ming, he can easily take control of Heart of Fury. I can placate the people on Red Rage Plane to quickly hand over control to Undying Mountain, which will save you at least 100 years of time." When Yang Feng's true body aboard a battleship heard this, ridicule flickered in his eyes. If it was under normal circumstances, then just like Yan Pengfei said, it would take a huge amount of time and energy to fully take control of a plane. However, Yang Feng's mechanical legion possesses extremely powerful smart chips, which are controlled by the Level 4 optical computer network. The key positions can be filled by the intelligent robots. Therefore, the forces that Yang Feng annexes can quickly merge into his force and transform into his power. Fuel war with war. Like a snowball that continuously strengthens itself, this is the horror of the Shizu Mechanical Legion. If it weren't for the incredible Holy Grade and Empyrean Grade secret treasures, Yang Feng would have crushed all his enemies. Although the Shizu Mechanical Legion is very powerful, but in this universe, there are freakish powerhouses at the Warlock Monarch, Holy Spirit Warlock, and even Warlock Emperor rank. As long as a Holy Spirit Warlock takes action, Yang Feng's foundation on Feisuo Plane will be pulled up by the roots, and he will be forced to retreat to a lower grade plane such as Andrak Plane or Red Rage Plane. Otherwise, only death will await him. It has been more than 100 million years since the birth of the first true ancestor on God Blood Plane. During the past 100 million years, only 9 true ancestors were born on God Blood Plane. This shows how difficult it is for a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses to emerge. Yen Pengfei, open your soul and let my lord set up a soul brand. Otherwise, die. Along with a flash of black light, Alexia, wearing the fallen angel armor, suddenly appeared behind Yen Pengfei and spoke with strong killing intent. Yen Pengfei's face flickered when he saw Alexia. Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel. What a strong foundation. An Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel is a fearsome weapon that can contend with a human Warlock genius of the same rank who formed a virtual world inside them. She is not an existence that an ordinary junior Infinity Warlock like Yen Pengfei can compete with. Yen Pengfei's thoughts revolved, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I will open up my soul and submit to young master." Infinity Warlocks stem from common people. Once deprived of their power, they are no different from common people. Except for some Infinity Warlocks, the rest are afraid of death much like ordinary people. Such talents are easy to subdue. In the world of Warlocks, power has nothing to do with a Warlock's morality, nature, and disposition. Freeobnovel.com. Yen Pengfei silently recited an incantation, and a projection that is a spitting image of him and exudes soul aura suddenly flew out. The space distorted, and Yang Feng's true God Empyrean imprint flew out suddenly. Numerous black chains flew out of the true God Empyrean imprint, stabbed into Yen Pengfei's soul, and formed a weird soul brand in the depths of Yen Pengfei's soul. As soon as the brand formed, Yen Pengfei vaguely felt that there is something dangerous in his soul, and understood that his fate is no longer under his control. Scoundrel! Let's retreat. When Submerged Tomb Plane's God of War and Intermediate Divine Force rank God saw that Ning Wuxin was instantly killed by Yang Feng's God clone, he roared at once, then his figure shook slightly and he fled into the distance. An endless night swept towards that area and instantly engulfed Submerged Tomb Plane's God of War. At the moment when the endless night enveloped the God of War, Yang Feng's ruler of the night god clone silently appeared behind the other party and stabbed him with the dagger of the night in the heart. Before the God of War could make a sound, he was eroded by various curse and lost the power to resist. Yang Feng's ruler of the night god clone stabbed the God of War's forehead with his hand and dug out the other party's godhead. Yang Feng's ruler of the night god clone smiled and put away the godhead. The godhead of a God of War, that's something that I need. The fighting power of gods is immense. But at the same time, it is extremely difficult for gods to advance. If you rely on the faith force of your believers and your own understanding of a certain power, it is 100 times more difficult to advance for gods than for warlocks. The fastest way for a god to promote is to consume the godheads of gods of the same power. If Yang Feng can consume a mighty divine force grade godhead, he can easily promote to a mighty divine force rank god. When using strong divine force grade godheads to promote to a mighty divine force rank god, it'll take you at least 10 godheads of the same power. Intermediate divine force grade godheads also have not a small effect on Yang Feng's god clone. If it was in a frontal battle, the God of War might be able to barely hold on while fighting Yang Feng. But he chose to flee and exposed his back, which gave Yang Feng a great chance to assassinate him. When the God of War died in the starry sky, Graveyard of the Dead's warlocks lost their fighting spirit and turned into streams of light fleeing in different directions. I surrender! I surrender! After fighting for a while, Graveyard of the Dead's warlocks were finally unable to withstand the siege of Yang Feng's mechanical legion, and surrendered one after another. Next, Yang Feng's mechanical legion seized control of the floating continent. This is the extinguished devil body. What a dangerous weapon! Moreover, it is refined from a part of the brilliant holy's body. If it is fully activated, I'm afraid it will be more difficult to deal with than the gold freak. Yang Feng stands in front a 100-meter-tall freak. Its head, arms, and legs are made from the remains of a warlock monarch rank extraordinary life form, while its torso is made from the body of a holy step holy warlock. There is a dignified look in Yang Feng's eyes. The brilliant holy's body parts sealed inside his storage treasure are resonating with the torso embedded in the extinguished devil body, which signifies that the torso belongs to the brilliant holy as well. The extinguished devil body is covered with various powerful seals. If it weren't for these seals sealing it, then once it wakes up, the distorted life force field it will release can kill all intelligent life forms below the level 3 warlock rank. A gleam of regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. A pity! I made an agreement with Brilliant Holy to help him resurrect. I have to dismantle this weapon. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a swarm of devourers suddenly pounced on the freak. Under the devouring of the devourers, the extinguished devil body disintegrated inch by inch, until only the Brilliant Holy's torso was left. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the torso of the Brilliant Holy flew to his hand, and then he sealed it in a jade box. After Yang Feng put the jade box away, a thought suddenly welled up inside him and filled him with apprehension towards Holy Step, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Holy Step powerhouses are really terrifying. I wonder what spell he used to enable me to collect so many parts of his body. The Brilliant Holy is an old monster from the first Warlock Dynasty age. His body, which has a trace of immortality, is a top alchemy material. God knows how many times it has changed hands. For Yang Feng to able to collect most of his body, obviously, an incredible spell must be at work. Anyway, as long as I don't break my promise, he shouldn't harm me. As soon as Yang Feng entered Graveyard of the Dead's treasury, he saw an endless expanse radiating the light of treasures. The treasury is filled with treasures Graveyard of the Dead collected since its inception. As Yang Feng gazed at the treasury, he revealed a smile. No matter how many times I see the treasury a powerful warlock group, it never gets boring. Every time he opens a treasury of a powerful warlock group, Yang Feng can obtain many useful treasures. It is because of this that he will attack and destroy powerful warlock groups as long as he gets a chance. Only in this way can he obtain sufficient cultivation resources. Other warlock groups, even if they are several levels stronger than Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, wouldn't dare to rashly go to war with these two warlock groups. Since once war breaks out, it signifies that warlocks will die. Ordinary warlocks don't matter. But if too many warlocks at the Moonlight Warlock rank and above die, it will damage the vitality of a warlock group. It is because Battle Demon Sect is concerned about this that they didn't dare to start a war rashly. Add latest chapters at freewebnovel.com only. But since Yang Feng has the huge mechanical legion, he is able to crush and conquer Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead without taking the losses into account. Chapter 747 Information. Chapter 747 Information. This is a Phantom Star Pit, the main material needed to refine Shizu top weapon Phantom Ruler. This should be enough for me to refine an incomplete Phantom Ruler. While strolling inside Graveyard of the Dead's treasury, Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he hurriedly took a few steps forward and picked up a fist-sized ore that radiates eerie light, and his eyes filled with excitement. Devourers and Phantom Rulers are two of the top weapons of the Shizu. Devourers that have evolved to the pinnacle can devour any energy and possesses terrifying defensive power and proliferation ability. Phantom Rulers are a kind of weapon that can easily confuse intelligent life forms and cause them to fall into an illusion. Unable to extricate themselves from the illusion, they'll eventually pass away. If Yang Feng had a top Phantom Ruler, he could use it to confuse the 3 Dawn Blazing Angels, to make them regard Yang Feng as the Dawn Lord, and obediently tell him all the information at their disposal. Whether it is the Devourers or the Phantom Rulers, their core materials are most precious treasures. Even the tyrannical Shizu, whose power span across countless starfields, had to synthesize the materials for about 100 years to create one complete Phantom Ruler. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth raised into a smile. Although I can't refine a complete Phantom Ruler, but I can add superior grade soul stones to it and, coupled with the alchemy of warlock civilization, refine a Phantom Ruler that can evolve continuously. Superior soul stones are most precious strategic resources as well as first-rate materials for refining blazing angels. Yang Feng doesn't possess many superior soul stones. However, he got 43 blazing angels and a large number of saints and petitioners as spoils of war. He can use secret methods to transform the saints and petitioners into soul stones. In fact, once you take down a god's divine country, then as long as the divine country isn't pulled into astral boundary, you can capture the saints and petitioners inside within and refine them into soul stones. This is one of the best spoils of war for warlocks when fighting gods. Soul stones is a kind of resource that won't devalue no matter the plane it is placed on. Many secret treasures and weapons with all kinds of incredible abilities require the use of soul stones. Yang Feng continued to treasure hunt inside Graveyard of the Dead's treasury. There are indeed many treasures in the treasury, but compared to the treasury of a kindred Grand Duke, it is still far too lacking. There are very few treasures here that can make his heart race. This is the corpse of a Grand Prince rank Abyssal Fiend Lord. That's Graveyard of the Dead for you. Looks like they are best at grave robbing. This must be the most valuable treasure of Graveyard of the Dead. If I am not mistaken, this treasure is sealed here because no one can control it. When Yang Feng reached the deepest part of Graveyard of the Dead's treasury, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a 3-meter-tall Abyssal Fiend Lord with a horn and a sinister appearance, engraved with wicked runes, looking like it is sleeping, in a transparent crystal coffin. The coffin is sealed by countless runes, and monarch-grade might is slowly diffusing from it. The various secret methods practiced by Graveyard of the Dead can enable warlocks to command all kinds of devil corpses. However, after being refined by these secret methods, the devil corpses are transformed into a different kind of extraordinary existence. Once the Grand Prince rank Abyssal Fiend Lord is activated by a weaker Infinity Warlock, with the Abyssal Fiend's chaotic nature, the Infinity Warlock will suffer a backlash and die. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. It seems that I have lucked out. This corpse is excellent for my next plan. Andrak Plane in a palace hall. Playing with a storage ring containing the most precious treasures of Heart of Fury, Yang Feng asked Yen Pengfei, "Yen Pengfei, do you know the origin of the 3 blazing angels?" Yen Pengfei replied respectfully, "Young master, the 3 blazing angels are reportedly the messengers sent by the 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord." Yang Feng frowned slightly and uttered, "The Dawn Lord is a human warlock, not a god. For him to have blazing angels under his control, don't you find this suspicious?" Yen Pengfei smiled bitterly. "Our Heart of Fury is a subject of the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Imperial Seal cannot be faked. It is a genuine Dawn Imperial Seal. We have a special secret method that detected the aura of the living Dawn Lord within the Dawn Imperial Seal. Besides, we can ascertain that the aura was infused into the seal not long ago. How can we disobey his orders? The human 8 warlock emperors of Zhangji Plane suppressed countless planes. Among the countless planes, the powerhouses at Moonlight Warlock rank and above know of the prestige of the human 8 warlock emperors. Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead are warlock groups who are only second to Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects and 8 great families in terms of strength. However, compared with the 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord, they are ants that can be crushed at any time. Only Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are qualified to talk with Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Yang Feng asked, "What did they want from you?" Yen Pengfei smiled bitterly and gave Yang Feng a deep look. "Resources. They had us hand in a greater part of our resources to them every year. At the same time, under their protection, we could freely expand outwards and annex other warlock groups. Yan Pengfei already knows that Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is battle demon sex Yang Feng. Much like Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead eyed battle demon sect covetously, Yang Feng also eyed these two warlock groups covetously. In the end, they became Yang Feng's prey instead. Yang Feng continued to ask, "What else can you tell me?" Yan Pengfei pondered for a while before saying, "We didn't have much contact with the angels, and thus don't have much information on them. However, every time they appear, they are led by 3 Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels. We've seen 12 Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels." Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. Yang Feng couldn't help taking in a breath of cold air, and a dignified ray flickered in his eyes. 12 Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels. Blazing Angels wielding the power of dawn are undoubtedly one of the strongest kinds of Blazing Angels. There is almost no attribute whose power can restrain them. In order to get rid of a Blazing Angel that wields the power of dawn, you must crush them with absolute power. Even though there are differences in Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels. But even the weakest Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel is comparable to a Warlock prodigy who has formed a virtual world. If 12 Blazing Angels attack Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, they can level them completely. Faced against absolute power, coupled with the Dawn Imperial Seal, Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead had no choice but to submit. Yang Feng asked, "Is there anything else?" Yan Pengfei shook his head and responded, "There isn't." Yang Feng asked a few more questions, but didn't get any more information from Yan Pengfei. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and worry flashed in his eyes. "Is it really the Dawn Lord? If it really is him, then I'm in trouble. Could it be that I have to conceal and change my identity and hide?" Each of the 8 Warlock Emperors was a terrifying, unequaled existence. Even the weaker Dawn Lord was a peerless prodigy who suppressed all other prodigies on Feisuo Plane, a mighty and unparalleled Warlock Emperor. If he is alive, even if he's at his weakest, then as long as he locks on the position of Yang Feng's true body, he can cross a great distance and kill Yang Feng in an instance with a single finger. The Endless Abyss on the 7th floor. A black sun is strangely suspended in the air. The earth is dry and cracked. Strange-shaped abyssal plants are growing everywhere, and the air is filled with a corrosive abyssal force. If an ordinary person breathes this air containing abyssal force in, they will get seriously ill at the least or die at the worst, although it looks like there are no creatures on the ground. But when you look closely, you can see that there are actually demonic creatures exuding ferocious and brutal temperaments concealing themselves. Every once in a while, fighting breaks out in some place on the ground. Then the loser is consumed along with hair and bones. Black like ink, exuding a vile stench, an abyssal river formed from negative energy of the countless planes is flowing quietly here. Every so often, a black water spray suddenly rises in the abyssal river and rolls towards the shore. Each time a water spray rolls out, it contains a large number of black abyssal insects approximately 20 centimeters long, with distorted faces on the back and a sharp, chrysanthemum flower-like mouthpart. As soon as the abyssal insects appear, they devour each other. Many imps with a childlike face and beast-like sharp teeth darted out happily, grabbed the fat abyssal insects, and stuffed them into their mouth. So this is Abyss? What a cruel place. The abyssal insect, a part of Yang Feng's soul is parasiticing, just glanced around, then opened its extremely sharp mouthpart and bit into an abyssal insect next to it. He consumed the abyssal insect in a few large mouthfuls. When he consumed the abyssal insect, Yang Feng felt his body swell up a bit and a bit of power well up inside him. Without any hesitation, Yang Feng arched his body, and then immediately shot out and pounced at another abyssal insect. He bit off the head of the abyssal insect and devoured it at once. After consuming more than 30 abyssal insects in a row, Yang Feng's body suddenly expanded to 30 centimeters long, brimming with power. Chapter 748 Infiltration of the Endless Abyss. Chapter 748 Infiltration of the Endless Abyss. Translator, Zayamoj. Suddenly, the scarlet eyes of an imp flashed fiercely, and it licked its lips and strode towards Yang Feng. A fat and full of power abyssal insect like Yang Feng is the favorite food of imps. As long as an imp consumes enough abyssal insects, the abyssal force inside it will be stimulated, and it'll evolve into a different kind of demonic creature. Abyssal insects and abyssal imps, who are formed from the negative energy of countless planes endlessly, are the foundation of the endless abyss. A sense of danger welled up inside Yang Feng. He manipulated his insect body to arch slightly, and then shot out with all his power like an arrow, opened his chrysanthemum flower-like mouthpart, jumped onto the imp's face and bit down. The abyssal insect's sharp teeth pierced deep into the abyssal imp's face, and blood drops emerged from the latter's face. As its face twisted in pain, the abyssal imp grabbed Yang Feng's plump insect body and squeezed it hard. A sharp pain assaulted Yang Feng, as if his insect body is about to burst. At this moment, Yang Feng used a strange secret method of conducting power, and his insect body squirmed. He consumed the last trace of abyssal force inside him, and his sharp mouthpart exploded with tremendous strength and bit through the abyssal imp's face. A large amount of black blood flowed down from the abyssal imp's face. Suffering great pain, it fell to the ground and struggled for a while before losing all its strength and dying. The most up-to-date novellas are published on freoubinovel.co. Enduring the severe pain coming from his insect body, Yang Feng consumed the abyssal imp corpse bit by bit. Since the abyssal imp corpse is a great supplement to abyssal insects, the surrounding abyssal insects crawled towards it. As he consumed the abyssal imp corpse, Yang Feng devoured the abyssal insects that approached one by one. For hours later, his insect body has grown to about 1 meter long. When Yang Feng's body reached 1 meter in length, he felt a powerful abyssal force well up inside him and combine with his soul. He twitched, then a hand suddenly extended from the abyssal insect Yang Feng has transformed into and tore open his insect body, from within which an abyssal imp covered in mucus crawled out. As he sensed the changes in his body, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. Finally, I have a body that resembles that of a human. Next I can practice secret methods to improve my strength. Even though Yang Feng has mastered countless top-secret methods, but there are very few that can be practiced while in the abyssal insect form. They can at most only make it easier for him to control the body. Now that he evolved into an abyssal imp, Yang Feng is able to practice various abyssal secret methods developed by warlocks. The 8 warlock emperors have all previously suppressed the endless abyss. Every time a warlock emperor climbed the throne, they have gone to the endless abyss on a punitive expedition to slay its top powerhouses. Because the endless abyss runs through countless planes, it collects the negative energy of virtually the entire universe. According to the classification of human warlocks, the endless abyss is equivalent to a grade 1 plane, since it can give birth warlock emperors. There is clear historical record of human 8 warlock emperors slaying 4 warlock emperor rank wicked abyssal creatures. Although many weird demonic creatures are born in the endless abyss every day, but some of the most powerful, commonly seen demonic creatures have been thoroughly studied by human warlocks, and various incredible secret methods have been developed for them. There are also many fiend warlocks, succubus warlocks, abyssal demonic dragon warlocks, and other kinds of warlocks with abyssal creature bloodline. Of course, if those warlocks fail to control the chaotic and bloodthirsty instincts of the abyss bloodline, they will be eliminated by other human warlocks. The promotion of demonic creatures is much simpler than that of human warlocks. As long as they keep killing and eating, they can get the favor of the will of abyss and become more powerful. Yang Feng grabbed 2 abyssal insects, twisted off their head, stuffed them into his mouth, and operated the Devour secret method, devouring the 2. In Abyss, the Devour secret method suits me well. Yang Feng grabbed abyssal insects, stuffed them into his mouth, operated the Devour secret method, and devoured them one after another. He guided traces of abyssal force into his claws. The claws of his hands gradually changed, becoming longer and sharper. While devouring abyssal insects, Yang Feng guided the abyssal force he obtained to transform his claws and legs, making his claws sharper and his legs stronger. In just 1 hour, Yang Feng's physique has strengthened by 50%, and his claws grew to 10 centimeters long, sharp as daggers. With a swing of his claws, he can easily cut off the head of an abyssal insect. It's time to go hunting abyssal imps. Yang Feng looked at his claws with satisfaction, and then turned and strode towards an abyssal imp. When the abyssal imp saw Yang Feng, its mouth opened at once, revealing beast-like teeth. It raised a hand and ejected 3-centimeter-long claws as a show of strength. Abyssal imps use their claws as a means of attack as well as a means to intimidate their enemies. Abyssal imps generally do not fight among themselves. After all, their victory isn't a sure thing. Besides, if neither side wins, both may become food for abyssal insects. For abyssal imps, the most secure way to pursue evolution is to consume abyssal insects. Without shrinking back, Yang Feng approached the abyssal imp step by step, like a cheetah hunting its prey. A fierce ray flickered in the eyes of the abyssal imp, and then it rushed towards Yang Feng and sent a clawed hand stabbing towards his eyes. Yang Feng stepped sideways, stabbed the abyssal imp in the chest with his right clawed hand, and scooped out the other party's heart. The abyssal imp's eyes dimmed, and it slumped to the ground, dead. Yang Feng grabbed the abyssal imp corpse, opened his maw, operated the devour secret method, and devoured it clean. After killing the abyssal imp, Yang Feng walked along the abyssal river and killed and devoured the abyssal insects and abyssal imps he saw, constantly improving his strength. After consuming 60-plus abyssal imps and 300-plus abyssal insects, Yang Feng trembled, and formidable abyssal force immediately formed inside him. Yang Feng learned from the texts of Warlock that now is the time for him to choose the direction of his evolution. Most of abyssal imps evolve into different queer demonic creatures according to their instincts at this stage. It is a game of chance. However, human warlocks have already thoroughly studied this. As Yang Feng trembled slightly, he guided the formidable abyssal force to transform into an abyssal horned. Yang Feng suddenly grew inch by inch, until he transformed into a 1.3-meter-long youngling horned with a small horn on the head and a muscular body. Yang Feng clenched his fists, sensed the powerful force flowing in his body, and sighed. A youngling horned. Now I should have combat power of a level 1 apprentice warlock. In the endless abyss, as long you don't die prematurely, your strength will progress at an astonishing rate. No wonder abyssal fiends are akin to an endless locust pest. No matter how many you kill, you can't exterminate them completely. Even the warlock emperors had no way around it. After Yang Feng arrived at the endless abyss, without using any resources, he reached the level 1 apprentice warlock rank within just 1 day by killing anything that appeared in his way. For many common people, this kind of progress is beyond outrageous. Yang Feng looked at the dimming light of the black sun, and a solemn ray flashed in his eyes. The icy night is approaching. I must find a cave to hide. I am not an abyssal insect anymore, so I can no longer resist the corrosion on the icy night. Icy night is the name of the night in the endless abyss. The black sun emits a strange light that illuminates the endless abyss in a dusky color during daytime. But there is no light at night. During the day, the temperature here can reach upwards of 60 degrees C. But at night, it drops to below -40 degrees C. In the endless abyss, the difference in temperature between day and night reaches about 100 degrees C. Abyssal demonic creatures with a weak physique can easily freeze to death at night. Only abyssal insects who have a queer physique won't freeze to death at a temperature of -40 degrees C. Yang Feng looked around, and then his eyes lit up. He saw a huge cave, which is a nest formed by an abyssal giant worm, in the distance. Near the abyssal river, there are many abyssal insects that instead of evolving into abyssal imps, evolve into other types of demonic creatures. The abyssal giant worm is a kind of abyssal insect-type demonic creature that abyssal insects can evolve into. Abyssal giant worms like to burrow. They move slowly, are huge, and eat abyssal insects that are all around the abyssal river. The cave of an abyssal giant worm is a most common place that low-level demonic creatures use to take shelter during the icy night. Yang Feng cautiously glanced around. After confirming that there is no one laying in ambush, he strode towards the cave. When Yang Feng approached the entrance of the abyssal giant worm's cave, a black figure pounced out from the cave and stabbed towards Yang Feng with a wooden spear in its hands. Chapter 749, Succubus Chloris. Chapter 749, Succubus Chloris. A succubus youngling? Yang Feng was just about to kill the assailant by stabbing their heart, but when he saw the opponent's face, an enigmatic light flashed in his eyes, and he grabbed the wooden spear instead. Next he grabbed the neck of the other party with his right hand and lifted the other party into the air. As if a god overlooking a mortal, he threatened frigidly, "Submit or die. If you submit, use your tail to tap on your head twice." The succubus youngling looks to be about 7 or 8 years old, has long blonde hair and a charming appearance, exudes an enticing temperament, and is naked. As she gripped Yang Feng's hand with her hands and struggled, her tail quickly slapped her forehead twice. When Yang Feng saw this, he nodded in satisfaction and released his grip. The succubus youngling fell on the ground and coughed. Gazing at the succubus youngling, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. To be able to meet a succubus youngling here, my luck seems to be pretty good. Succubi are the most beautiful kind of demonic creature in the endless abyss. They are a most favorite commodity that abyssal fiend lords like to collect. Many abyssal fiend lords like to use succubi as currency to trade in exchange for various resources. Only in the 777th floor of the endless abyss, which is controlled by the succubus queen, succubi can preserve a bit of dignity. In other places, they act as playthings of powerful individuals. With the wooden spear in hand, Yang Feng gazed at succubus Loli and uttered in a deep voice, "From today on, you are my property, understood?" The succubus Loli got up from the ground, glanced fearfully at Yang Feng, and responded in a honey-sweet voice, "Yes, master." The succubus Loli has just evolved from an abyssal imp, but she has already learned instinctively to obey the strong. A horned like Yang Feng surpasses the succubus Loli in terms of combat prowess by far. Yang Feng asked, "What's your name?" "I have no name." "Then your name shall be Chloris, understood?" The succubus Loli spoke timidly. "Yes, I understand, master. My name is Chloris." "Master, what is your name?" Yang Feng randomly made up a name. "My name is Warren. Master Warren." "Eat." Yang Feng threw a decapitated abyssal insect in front of the succubus Loli. Chloris, the beautiful succubus Loli, grabbed the abyssal insect and ate it in big mouthfuls, her tail swaying. Suddenly, a rustling sound of footsteps came from outside. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, and he strode outside with the wooden spear in hand. A total of 8 abyssal imps appeared outside the cave. When the 8 saw Yang Feng, they immediately fled in different directions. Yang Feng suddenly erupted, caught up with an abyssal imp in a few steps, and stabbed it with the wooden spear in his hand, and then caught up with another abyssal imp and stabbed it as well. Next he dragged the 2 dead abyssal imps back to the cave. When Chloris saw the 2 dead abyssal imps, her eyes lit up, unable to tear her gaze away. Once an abyssal imp evolves into a succubus youngling, their strength will only improve by a bit. Most succubus younglings wander near abyssal rivers and hunt abyssal insects for food. Only when succubus younglings consume abyssal worms and mature, will they possess level 1 warlock rank strength and will be able to crush low-level demonic creatures. Prior to that, they don't dare to fight abyssal imps to the death. Yang Feng tossed an abyssal imp corpse in front of Chloris. "Eat!" The succubus Loli cheered, rushed to the abyssal imp, and ate it. Mature succubi feed on the vigor or other kinds of extraordinary power of males. But before they reach maturity, much like other demonic creatures, they consume other demonic creatures. If it was outside the endless abyss, Yang Feng would naturally have other things to give Chloris to eat. But since he doesn't have any resources in the endless abyss, he can only give the abyssal imp corpse to the succubus Loli to eat. As night fell, the temperature of the entire abyss suddenly quickly dropped to 0 degrees Celsius, and then continued to drop further. At the entrance of the cave, there are already more than 100 abyssal imp corpses piled up, sealing the entrance shut. Even so, it is still bitterly cold inside the cave. As a succubus youngling, Chloris has much greater resistance to cold than ordinary humans. But she is still shivering from the cold. She looked at Yang Feng hesitantly, and then crawled into his embrace like a small kitten. Warmth passed from Yang Feng into Chloris, and then from her into Yang Feng. Yang Feng curled up into a ball and held Chloris tightly, feeling both the bit of warmth coming from her and the biting cold in the surroundings. The environment of the endless abyss is really bad. No wonder so few people divide their soul and enter the endless abyss. If Yang Feng hadn't hidden in the cave excavated by an abyssal giant worm, then with his horned youngling physique, he would freeze to death in the wilderness, and then become food for other demonic creatures. There have been other human warlocks who have once separated a trace of their soul and turned into an abyssal insect in order to advance to an abyssal lord step by step. In this way, they would be able to obtain the acknowledgement of Abyss's origin will and the support of a tremendous amount of abyssal force. Moreover, abyssal lords who have reached their position step by step can keep their soul from being corroded by abyssal force. However, most of the human warlocks who attempted this failed. Over the years, only dozens of human warlocks succeeded in becoming an abyssal lord. However, after years of cruel struggle, there currently remain no more than 3 human warlocks who have transformed into an abyssal lord. Abyssal creatures are clearly quite adaptable to all kinds of harsh environments. Besides the little bit of warmth coming from his bosom, Yang Feng felt a bone-piercing cold from all over in the first half of the night. But in the second half of the night, he gradually adapted to the biting cold environment and no longer felt uncomfortable. Early the next morning, a ray of gray light descended from the sky, passed through a crack in the wall of abyssal imp corpses, and entered the cave. Yang Feng operated the Devour secret method, grabbed the abyssal imp corpses, and a black whirlpool flashed and turned the corpses into ashes one after another. He showed a look of satisfaction. "This is much better than before." Yang Feng threw an abyssal imp corpse in front of Chloris. "Chloris, stay here and hide. I will go out to hunt." Chloris replied in a honey-sweet voice, "Yes, master." Although succubi are fairly weak, but their IQ is much higher than that of other demonic creatures. At this stage, ghost-type and beast-type demonic creatures are fundamentally unable to understand Yang Feng's words. Their mind is only filled the desire to kill and eat. Yang Feng gripped the wooden spear, and a flash of excitement emerged in his eyes. "If I want to maintain my high speed of evolution, abyssal imps will no longer cut it. Now that I have this wooden spear, I can go hunting stronger demonic creatures." At this time, there are many abyssal imps eating around the abyssal river. At the same time, there are also different demonic creatures that have evolved from abyssal imps. The horned Yang Feng is one such demonic creatures. These demonic creatures hunt abyssal imps near the abyssal river as well as fight one another. Once the demonic creatures near the abyssal river have promoted to level 1 warlock rank junior abyssal fiends, they will leave the abyssal river area. Junior abyssal fiends cannot evolve further no matter how many low-level demonic creatures they consume. Yang Feng looked around, zeroed in on a level 3 apprentice warlock rank abyssal wolf with 3 eyes, and strode towards it. When the 3-eyed abyssal wolf saw Yang Feng approaching, a fierce glow flashed in its eyes, and it fired a gray ray of petrification from its vertical eye on shooting towards Yang Feng. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.co. As soon as the 3-eyed abyssal wolf acted, Yang Feng blocked with his left hand in front of him. The gray ray of petrification hit his left hand at once and enveloped it in a layer of gray stones. Next, Yang Feng threw the wooden spear with his right hand, and the wooden spear turned into a shooting star and stabbed through the head of the 3-eyed abyssal wolf. After he insta-killed the 3-eyed abyssal wolf, Yang Feng stepped forward, extended his hand, operated the Devour secret method, and devoured the corpse completely. After devouring the 3-eyed abyssal wolf, Yang Feng's body expanded, and he grew to about 1.5 meters tall. His power has also increased by a large chunk. The petrified part of Yang Feng's left hand began to recover bit by bit. Horned is a kind of creature with very strong overall resistance, and so the abyssal wolf's ray of purification was unable not petrify his arm. Demonic creatures have high resistance to curses and abyssal spells. Although the petrification spell has a certain impact on Yang Feng, but it cannot truly cause him irreparable damage. Sure enough, killing demonic creatures stronger than myself has greater effect on my evolution. Yang Feng revealed a smile, then picked up the wooden spear and rushed towards the next level, 3 Apprentice Warlock rank demonic creature. Chapter 750 Junior Abyssal Fiends. Chapter 750 Junior Abyssal Fiends. Translator, ZayamojFreeWebNovel.com. The horn that Yang Feng chose to evolve into is a human-type abyssal fiend. It has innately strong magic resistance and tremendous power and is fierce. Coupled with the various secret methods that Yang Feng has mastered, its battle prowess is even more tyrannical. Yang Feng's avatar of a fierce horn slayed the demonic creatures concentrated near the abyssal river left and right. After Yang Feng killed the demonic creatures, he devoured them and turned them into his power using Devour secret method. The berserk fighting lasted the whole morning. Yang Feng walked along the abyssal river and killed and devoured all the high-level demonic creatures he encountered. As he slayed the opponents, traces of chaotic abyssal force entered his body, making him stronger. Yang Feng killed an abyssal orc with a pig head and lion teeth with the wooden spear. After devouring the orc, he felt the power inside him surge, and he realized that he reached the edge of evolution. No, I can't just evolve like this. I must lay a sturdier foundation, so that I can transform into a gold horned the moment I evolve into the mature form. With a thought, Yang Feng operated the gold horned secret method and conveyed all the power inside him to the horn on his head, dyeing the horn gold. As royalty among horned, the evolutionary potential of gold horned is the strongest among human-type abyssal fiends. From among human-type abyssal fiends, only they can contend with ghost-type and beast-type abyssal fiends. Yang Feng can also promote to an abyssal lord as a horned, but he'll be much weaker than ghost-type and beast-type abyssal lords of the same rank. After the horn was dyed gold, although Yang Feng didn't transform into a mature horned, but his strength increased by a fraction and reached the pinnacle level 3 Apprentice Warlock realm, making it even easier for him to kill demonic creatures. Unfortunately, it takes a lot of preparation to evolve into a gold horned. It'll still take me a bit before I can evolve into a gold horned. Before the icy night descended, Yang Feng, dragging the orc corpse behind him, strode towards the cave where Chloris is located. She didn't escape? As soon as Yang Feng returned to the cave, by relying on the horn's tremendous spirit force, he sensed that Chloris is hiding in a hole, and the corners of his mouth rose immediately. Succubi are a kind of abyssal fiend proficient in charm spells. They are all stunners and very clever, and they like to cling to the strong. Chloris, the succubus lowly, clearly understands that it will be difficult for her to survive in this cruel abyss alone, and so she chooses to stay. Only human-type demonic creatures, before they have evolved into abyssal fiends, will have a good impression of a succubus lowly like Chloris, and will be willing to shelter her. But as for the remaining demonic creatures, once they meet a succubus lowly, they will consume her without hesitation. The number of succubi in the endless abyss is extremely low because most of them are eaten by the demonic creatures when they are a youngling. Yang Feng said solemnly, "I'm back." Chloris crawled out of the hole as soon as she heard Yang Feng's voice, although she is covered in dirt, but she still looks adorable. With a look of joy on her face, she jumped out like a kitten, hopped in front of Yang Feng, and uttered in her honey-sweet voice while wagging her tail, "Welcome back, Master." Yang Feng glanced at Chloris in surprise. What a high intelligence, to teach themselves to be cute and flattering. No wonder so many abyssal lords like them. Chloris has never learned any bodies of knowledge, but even so, she learned some etiquette by herself. It is obviously a heritage carved into her bloodline and soul. Haha, a horned youngling and a succubus youngling, interesting. To be able to find 2 younglings, how lucky. This time I made it big. A ferocious, quiet voice came from outside, and a junior abyssal fiend about 1.70 meters tall, with 2 huge eyes, a pair of fiend wings on his back, and a humanoid shape, emerged from the cave's entrance. When Chloris saw the junior abyssal fiend, her face fell instantly, and she hid behind Yang Feng, shivering. She instinctively felt that the junior abyssal fiend is much stronger than Yang Feng's avatar horned. Junior abyssal fiends have received an infusion of abyssal force, and their stage of being has undergone a transformation. Junior Abyssal Fiends are comparable to level 1 Warlocks in terms of strength. Only after they reach the level 1 Warlock rank are demonic creatures called Fiends. The Junior Abyssal Fiend glanced at Yang Feng, and envy flickered in his eyes. He approached and threatened coldly. Smelly demonic creature. Kneel, lick my toes, and drink my urine. Become my dog, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will eat you alive. The Junior Abyssal Fiend is just a common mixed breed fiend without any type. Its essence is much weaker than that of a horned. In the same rank, a horned can kill 3 such mixed breed fiends. It wants to humiliate Yang Feng due to being jealous. This content is taken from fgariwebnovio.com. Chaos, massacre, perversion, and madness are the norm in the endless abyss. In here, if you don't incarnate a part of your soul into an abyssal life form, but come with your true body instead, then even if you're a supreme god, you will be corroded with time and eventually get muddle-headed and degenerate into an abyssal lord. Go to hell! Killing intent shimmered in his eyes, and then Yang Feng suddenly rushed towards the Junior Abyssal Fiend. Idiot! I'm an abyssal fiend. For an inferior demonic creature like yourself to offend me, go and die. The Junior Abyssal Fiend smiled coldly, then spread the fingers of a hand. 10-centimeter long claws ejected from his hand, and he stabbed at Yang Feng's chest. The gold horn on Yang Feng's head shone. His left hand turned gold, and he pushed the Abyssal Fiend's claw aside. Next his right hand ejected claws, and he stabbed with his right hand into the Junior Abyssal Fiend's chest and scooped out the other party's heart. An appalled expression overtook its face. Blood trickled from the corners of its mouth. The Junior Abyssal Fiend shouted in despair. This, how is this possible? Be my nourishment. A devour force spread from Yang Feng's hand, enveloped the Junior Abyssal Fiend, and devoured it. A formidable force diffused from Yang Feng's body, and a tremendous amount of abyssal force mysteriously poured into him from the surrounding. The gold horn on his head suddenly shone with brilliant light, and an extremely powerful power entered Yang Feng, baptized his life essence, and evolved him into a higher existence. Junior Abyssal Fiend aura diffused from Yang Feng. Yang Feng sensed the power inside him and raised the corners of his mouth. I've finally evolved into a Junior Abyssal Fiend and can use level 1 spells. Gold-horned are royalty among human-type Abyssal Fiends. Not only is their physique extremely powerful and possesses formidable resistance to various spells, but they also have excellent talent when it comes to magic. They can learn various spells, awaken the gold spells dormant in their bloodline. Yang Feng sensed the changes in his body. After evolving into an Abyssal Fiend, I awakened the level 1 spells Gold Force, Gold Arrow, Gold Curse, and Gold Shield. To have 4 innate spells after going through evolution, Gold-horned are indeed far better off than human warlocks. Before they reach Moonlight Warlock realm, human warlocks must condense spell models in the Sea of Knowledge in order to cast spells. They can gain 1 trigger-type innate spell with every advancement in rank. Compared to Gold-horned and other similar abyssal creatures, who possess 4 innate spells upon evolution and can practice magic cultivation like humans, human warlocks are not in the same league in terms of talent. Chloris gazed at Yang Feng with a look of admiration and amazement. That's amazing! Master, you're so strong. Yang Feng tossed a pouch made of demonic creature leather, silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and suddenly cast the level 0 spell Flame Tongue, and a flame tongue ignited on the pouch. Yang Feng tossed a simple kitchen knife made of a demonic creature claw and pointed at the abyssal orc, saying, "Roast the meat!" Abyssal orc meat is the best demonic creature meat Yang Feng has met to date, and it tastes great when cooked. But this is Abyss, where massacre and bloodthirst is the norm, where you can gain power by slaying and eating other demonic creatures raw. Most demonic creatures don't cook their food. Yes, Master. Chloris took the simple kitchen knife made of a demonic creature claw and began to prepare the abyssal orc. Yang Feng walked out of the cave and found that 6 junior abyssal fiends are heading his way. The 6 junior abyssal fiends are all mixed breed fiends. When they saw Yang Feng, who has concealed his aura, their eyes lit up at once, and they rushed towards him. Idiots! A fierce ray shimmered in Yang Feng's eyes, then his figure fluttered, and he rushed towards the 6 junior abyssal fiends. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.